You are listening to 48 Hours a Day by Little Bleary Zhao. Novels from Novel Fire. Thanks for listening. Hope you enjoy the story. Chapter 1351, Exploration in Advance. After meeting Miss Succubus, Zhang Heng found the ID. Don't want to practice the piano on the forum. He went straight to the point. I have something I need your help with. Not wanting to practice the piano, he replied with a okay, without asking anything. After that, the two chatted privately in the chat room for about 15 minutes. Zhang Heng booked the nearest flight back to his hometown first. After paying the parking fee, he drove Polo out of the parking lot and didn't rest. He drove all the way to the city where the school was located. While he was still in time-stopping mode, Zhang Heng parked his car at the foot of the building's headquarters. Before he left for Greenland, he had been here once before. He took out the plague bone bow as collateral and gave it to the building for appraisal. He knew that most of the employees working in the building were just ordinary people with normal business. Only the top floor was open to players. They could reach it through the VIP elevator on the right-hand side of the hall. If everything went as planned, the small-scale auction would be held here in a dozen hours. Zhang Heng did not have the password, so of course he could not take the VIP elevator, so he first tried the fire escape on the side. However, when he reached the top floor, there was an alloy door after he pushed open the door. Furthermore, there was no keyhole or handle on the outside of the door. In other words, it could only be opened from the inside. Zhang Heng had considered climbing through the window, but the windows on the top floor were made of bulletproof and tempered double-layer glass. Of course, if Zhang Heng really wanted to go in, a mere 2 layers of glass would not be able to stop him. However, he only wanted to take a look before the auction started and make some preparations. He did not want to be discovered by anyone. Otherwise, if he alarmed Fu Lu and changed the venue at the last minute, then his actions tonight would be meaningless. Zhang Heng thought for a moment, then turned back to the VIP elevator. When he had entered the elevator, he had noticed that there was not only the top floor on the control panel, but also the button for the lower floor. Zhang Heng tried to press the button for the lower floor. In the end, his luck was not bad. After waiting for about half a second, he did not need to enter the password before the elevator started to move down. When the elevator opened again, Zhang Heng finally understood why there was such a floor on the elevator. There was nothing special about this place. It was basically just a storage room with a few warehouses. The things that were kept there were all related to normal businesses. There was nothing hidden, but the most important thing was that there was a passageway here. It led directly to an alley on the side of the office building. The exit was an alloy door that Zhang Heng had seen before that could only be opened from the inside. This was probably to deal with the possibility of a sudden attack. It could only be said that the location of the building had been carefully chosen, leaving behind a secret passage to allow the clients and the staff inside to evacuate in case of an emergency. Zhang Heng looked around, and then threw a Colt M2000 that he had gotten from the group that had dealt with Sage into an old-fashioned printer. Judging from the dust on it, this printer hadn't been moved in a long time, so it was perfect for hiding things. After putting down the gun, Zhang Heng didn't take the elevator anymore. Instead, he continued down the corridor until he reached the alloy door. Opening the door, he scanned the alley outside. It was already midnight in the real world. There was no one in the alley, only the faint moonlight. Zhang Heng focused on observing the nearby strongholds that were suitable for shooting. Then, he took a step forward. After taking a detour, he came to the front door of the building's headquarters and walked in again. He came to the VIP elevator. Zhang Heng did not press the up button. Instead, he reached out and opened the 2 doors in front of him. At that moment, the elevator was still on the first floor. Zhang Heng climbed up the dark elevator shaft all the way to the top floor. Then, using the same trick, he reached out and opened the door. Finally, he successfully entered the core area of the building. Zhang Heng ignored the 2 heavily locked rooms at the end of the corridor. The building should have stored some valuable items and cash there. Other people might be interested, but Zhang Heng only glanced at them and then turned away. His first goal was to find a room suitable for a small-scale auction. As the most famous chamber of commerce among the players, the headquarters was naturally well equipped with all kinds of facilities. There were 6 meeting rooms, of which 2 were big, 2 were small, and 4 were used to receive clients. The other 2 were for internal use. Zhang Heng first eliminated the 2 meeting rooms for internal use, leaving 4 for size. The big meeting room could hold about 30 people, while the small meeting room could only hold 6 people at most. According to D4, there were already 6 buyers for the building alone, so it was obvious that he could also rule out the small conference room. With that, there were only 2 large conference rooms left. In terms of decoration and size, there was not much difference. Moreover, it was still early before the auction, and the building had not started to decorate the venue, so it was difficult to guess which one it would be. Other than that, Zhang Heng also noticed an exhibition hall. At this moment, all the exhibits inside had been removed. Judging from the size alone, it was bigger than the other 2 conference rooms. In fact, the requirements for an auction were not that high, as long as there was an auction table in this room. After that, he could move some stools and use them as an auction room. Since that was the case, Zhang Heng did not hesitate. He walked around the 3 rooms and checked the rooms next door, including the thickness of the walls and whether there was a hidden door. Finally, he went to the bathroom. He wrapped the other M1911 in a plastic bag and put it under the toilet cover of the first cubicle. Because this cubicle was usually the least used, the last one was his hidden scabbard. Since Zhang Heng had already prepared for the worst, it was likely that he would have to rely on his strongest weapon in a battle. Compared to the size of the pistol, hidden sheath, it was slightly larger, so it was not easy to hide. Zhang Heng placed it on the ceiling of the exhibition hall. The reason why it was placed there was not only because Zhang Heng felt that this room had the highest probability of being chosen as the auction room, but also because this room was between the 2 meeting rooms. No matter where the auction room was placed at the end of the auction, as long as there was a need, he would be able to obtain the knife quickly. Of course, if nothing happened in the end, that would be for the best. There was also no need to worry about not being able to retrieve the knife. As long as Zhang Heng waited for time to stop before sneaking back after the auction was over, it would be fine. Other than that, Zhang Heng also considered using a bug or a pinhole camera, but in the end, he gave up. Anything that could release a signal, given the cautiousness of Ford, was very likely to be discovered. Zhang Heng did not bet on this probability. Chapter 1352, The Auction of the Fortune Building. After Zhang Heng was done with his preparations, he went down to the first floor and closed the alloy door. At the same time, he raised the elevator back to the first floor to restore everything to its original state. Then, he sat back in his car. At this moment, it had been more than 30 hours since he last closed his eyes. In addition, he had also driven for a long time. It was impossible to say that he was not tired at all. However, after last night's experience, Zhang Heng didn't close his eyes either. Now, he could understand how Han Lu felt after she fell into the dream of death. He also understood why the people in Greenland who had nightmares all went crazy in the end. Actually, if it was just a nightmare, Zhang Heng would have been able to survive it. After all, compared to ordinary people, he had already lost all his emotions. The real problem was that the nightmares had caused him to be unable to recover from his sleep. This was the real problem. The sleep that Zhang Heng had during the timeout last night had left him exhausted after waking up. Of course, after that, he had a good night's sleep, but he wasn't affected by the nightmares. For the time being, Zhang Heng had no idea what the pattern of the nightmares was. However, the most important thing now was to get the immune crystal first. To avoid any complications, Zhang Heng decided to keep his eyes open for the time being. He would sleep after the event was over. After all, he had been carrying it for 30 hours. It wasn't bad for the next 10 hours. Zhang Heng drove the Polo to a vending machine and bought a cup of Nestle coffee. He was going to use the caffeine to boost his spirits, but when he opened the can of coffee, his hands suddenly stopped moving. Then, he felt a strong wave of drowsiness. He could no longer hold the can of coffee, and his eyelids sank. Zhang Heng knew that the drowsiness came too suddenly and was somewhat against common sense, but it was difficult to break free from it. The next moment, he was lying on the steering wheel. This time, in his sleep, Zhang Heng saw something else. It was very similar to the thing that appeared in the story of the museum director. It had the head of an octopus, and its body was covered with tentacles. The thing that formed its body did not look like any known substance on Earth. It lived in a city filled with tall towers, and at the center of the city was a large hall. When Zhang Heng first saw the hall, he found it familiar. When he looked at it again, he finally realized that this was the place where he had been imprisoned in his previous nightmare. However, the place he had been in at that time was damp and cold. and it was filled with a sense of isolation. Now, even though the city was still filled with evil and all sorts of illogical weirdness, it was still full of vitality. The monsters in the city lived on land. They covered their heads during the day and went out at night. They bathed their ugly bodies in the moonlight, and it was clear that they lived a good life. The civilization that they had built was also worthy of praise. They had even fought with another high-level civilization. Under the situation where neither side could do anything to the other, both sides finally shook hands and made peace. They signed a contract and divided their territories. These octopus monsters were immersed in a happy atmosphere. But the good times did not last long. On a night that seemed to be no different than usual, the stars in the sky suddenly changed drastically. Then, the sea surged crazily and engulfed the city in an instant. Other than a few octopuses who happened to be away from the city, the rest of the octopuses sank into the sea with the city, never to see the light of day again. Zhang Heng woke up from the nightmare. The first thing he felt was his wet thighs. The coffee from before had already landed by his feet. Not only did it splash on his pants, it also splashed on the floor mats. Zhang Heng ignored the tiredness. First, he looked at the starfish in his hand. Thankfully, the time freeze had just ended, so it didn't affect him much. Zhang Heng settled the coffee liquid on his body and drove to a hotel to check in. This time, Zhang Heng didn't expect to be dragged into the dream before he even slept. It seemed like it was impossible for him to reduce the amount of sleep he had to take to slow down the frequency of his soul being attacked. Without hesitation, Zhang Heng set an alarm and lay back down on the bed. He wanted to test whether he would be able to continue sleeping like last time if he fell asleep right after the nightmare. In the end, his second sleep was not disturbed at all. It was 4 in the afternoon when Zhang Heng got out of bed. He sat in front of the computer to reply to a few emails before putting on a new pair of pants. He also shaved the stubble on the corner of his mouth and put on a new disguise in front of the mirror. When he left the house, he looked like an accomplished financial worker who had been in the industry for 6 or 7 years. Zhang Heng did not drive his Polo. Firstly, the car did not match his current disguise. Secondly, it was to prevent anyone from using the car to find out his identity. After leaving the house, he went to have a simple meal to fill his stomach. Then, he took a taxi to the front door of the building's headquarters. Around 12 p.m., Ding Si had already sent him an email confirming the start of the auction. As expected, the venue was set to be here. Zhang Heng carried his backpack and walked up to the VIP elevator. After entering the password that Ding Si had sent him, he put on an Ultraman mask and went to the top floor. There, a female staff member in a qipao was already waiting for him. When she saw him, she smiled at him and took out a small basket. "Welcome to this auction. To ensure the safety of our customers, please place your weapon in the small basket in my hand." "I'm not armed." Zhang Heng shook his head. "Although I trust you, according to the rules, can I search you?" Zhang Heng gestured for the female staff member to be casual, so the female staff member in the qipao was not shy at all. She carefully searched every inch of Zhang Heng's body and then opened Zhang Heng's backpack. She took out a crown from inside. "This is my offer for tonight," Zhang Heng said. "We'll get someone to appraise it and keep it safe for you." The female employee in the qipao said respectfully. She used a piece of silk to carefully wrap up the white horse's crown. "Please follow me. There are already a few guests here." "Oh, can I go to the bathroom first? The raw food I ate earlier was a little spoiled." "Of course, this way please." The female employee in the qipao led Zhang Heng to the men's washroom. Sure enough, Zhang Heng couldn't wait to go in as well. From the looks of it, he was indeed in a hurry. He picked the cubicle closest to the door and rushed in. On the way, he bumped into a man who also looked like a client of Fu Lu. Chapter 1353, The Price. The female employee in the qipao stood outside the men's toilet, listening to the sound of flushing and the running water from the faucet. After waiting for about half a minute, Zhang Heng walked out of the toilet after washing his hands. The female employee in the qipao continued to lead the way and walked past the first large conference room. Zhang Heng's expression did not change, as if he had no idea where he would be taken. "This is the place." The female employee in the qipao took a few more steps and finally stopped in front of the room that was originally the exhibition hall. At the same time, she gestured for him to come in. "The auction will begin in about 20 minutes. You can wait here for a while. If there's anything you need, just tell the staff inside. Fulu wishes you a pleasant night. Thank you. Zhang Heng didn't sense any hostility from the other party, but he didn't let his guard down. He tidied up his suit and walked into the room. Zhang Heng wasn't the first to arrive. 5 buyers had already arrived before him. 3 of the 5 people actually knew each other. They sat together and whispered something, while the other 2 sat further away from them. They did not communicate much with each other. One of them was resting with his eyes closed, while the other was playing with his phone. Like Zhang Heng, everyone in the room was wearing masks. This way, Zhang Heng could no longer observe their expressions, so he could not judge their attitude toward him. In fact, when he entered the room, only 2 of the 5 people turned to look at him, but they quickly averted their gazes. Zhang Heng, on the other hand, chose a seat on the right-hand side of the 3rd row and sat down. Just as he sat down, another person entered the room. It was the person Zhang Heng had bumped into in the bathroom earlier. He had come out before Zhang Heng. However, he was not in a hurry to enter the auction room. Instead, he smoked a cigarette in the corridor at the side. Judging from the other party's habit of deliberately avoiding others, it was likely that he had been married for a long time. He might even have had a child. After entering the room, he didn't talk to anyone else. Instead, he sat in a row behind Zhang Heng, about 2 seats away from him. As time passed, more and more guests entered the room. Dingxi was right. There were indeed quite a number of interested buyers for the immune crystal this time. Just the final list of buyers from Fortune Building alone had 8 people. Other than that, there were several other chambers of commerce. Although the number of people was not as large as Fortune Building's, it was enough to add up to nearly 20 people. Furthermore, due to the special trading method this time around, the seller had also arrived. However, he did not go to the auction room. Instead, he sat in the VIP lounge next door. Zhang Heng looked at the time on his hand. There were less than 3 minutes left until the start of the auction. Most of the people who were supposed to come tonight had already arrived. Then, an auctioneer in his 50s with half a head of white hair walked up to the auction stage. After a brief welcome speech, the auctioneer quickly got down to business. He introduced the only item that was up for auction tonight. Zhang Heng had seen the immune crystal in the videos and photos before. Now, he saw the real thing. It was placed in the display cabinet. It was about the size of 2 thumbs and emitted a light purple luster. The biggest difference between it and an ordinary crystal was the strange pattern on the inside. Upon closer inspection, it was actually still slowly flowing. After the auctioneer introduced the basic information of the item, he allowed the group of buyers to walk up to the front to take a closer look. However, not many people stood up. Fulu was a veteran chamber of commerce among the players, and it had a good reputation. With their endorsement, it was just a D-rank item. Even if it was a rare soul-type item, it was almost impossible for a fake to appear. Therefore, most of the people sat in their seats, waiting for the bidding to begin. Zhang Heng did not move. The seat beside him was already occupied. On his left was a man who kept looking at his watch. He looked like he still had a venue to attend to, and on his right was a girl wearing a sailor's uniform who was chewing bubble gum. From the looks of it, the auction had just started, and she was already getting impatient. When the last buyer returned to his seat, the auctioneer spoke again. Due to some well-known reasons, the auction no longer accepts game points as the main payment method, so the usual auction mode is no longer applicable. He paused for a moment. Seeing that no one had any objections, he continued. The seller has already given his psychological price in advance. Since everyone is willing to participate in this auction, it is obvious that they have also accepted this base price. When you entered the auction, you have already handed over the props used for the exchange to our staff. This will also be considered as your first round of bidding. Now, please take out the iPad under your seats and fill in the name, quality, and function of the props truthfully. Please take note. Please do not provide any false information. If the bids are accepted in the future, we will proceed to the closing stage. If the bids are false, the bids will be canceled. The next stage of the auction is as follows. Seeing that the people in the auction room had already started to input information on the tablet, the auctioneer continued. Your first round of bids will be submitted to the seller. The seller will select the 10 most tempting bids, and these 10 buyers will enter the next round. However, those who are eliminated do not need to be too depressed. You can continue to raise your bids based on the first bid. The new bid will also enter the second round of competition. After the second round, there will only be 5 bids left on the list. After the third round, there will be 3 bids. In the fourth round, there will be 1 final bid. If there are no bids that can surpass this bid in the next round, then congratulations to this buyer for successfully bidding for the immune crystal. Does anyone have any questions? The auctioneer waited for half a minute, but no one spoke. He had wanted to wait a little longer, but the girl in the sailor suit to Zhang Heng's right had run out of patience. All right, cut the crap. Let's get started. If you have any questions, ask them after the first round. Hearing this, the auctioneer didn't wait any longer. He looked at the screen in front of him. I have received all 27 bids and have already forwarded them to the seller. Please wait for a moment. In 30 minutes, the results of the first round of bids will be announced. During this period of time, everyone can take a break. There are snacks and fruits on your left and drinks on your right. You can take whatever you want. You can also use your tablet to watch movie variety shows or log on to the players' forums. I wish everyone a pleasant night. With that, he walked off the stage and went to the staff lounge to rest. Chapter 1354, Interlude. During the 30-minute break, Zhang Heng stood up to stretch his body. However, he did not go to the side to get any food or drinks. He just walked around the corridor and returned to his seat. The uncle on his left, who was in a hurry, was the first to rush out to make a phone call as soon as the first round of bidding ended. Previously, Zhang Heng could still hear him cursing and swearing in the corridor. It seemed like a project was not going well. Initially, they had agreed that the project would be under the name of some company. But who would have thought that after winning the bid, the other side would suddenly turn hostile? A project worth hundreds of millions of dollars had gone down the drain just like that. Anyone else would have been in hot water. On the other hand, the sailor girl on the right was still there. When she saw Zhang Heng sit down, she grabbed a bubble gum from her pocket and handed it to him. She asked, "Ultraman, do you want some?" "No, thanks." Zhang Heng waved his hand. The girl in the sailor's suit did not force him. She tore open the packaging and threw the bubble gum into her mouth. Then she asked, "Why did you buy that crystal?" "The same reason as everyone else." The girl in the sailor's suit pouted and pointed at the group of people in front of the snack table. "They bought the immune crystal to prevent the Lord of Lalaya's mental attack. After all, those who have played in a group before know what to do, but..." She changed the topic. "This time, the situation is different. If that thing escapes, even 3 rounds of mental immunity won't save it. What about you? Why did you come to this auction?" "The reason I bought this thing is different. I have an enemy whose ability is spirit-based. I came to bid on this thing to deal with her." "Then I wish you good luck." Zhang Heng had intended to end the conversation with this sentence, but the sailor girl seemed to be interested in him. After a short pause, she continued to ask, "Are you confident in your bid?" "How do I put this? This kind of half-black box bidding depends not only on your own bid, but also on others' bids." "That's true. Let me put it another way. Are you confident that your bid will pass the first round?" Zhang Heng did not answer. Instead, he asked, "What about you?" "I can't pass." The sailor answered quickly, and she seemed to be very self-aware. "My 3D rank items are all hard-earned. Basically, they're the least valuable items. I only used them to exchange for a ticket to the auction. If I can pass the first round, it would be a miracle." "That would be such a pity." "No, that's why I'm looking for a partner." The sailor said, "Let me get this straight. If you have the confidence to make it through the first round, but you don't have the confidence to make it through the last round, why don't you try cooperating with me? I'll add the 3D rank items I brought with me to your bid when necessary. In return, you just have to let me use that item once. I said that I want that item to deal with a sworn enemy, so 1 use is enough for me. In that case, you only have 2 uses left." Zhang Heng did not reject the offer immediately. Instead, he said, "I'll consider it." "Considering is not a good answer for me." The sailor was not satisfied. She chewed on her bubble gum and said, "Even though I came to you first, it doesn't mean that I have to work with you. In the same way, even if I want to find a partner, I don't necessarily have to look for you. Others won't be like me, who only need to use it once." The sailor scoffed. "Of course you can find another partner, but the price you have to pay is huge. It doesn't matter. I have plenty of money, Zhang Heng said calmly. This time, the sailor choked on her words. From then on, she finally stopped coming to talk to Zhang Heng. 30 minutes passed quickly, and the seller in the next room had selected 10 bids that he was satisfied with. Zhang Heng's White Horse's Crown was among them. The second round of bidding begins now. Those who wish to rebid can rebid. The auctioneer returned to the stage. Therefore, a few of the buyers re-entered the bids on their iPads and gave the corresponding items to Fu Lu for safekeeping. There were also some who did not make a move. Other than those who successfully passed the first round of bidding, others decided to give up because the price exceeded their expectations. After all, although soul props are rare, and is now the most popular props, but Immunity Crystal is only D-grade quality. The price is too outrageous and there is no need to force. In about 10 minutes, the buyer had completed the second round of bidding, followed by the seller's selection time. This time, the auctioneer did not leave. However, the man on Zhang Heng's left who had been hacked earlier went out to make a phone call. The person who had bumped into him earlier stood up and went to pick up some fruits from the snack bar. Zhang Heng did not want to communicate with the others anymore, so he closed his eyes. Time passed by slowly. 15 minutes later, the noisy auction room quieted down again because the second round of bidding was also out. Zhang Heng and his Crown of the White Horse remained on the list. Giving everyone some time to digest the results, the auctioneer stood up from the stage again. Next up is the third round of bidding. However, before this round of bidding begins, I have something else to announce. Many of the people who had been prepared to bid frowned when they heard this. They did not know what kind of tricks Fu Lu had up his sleeves and why he was interspersed with other programs at the auction. The auctioneer, however, did not seem to notice the confusion on everyone's faces. As a chamber of commerce, we have always served the players in a neutral manner. Since its establishment, we have always been committed to protecting the safety and privacy of our customers. In our eyes, every customer is equal. We are saying this to tell everyone that what is going to happen next is the personal actions of a few of our employees. This has nothing to do with the company. Please don't misunderstand. Just as he finished his last sentence, while most of the buyers were still in a daze, a few people around Zhang Heng started to move. The man who had been worrying about the project on the phone earlier was the first to make a move. He pulled out a dagger from God knows where and stabbed it at Zhang Heng. Following closely behind was the man that Zhang Heng had bumped into in the bathroom earlier. The latter was not close to the man who was holding the dagger, but his movements were faster than his companions. Even though he had made a move later, he had almost arrived with his companion. Chapter 1355, Unsheathing. Zhang Heng was suddenly attacked. In less than half a second, the dagger on his left hand had already reached his chest. At the same time, a fist also struck the back of his head. The fist was from the man who had met Zhang Heng in the bathroom. The index finger of his fist was wearing a dark green ring, and this dark green ring was obviously a prop. Electric sparks could be seen dancing on it. It was obvious that if someone was hit by this punch, they would not feel good. The two of them suddenly activated their weapons, ignoring the rules set by Fu Lu. At such a close distance, most people would not even be able to react in time, not to mention dodging. Zhang Heng's expression was one of shock. Just as the dagger was about to pierce his chest, the person holding the dagger suddenly realized that the tip of his dagger couldn't move any further. That was because his wrist was firmly gripped by Zhang Heng's hand. And that wasn't the end. The next moment, he heard his bones groan. His wrist was actually crushed by the other party. His body flew backward uncontrollably, crashing into his companion's fist. The electric current from the ring went through his skin and into his heart. Then, his vision went black, and he lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Zhang Heng did not take advantage of this rare opportunity to escape. He remained in his seat, ignoring the shocked auctioneer on the stage. Instead, he swept his gaze across the crowd of buyers. Finally, his gaze fell on a man wearing a Thorpe mask. He asked, "What are you waiting for?" The latter was stunned. He had not expected Zhang Heng to be able to find him. He believed that his acting skills were not bad. When the two men had attacked Zhang Heng earlier, he had even turned his body sideways. He made a gesture as if he wanted to leave the auction room. Furthermore, everyone was wearing masks. He could not figure out how he had been exposed. However, since things had come to this, he did not hesitate anymore. He stood up from his seat and bowed slightly to Zhang Hong. "Sorry to offend you. Today, we would like to invite the number 1 player, Mr. Simon, to teach us a lesson." He spoke very politely and even emphasized the word teach. However, the 4 people who stood up with him looked like they had come with ill intent. Furthermore, looking at the weapons in their hands, they were not prepared for a spar at all. Some of them even held an Indian hand axe in their hands. The Indian hand axe had been hidden under the drinks table at the side. Clearly, the auctioneer's claim that Fu Lu did not know anything about it was just an excuse that he had no choice but to make. After all, setting up a trap to ambush a customer had a terrible impact. If Fu Lu wanted to continue, he had to get himself out of this matter. Seeing this, Zhang Heng also told the eager sailor beside him, "Don't move." Then, he finally stood up from his seat and looked at the 5 people in front of him. "I can teach you, but once my knife is unsheathed, I'm afraid none of you will be able to walk out of this room alive." However, before he could finish his words, a sneer was heard. "You're putting on a show. You don't even have a knife, so how can you unsheath it?" However, halfway through his laughter, it was as if someone had grabbed him by the throat. His laughter stopped abruptly because he saw Zhang Heng get up and pick up the chair that he had been sitting on and throw it at the ceiling above his head. In the end, not only did he drop 2 buckles, but along with the 2 buckles, he also dropped a knife that was stuck in its sheath. After seeing the knife, the 5 people subconsciously turned to look at the auctioneer on the auction stage. For a moment, they even thought that Fu Lu had betrayed them and become a double agent. On the surface, he was helping them set up a trap to deal with Zhang Hong. In reality, they were the prey. However, when they saw the auctioneer's widened eyes and gaping mouth that could fit a fist, they knew that the auctioneer was in the dark. With a blade in his hand, Zhang Heng didn't waste any time. He charged straight at the nearest opponent. That person happened to be the one holding the hatchet. Seeing this, he didn't dare to be careless, even though they had more people. However, the opponent was, after all, the famous Simon. Thinking back to what his captain had told him, he had no choice but to suppress the urge to attack the other party. He chose a more stable method of response. Raising the hatchet, he wanted to block Zhang Heng's attack first. From a certain perspective, he had indeed succeeded. The hatchet in his hand had indeed blocked Zhang Heng's hidden scabbard. However, the hidden scabbard only paused for a moment before continuing downwards. It had actually cut the axe in his hand in half, followed by his forehead, chin, and chest. His entire body had been split into 2 by the hidden scabbard, just like the axe. Seeing this scene, even though everyone present had rich combat experience and strong mental fortitude, they could not help but feel their hearts tremble. Then, a strong chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. Even the other 4 who were about to rush over to help stopped in their tracks. However, this gave Zhang Heng a chance to recuperate and raise his blade once more. That slash just now was not easy for Zhang Heng either. To be able to achieve such a terrifying effect, it was impossible to rely solely on hidden scabbard, the strongest attribute in the world. He even used the worldly scale on his body. He had doubled his strength temporarily, and he had used his earthly scales to break the dagger-wielding assailant's wrist. Therefore, he was feeling a little drained, but it had been worth it. This was especially so after the attack. Not only had it scared the other 4 assailants and disrupted their plan, it had also deterred them from interfering in the rest of the battle. This was because the corpse in front of them, which had been split into 2, was a cautionary tale. Zhang Heng spent half a second to regain his composure. He did not continue the stalemate with his opponent. Instead, he seized the opportunity when his opponent was distracted and continued to find his next target. When the second person saw Zhang Heng's slash coming at him, he actually lost the courage to block. After all, the mistakes of his teammates were still in front of him, so the others might not know. However, as a teammate of a small party, he knew that the Indian hand axe was not an ordinary hand axe, but a C-rank game tool. Unfortunately, it did not even have any effect. It was cut in half by a single blade. In his eyes, Zhang Heng was like a god. At this time, the best choice was to retreat, and his decision could not be said to be wrong. However, with this retreat, he was temporarily safe. He had exposed the other teammates to Zhang Heng's blade, and they had even left the team. Chapter 1356, One Against Many. With Zhang Heng's battle sense, of course, he wouldn't let such an opportunity slip by. The hidden scabbard in his hand suddenly turned in the opposite direction. The next moment, an arm fell off the original owner's shoulder and flew into the air. However, after a short while, the others finally came to their senses. They realized that they were in a life-and-death battle, and one of them's body was instantly burned into flames. He actually used his own hand to grab Zhang Heng's knife. It seemed like he wanted to use the high temperature to melt the B-grade item. The other two threw out the darts in their hands. The man wearing the Athorp mask also took a mechanical glove from the auctioneer's hand and put it on his left hand. Then, one of the mechanical fingers fell off the glove and shot toward Zhang Heng. In addition, the man who had failed in his sneak attack earlier had also crawled up from the ground. The four of them once again surrounded Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng did not clash head-on with the pyromancer. Instead, he chose to avoid the pyromancer's punch and deal with the other opponents first. This was because he had encountered players with similar abilities in the Leaker's dungeon. The earring man who had fought alongside him had a tool that allowed him to transform into a water giant. During this period, his strength would also increase explosively. Fortunately, such powerful transformation skills usually had a time limit. For example, the man with the earring only had 60 seconds to transform into a water giant. Zhang Heng estimated that the burning man in front of him would not last too long either. If he could delay until the other party's transformation ended, that would be the easiest solution. Therefore, Zhang Heng set his third target on the man wearing the Athorp mask. He saw the mechanical finger that the other party had shot at him. The blade of hidden sheath had accurately struck the finger. The result was a small explosion. Fortunately, Zhang Heng was still a few steps away from the explosion and was not seriously injured. However, he did not expect the flames from the explosion to be completely absorbed by the burning man beside him. This caused his body to become bigger. He was already at the height of Yao Ming, and the top of his head was about to touch the ceiling. As for the dart, for some reason, it was slightly far away. It didn't hit Zhang Heng at all. Instead, it landed beside his feet. Zhang Heng didn't stop, and he continued to pounce on the man in the Athorp mask. He could already tell that the latter was the leader of tonight's operation. After taking care of him, the encirclement would be broken. However, what Zhang Heng didn't expect was that his left foot seemed to be frozen to the ground in the next moment. He couldn't move anymore. The man with the lightning ring also saw an opportunity and rushed forward. Unfortunately, even though Zhang Heng didn't turn back, it was as if he had eyes on his back. With a swing of his knife, the man with the lightning ring couldn't stop his fist in time. It was as if he had delivered his wrist to the blade of Zhang Heng's knife. Naturally, he would end up with blood splattering everywhere. At this moment, Zhang Heng finally realized what the problem was. The dart that he had overlooked earlier was stuck in the shadow behind him, and it was at the position of his left calf. After that, he could no longer move his left leg. The man wearing the Athorp mask saw this, and his eyes lit up with joy. "All right, Fire Fist, go stall him. The rest of you, switch to long-range attacks." With that said, he released 6 mechanical fingers in one go. The man wearing the Athorp mask had a simple intention. He didn't really hope to kill or injure Zhang Heng in this wave of attacks. He only hoped to distract the opponent's attention so that his companion could throw out more darts to pin Zhang Heng's shadow. This was especially true for Zhang Heng's saber-wielding hand. If that hand couldn't be used, then the outcome of this battle would be clear. However, to his surprise, Zhang Heng did not show any signs of panic when faced with the 6 mechanical fingers that were shooting at him. Immediately after, he saw Hidden Scabbard dancing gracefully in the air. The 6 mechanical fingers were either chopped or sliced into pieces one by one. The entire process was effortless and did not waste much time. Even as an opponent, the man wearing the Athorp mask had to admit that the opponent's saber technique was too powerful. It had even exceeded the limits of a human. It made him feel like he was reading a manga. The man wearing the Usopp mask had never seen the legendary Miyamoto Musashi before, but he felt that even if the person standing before him was Miyamoto Musashi, he couldn't do any better. Fortunately, he wasn't fighting alone tonight. Even though his 6 mechanical fingers had been cut open, Zhang Heng was unable to stop the burning man from absorbing the explosion to increase his strength. However, the smile on the man's face only lasted for less than a second before it disappeared again. This was because he had thought of a problem. As the burning man's body continued to expand, the originally spacious exhibition hall suddenly became a little too big for him. Now, the fire giant had no choice but to lower his head and shrink his neck, otherwise, his head would have burned through the ceiling. This way, even though his strength had increased, his movement speed had slowed down. Could it be that the other party had predicted this earlier by detonating his mechanical finger? The man's heart sank. The difficulty of this battle had far exceeded their expectations. On the other hand, Zhang Heng had somehow cut off the darts on the shadow and regained his freedom. Furthermore, the melting point of the knife in his hand was beyond everyone's imagination. After taking the fire giant's punch head-on, not a single red mark was left behind. Have all of your tricks been used up? Then it's my turn next. Zhang Heng said calmly to the four people whose faces had already turned ghastly pale. Before he could make a move, the man whose wrist had been cut off by hidden scabbard had followed in the footsteps of his companion. He wanted to bandage the wound on his wrist, but no matter how hard he tried, the blood could not be stopped. Very quickly, his face turned paler and paler. Unable to hold on any longer, he fell backward and fell to the ground. Zhang Heng had already bypassed the slightly bloated fire giant and pounced on the man in the Athorp mask once more. The darts that were aimed at his shadow were all knocked away by him. The man in the Athorp mask knew that he had no way out. He gritted his teeth and rushed forward to meet Zhang Heng's punch. However, Zhang Heng turned a blind eye to his punch and almost brushed past his body. Then, he slashed at the opponent who was playing with the darts. The man in the Athorp mask tried to stop Zhang Heng, but he realized that there was a knife wound on his lower abdomen. A look of confusion flashed across his eyes as he tried to recall the moment when the two had exchanged blows. However, he could not remember when Zhang Heng had slashed down. Chapter 1357, Sheathing the Blade. The man in the Athorp mask had been stabbed in the abdomen. To the group of people who had ambushed Zhang Heng at the auction, this was undoubtedly bad news. Although from the looks of the wound, his life wouldn't be in danger for the time being. However, it was obviously impossible for them to make another move. Furthermore, as Zhang Heng had expected, the fire giant on the other side also started to jump in flames. This was a sign that the transformation was about to end. The man who had transformed into the fire giant was also filled with resentment. After all, his current form was practically invincible. However, during this 1 minute of invincibility, he didn't even touch Zhang Heng's clothes. It was as if he had released an empty space. Furthermore, the scales of victory were gradually shifting to the other side. As time passed, their current situation was becoming more and more dangerous. In his haste, the man who had transformed into the fire giant made the worst decision of his life. Taking advantage of the last bit of time before his transformation ended, he pulled back his fist and pounced on Zhang Heng. His thought was simple. Since he couldn't hit him, he would stop. Instead, he would use his huge body and the flames on his body to cover all of Zhang Heng's movements. If he hadn't been forced into a corner, he wouldn't have used such an attack. However, the few teammates around him were either dead or injured, and only the last player who was still able to fight was left. It was difficult for him to pin down Zhang Heng anymore. He was doing this purely as a last resort. However, to his surprise, Zhang Heng didn't dodge like he usually did. Instead, he stood where he was and looked at him calmly. He even put the hidden scabbard back into its scabbard. The man who had transformed into the fire giant did not have the time to think about the meaning behind Zhang Heng's actions. The way the man looked at him meant that he had reached the final moment of his flaming state. He could revert back to his human form at any moment. He had to seize this last chance. The distance between the two of them was rapidly closing. The man who had transformed into the fire giant felt that the flames on his chest were about to reach Zhang Heng's eyebrows. Only then did the latter start to move. If the slash that Zhang Heng had used to cut the man in the Athorp mask's abdomen was mysterious, then this slash was just an aboveboard. Aboveboard fast. Aboveboard strong. With the help of the sword-drawing technique, the slash even produced a sonic boom. The air currents were forced apart by the blade, and the fire giant's body was also separated. As the slash passed by, a crack appeared in the air on the fire giant's chest. The next moment, everyone heard a scream. It was the time for the flame incarnation. The human body that had reverted back to its human form didn't have the time to reunite and fell to the ground in 2 pieces. Zhang Heng, who had swung the blade, was bathed in blood. He looked like a real demon god. The remaining man, who was playing with the darts, could no longer withstand the terrifying pressure. He let out a loud cry and, ignoring the man in the Athorp mask, threw away the last darts in his hand. He ran away. Just as everyone thought that the battle was finally over, a sudden gunshot came from the auction room. The girl in the sailor's uniform who was sitting on Zhang Heng's right hand was holding an M36. This was a 191mm revolver. The small body of the revolver made it extremely easy to hide and carry. Of course, most importantly, everyone believed in the safety inspection of the building. They didn't expect that someone would be able to bring a hot weapon in without anyone noticing. Furthermore, the girl in the sailor's suit was very patient. Seeing her companions fall one by one under Zhang Heng's knife, she didn't rush to pull out her gun until the situation was settled. The average person would only make a move when they were at their most relaxed. However, at that moment, her face was filled with shock. The gunshot had already sounded, but she hadn't had the time to pull the trigger. Then who had fired the gun? Unfortunately, she would never know the answer to that question, because in the middle of her forehead, there was a bullet hole. The body of the girl in the sailor's uniform slowly slid down from her seat. I clearly warned you not to move. Zhang Heng shook his head, put away the gun in his hand, and walked toward the auction stage. The blood on the tip of the hidden sheath knife dripped behind him as he walked. It made a ticking sound. At that moment, the people in the auction room who were still alive could not help but hold their breaths, making the ticking sound exceptionally clear. The auctioneer had lost his previous composure. Due to fear, his entire body tensed up and all the muscles in his body stiffened. It was not until Zhang Heng walked up to him that his knees softened and he knelt down. However, he did not bring up any personal grudges. Instead, he kept repeating the same thing. I don't know anything. I'm just an employee of Fu Lu. It was Fu Lu who asked us to do this. I was also very surprised when I received the order, but this is a matter between the higher-ups. It has nothing to do with me. Zhang Heng waved his hand to interrupt him. I'm not here to interrogate you, nor do I care what your higher-ups are up to. I just want to ask you a few questions. Actually, I don't know why I'm suddenly targeting you. The auctioneer said nervously. It's okay, I know why. Zhang Heng said calmly. After a pause, he asked. That's not what I wanted to ask. Is tonight's auction real? Yes, it's real. The auctioneer was stunned at first, then he hurriedly nodded. Even though tonight was a trap, in order to successfully lure you out, those people did indeed put in a lot of effort. The video and photos are all real. I was there when the item was appraised. It really can't be any more real. Zhang Heng saw that the auctioneer didn't say anything, so he continued to ask. No matter what, your building has always broken the rules that you set yourself. There's no doubt about that, right? Yes. The auctioneer only felt his throat become dry, and he spat out the word with some difficulty. If you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. Then, is there any problem with me taking the items for tonight's auction? Of course. There's no problem. The auctioneer couldn't think of any other possible answer. Very good. Zhang Heng cut open the glass of the platform with his knife. Ignoring the ear-piercing alarm, he directly took away the immunity crystal inside. Then, he placed the knife on the auctioneer's neck. The auctioneer's expression changed. He thought that Zhang Heng was going to kill him before he left to vent his anger. However, Zhang Heng only said, Where is the item that I used to bid for? Lead me to it. Chapter 1358, Breakout. After Zhang Heng obtained the immunity crystal, he had already achieved half of his goal for the night. The remaining half was to safely evacuate from this place. However, before that, he first asked the auctioneer to bring him to the place where the props were stored. Along the way, he even picked up a few darts. As expected, the two of them ran into the guards who came after hearing the news. Zhang Heng held the auctioneer in one hand and the gun in the other. Without any nonsense, he shot one of them with one shot and used 6 bullets to kill 6 guards. Just as Zhang Heng had said to the auctioneer, he knew very well why the group of people had come for him tonight. To be fair, from the perspective of a third party, the group of people who wanted to kill him tonight might be the righteous party. Because if they succeeded, the world would no longer be threatened by the master of the city under the ice, They were like warriors who had set out from the imperial city to slay the dragon. They trekked through the mountains and rivers without fear of danger, without fear of death, just to protect their own race. Zhang Heng, on the other hand, was undoubtedly the evil dragon that resided in the valley. Perhaps it was a little strange to say this, but Zhang Heng actually did not have much animosity toward this group of people. This was also the reason why he did not care about the Dart Man who had already lost all will to fight and fled in a hurry. At the same time, he knew that the sailor girl was in cahoots with the people who had come to kill him, but he still tried to persuade them not to move. Unfortunately, Zhang Heng did not know whether the sailor girl understood his hint or not. In the end, the sailor girl still took out her M36, and Zhang Heng did not hesitate to put a bullet into her head. He didn't like senseless killing. Besides, with his current position, perhaps everyone had a reason to kill him. Just as Nyarlathotep had once told him, one day in the future, he would become the enemy of the whole world. Zhang Heng had experienced more than a dozen dungeons, and he had encountered all kinds of opponents. Only this time, he couldn't kill all his enemies, but that didn't stop him from killing those who could directly threaten him. After killing 6 guards, the floor finally quieted down a little. However, Zhang Heng knew that tonight's battle had only just begun, whether it was the group of people who had ambushed him in the auction room or the guards of Fu Lu. It was impossible for there to be only so many people. Therefore, Zhang Heng decided to pack light. He did not care about the other unknown items in the warehouse. He only took back his crown of the white horse and put it into his backpack. After leaving the room, he found a few magazines from the bodies of the guards. Then, he took the auctioneer to the elevator. Zhang Heng used a bullet to scare away the people who still dared to stick their heads out of the corridor. Then, he closed the elevator door and pressed the button for the first floor. The elevator began to move down slowly. However, when it reached the first floor and the second floor, it suddenly stopped there. Then, it lost all of its power. Even the lights above its head disappeared, and the elevator fell into darkness. The auctioneer could already hear his own heart beating wildly. He was worried that Zhang Heng would vent his anger on him. He opened his mouth to explain that this matter had nothing to do with him, but unexpectedly, Zhang Heng spoke first. "Shut up and stand against the wall. Don't move." The auctioneer immediately did as he was told. Then, he heard the ear-piercing sound of metal scraping against metal. Many thoughts rushed through the auctioneer's mind, but when he thought of a certain someone's warning, in the end, he only continued to stand against the wall as punishment. After about a minute, the elevator was once again powered up. However, Zhang Heng's shadow was no longer in front of the auctioneer's eyes. In the middle of the elevator, there was a large black hole. The auctioneer carefully approached the hole and quickly looked down. Then, he quickly pressed the help button in the elevator and yelled at the camera above him. "He's down there. He's down there." At this time, Zhang Heng had already found the other gun behind the photocopier. He walked to the alloy door and pushed it open as fast as he could without stopping or probing. As expected, there were 2 other security guards outside the door. They had obviously been notified and had already pulled out their guns. However, first of all, they had not expected Zhang Heng to walk over to their side. Second, they had not expected Zhang Heng to arrive so quickly and open the door so decisively. It was already too late for them to raise their guns and aim again. They were hit by 2 bullets that flew towards them. After taking down the 2 men, Zhang Heng finally broke out of the building's headquarters. The reason why his journey was so smooth was not because the building's defense system was too lax, but because Zhang Heng had used time freeze to scout ahead of time. Otherwise, he would not have left through the secret passageway on the first floor. If he did not know where the door led to, he would not have pushed open the door and left without even trying. In fact, after listening to the people in the auction room describe what had happened, the first reaction of the people in the building was that there was a mole inside, warning Zhang Heng of a possible attack. Furthermore, they helped Zhang Heng bring the weapon in and hide it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to explain what had happened next. This also caused the people in the building to be shocked. Of course, this was a matter for another time. For now, even though the higher-ups might have encountered some problems, the previous arrangements and security measures were still effective. Zhang Heng ran for a few steps before he heard the sound of bullets coming from behind him again. This time, the opposite party was holding a sniper rifle. However, Zhang Heng had already observed the possible sniping spots. In a flash, he hid behind the wall and trotted along the wall for some distance. However, there were two other possible sniping spots on the next stretch of the road. However, this time, Zhang Heng did not hesitate and rushed out directly. The gunshots that should have been heard did not appear. This was because the snipers at the two observation spots had already fallen to the ground unconscious, and the sniper who had fired just now had followed in the footsteps of his two companions. Li Bai and Rabbit looked at Shin Sisi, who was standing by the window, and said, "We should go. If the people from Fu Lu can't contact their sniper, they'll definitely send someone over to check it out." "I know. I'll take another look." Shin Sisi did not move her feet. Instead, she looked at Zhang Heng, who was about to run out of the alley. "Since boss likes him, we might as well go out and fight alongside him against his enemies." Li Bai was still as fearless as ever. "No." Hearing this, Shin Sisi shook her head. "Why?" Rabbit was confused. Shin Sisi did not answer the question. She only stared at Zhang Heng's figure as he rushed out of the alley and ran into a reinforcement security team. However, the 6 members of the team only lasted for less than half a minute before they were taken out by Zhang Heng one by one. Seeing this, Shin Sisi finally retracted her gaze and said to Rabbit and Li Bai, "Let's go. We've already done what we wanted to do tonight. You're right. Let's leave before the people from Fu Lu reach here." Chapter 1359, Escape. Zhang Heng chose to leave through the secret tunnel on the first floor instead of the main entrance, catching Fowler off guard. In his haste, he could only rely on the sniper who had occupied the observation point in advance. There was also a security team closest to him to stop him. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, the sniper only fired one shot, and after that, he stopped. There was no more movement, and the security team that lost the sniper's support, even though there were more people. Logically speaking, their firepower should have been stronger, but they were no match for Zhang Heng. In less than 2 minutes, they were completely defeated. The captain of the special forces was shot twice and fell to the ground. However, he was wearing a bulletproof vest and held a bulletproof shield in his hand to protect his vital parts. The gunshot wounds on his body were not fatal. However, he could only watch helplessly as Zhang Heng carried his backpack and easily passed through their encirclement. After getting rid of the security team that came to stop him, Zhang Heng used his fastest speed to cross the street and run into the mall building next door. He took the elevator to the parking lot on the first floor and drove to an Audi A4 parked there. He put on D gear and stepped on the accelerator. Accompanied by the roar of the engine, the A4 drove to the exit of the parking lot. However, just as he passed the automatic toll booth, he saw an SUV that was about to pull over to the front of the toll booth. Judging from the attire of the group of people in the car, they were not from Fu Lu. If everything went according to plan, they should be the same group of people who had ambushed him earlier. Zhang Heng did not slow down. Instead, he drove the A4 straight into the back of the SUV before the other party had completely stopped. He forcefully pushed the SUV half a body length away. Then, the A4 dashed out from the back of the SUV that had been knocked away. The other cars that were on Zhang Heng's route were all stunned. Seeing this, they made way for the madman before them. However, the people in the SUV did not give up. Seeing this, they quickly turned around and continued to chase after Zhang Heng. However, when they turned around, Zhang Heng had already turned onto the main road. Ignoring the red light in front of him, Zhang Heng stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and rushed toward the traffic. This scene made the passers-by at the intersection scream. In particular, a cement mixer truck on Zhang Heng's left was spewing black smoke from the 10 o'clock direction. The driver had also noticed the out-of-control A4, but with the huge inertia of the cement mixer truck, it was too late to step on the brakes. The driver's body was completely tensed up. His fingers that were holding the steering wheel had turned white. He was even prepared for a collision. However, the next moment, the A4 suddenly drew an arc and slipped through the gap between the front of his car and the back of a Mitsubishi van in front. It was like a nimble loach in a stream. After doing this, it was able to turn again and dodge another electric delivery car that was speeding from the side. Then, Zhang Heng pulled the front of the A4 back again. It sped past a red Mazda that had been forced to stop. This series of actions not only blinded the eyes of passers-by, but it also successfully shook off the SUV that was chasing after it. The driver of the SUV had always thought that his driving skills were not bad, and he was an amateur racer from a small car club. But now, he had to admit that the person in the A4 was him. At this moment, the car was probably destroyed. Facing the red light and the traffic, he could only obediently stop the car. The people in the passenger seat also gasped. They had previously conducted a detailed assessment of Zhang Heng's strength, and they had even found a player who had once entered a dungeon with him. Therefore, they believed that they had a good understanding of the opponent this time. However, it was only now that they realized that the verbal description was one thing, but the actual situation was another. Their current situation was like the national team playing against Barcelona. Clearly, the opponent's star player's abilities and flaws could be said to be reasonable, but when they really did match up, they realized that it was useless to know this information. For example, everyone in the car knew that Zhang Heng was a very good driver, but if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have thought that the other party's driving skills would be this good. What was this? A real-life version of the headline D. However, after a short pause, the person in the front passenger seat still took out his walkie-talkie. The target has reached the West 4th Loop. We have temporarily lost him. He is a black Audi A4. There are traces of impact on the left side of the car. Try to intercept him on the viaduct. He paused and added, "Pay attention. The target's driving skills are very strong." Very strong. How strong? A somewhat hoarse voice came from the walkie-talkie. "I would like to see it." "Don't be rash. Let's set up a roadblock in front." The person in the front passenger seat said anxiously. However, the hoarse voice on the other side of the walkie-talkie had already disappeared. It was not until 3 minutes later that the voice sounded again. It was no longer as calm and composed as before. "Damn, what the hell is this? Can a car still be driven like this? This fucking comic can't even be drawn." The person in the passenger seat sighed when he heard that. This was probably the most helpless thing in the world. You had already guessed the ending, but if you didn't see it with your own eyes, no one would believe it. Before he could say anything, the slightly hoarse voice sounded again, and it even raised the volume of the voice. "Pay attention, the target escaped from the elevated platform." The owner who could hear that voice was a little angry, but at the same time, he was filled with regret. He knew that it was precisely because of his impulsive action just now that the target might have sensed something and seen through their encirclement in advance. That was why he temporarily drove off the viaduct. However, it was useless to regret now. He could only step on the accelerator and try his best to bite the tail of the A4. Fortunately, the person in the front passenger seat of the SUV did not complain. He only repeated it once more. "The target's driving skills are very good. Everyone, stop acting alone. Brother Jun can wait for Shao Qi to regroup." Although the man named Brother Jun gritted his teeth and agreed, he did not slow down. Of course, this time, he was not trying to be brave. Instead, he was acting from the perspective of the team. Even though the encirclement net was constantly shrinking, it covered Zhang Heng and his A4, but the area was not small. If Zhang Heng suddenly stopped running and found a parking lot to hide in, it would be very troublesome for them to search. On the other hand, if they could ensure that Zhang Heng was in his field of vision, they could prevent the other party from making such a small move. "Come on, run like a stray dog." Brother Jun put down the walkie-talkie and roared. At the same time, he stepped on the accelerator. "Let me see where you can run to." Chapter 1360, Mistakes. The man named Brother Jun had failed to intercept Zhang Heng, but Zhang Heng had managed to manipulate him. It was impossible for him not to feel aggrieved. However, after suffering such a blow, he did not let it go. Instead, a fire rose in his heart. He desperately wanted to do something to make up for the mistake he had made previously. Even though the man in the passenger seat of the SUV warned him to wait until Shao Qi to act together, Brother Jun was unwilling to watch Zhang Heng escape from his sight. No matter how good the other party's driving skills were, they could not change the fact that he was the prey. As a hunter, Brother Jun was temporarily frustrated, but as long as he continued to bite down, he would eventually find the weakness of the target and successfully complete the hunt. Brother Jun could not find a reason not to chase after him. The worst-case scenario was that the other party would slip away from his sight. It was precisely because of this thought that he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, driving the BMW down the elevated road along the ramp. He couldn't wait to continue his hunt. But what he didn't expect was that the next moment, he saw the A4 parked at the exit below the ramp, with the body of the car horizontally facing him. Then, Brother Jun, who was confused, saw the driver's seat of the A4 open. Zhang Heng was holding a Vorse S16 and looking at him expressionlessly. Brother Jun's pupils constricted at the sight, and his hair stood on end from fear. Only then did he realize that he had made a big mistake. The prey in front of him was not just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. To be more precise, who was the prey tonight and who was the hunter had not been decided yet. At this point, Brother Jun could only bet that Zhang Heng's marksmanship was not as good as his driving skills. At the same time, he also started to shoot fiercely, trying to change his position to interfere with Zhang Heng's shooting. However, Zhang Heng's arm that was holding the gun did not change at all, as if he did not see Brother Jun struggle. It was not until the BMW was about 60 meters away from him that Zhang Heng pulled the trigger of the Vorse S16. His fingers were as steady as ever. A 222 Remington bullet flew out of the gun barrel and passed through the front windshield of the BMW. Unfortunately, this little obstruction could not completely reduce its kinetic energy, so the bullet continued to fly forward. It hit the forehead of the soldier, who was still trying to hit the direction. The soldier did not seem to believe until his death that he had lost his life so easily. He originally thought that even if he was shot, it would only happen after a few shots. He even thought that he would drive through the rain of bullets and finally crash into the Audi opposite, killing the man with the gun in the driver's seat directly in the car. Thus, he turned the tables. But now, all the beautiful fantasies disappeared with the bullet. Zhang Heng didn't know who was in his BMW, nor did he know what kind of hero dream Brother Jun had in his mind. He only used this shot to send a warning to all those who were chasing him. If you want to kill him, you have to be prepared to be killed. Other than that, this shot was also to block the pursuers behind him. After Zhang Heng fired a shot, he put away the Vorse S16, closed the car door, stepped on the accelerator, and drove the A4 back on the road. Behind him, the BMW that had lost control first crashed into the guardrail of the ramp, then rolled a few times, and finally flipped over and blocked the ramp completely. Xiao Qi, who had arrived later, witnessed this scene with his own eyes. He stepped on the brakes helplessly and told the others what had happened through the walkie-talkie. The man in the front passenger seat of the off-road vehicle could not help but hammer the windshield on the side when he heard this. However, he then said to the walkie-talkie, "Everyone, pay attention. Not only is the target's driving skills excellent, his marksmanship is also." However, he suddenly stopped when he said this, because this information was already known to them before they set off. Everyone knew that since this was the case, there was no point in repeating it again. On the contrary, if they emphasized too much on the strength of the opponent, it would instead make everyone's hands and feet tied in the following operations. Therefore, he could only sigh and say, "Xiao Qi, wait for me at the ramp entrance. Get in our car. The rest of you, continue your pursuit." However, just as he finished his sentence, another voice came through the walkie-talkie. "The operation has been canceled." What? The man in the front passenger seat could not believe it. Zhang Heng might have been running around happily, but it seemed like he had all of them under his control. He had even killed one of them. However, Zhang Heng did not manage to escape their encirclement. On the contrary, the encirclement was still narrowing. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the people on the A4 and A4 were trapped to death. However, the voice that came through the walkie-talkie carried an unchallengeable dignity. Furthermore, his subsequent words caused everyone to sigh involuntarily. "The commotion you've created is too big. There's a car chase and a gunfight. Do you think this is Mexico? All the police in the city have been alerted by you. If this continues, have you thought about how you'll end up?" "I said that I'll only give you 7 minutes. The 7 minutes have already passed, and it's 3 minutes more. It's time to stop." The man in the front passenger seat of the SUV also heard the sirens behind him and said in shame, "I'm sorry, we were incompetent. We had already made the arrangements, and there were more than one, but he managed to escape." "That's not strange. Simon is the #1 player on the leaderboard, and he's also the vessel of the Lord of Lalia. If he really was easily taken down by you guys, it would have surprised me. Moreover, I heard about what happened on the top floor of the Fortune building tonight. The fortune building now suspects that there's a mole inside, and they brought Simon's knife and gun in a day in advance to hide them. So, you guys didn't lose out this time. You're right. The man in the front passenger seat of the SUV smiled bitterly. They had already arrived at the ramp and picked up Xiao Qi, who had abandoned the car. The bait was swallowed by him tonight. The reputation of Fulu, which he had managed for so many years, was also lost. Many people died at his hands, but in the end, he still managed to escape. It doesn't matter. Since he has already shown up, he won't be able to escape for long. The voice on the other end of the walkie-talkie was calm, but full of confidence. It's just a temporary setback in an operation. It's not a problem for the overall situation. Withdraw your team and come back. I still have other things for you to do. Leave the follow-up pursuit of Simon to the others. Okay. The person in the front passenger seat did not hesitate this time. However, after the call ended, the SUV was exceptionally quiet. The man in the front passenger seat looked at the BMW that was starting to burn in the distance and sighed again. Let's go. Chapter 1361, Cornfield. Zhang Heng drove the A4 off the elevated road and drove for a while. When he realized that the pursuers behind him were not following him, he slowed down his car. Because the gunshots and the car accident had attracted the attention of the police, Zhang Heng did not drive to the city center. Instead, he continued to drive out of the 4th Ring Road. As he drove further and further away from the city, the traffic outside the window also gradually thinned out. Zhang Heng did not take the highway. He chose the provincial highway and then went down to the county road. After driving for half an hour, he could already see the ridges by the roadside. There were also rows of 2-story buildings. It looked like they had just been built not long ago, and there were faint lights shining from inside. The family was sitting in the living room on the 1st floor, watching some variety show together. Zhang Heng lowered the speed of the car to 20 miles per hour and drove another 30 kilometers. The series of battles that had just taken place seemed quite lively, but it was actually not too dangerous for Zhang Heng. After all, he had already scouted the site one day in advance. He hid his weapons and had already planned an escape route before he set off. He had even contacted Shin Sisi to help him deal with the sniper. Therefore, it was not surprising that he was able to break out of the encirclement. However, when he was temporarily out of danger and his tensed nerves relaxed, Zhang Heng had a rare feeling that he did not know where to drive to. According to his original plan, after getting rid of the pursuers behind him, he would wait until midnight to stop and return to the city. He would replace the A4 with his own Polo and then drive far away from the city. However, he had no plans in the middle of this gap. Considering that he had to go back later, Zhang Heng decided not to continue driving. After making sure that no one was paying attention, he parked the A4 at the edge of a cornfield. It was about 100 meters away from the main road. Furthermore, there was a dry toilet right in front of him, blocking the car and making it difficult for people on the main road to see him. Zhang Heng turned off the engine and got out of the car. He looked at the corn stalks in the field and the lights in the distance and was lost in his thoughts. When he turned his head around, he saw a child of about 8 or 9 years old looking at him from the other end of the road. Zhang Heng subconsciously reached into his pocket, but all he found was a magazine and 2 props. Fortunately, he had already taken off the suit that was stained with blood and left it in the car. Thus, Zhang Heng walked to the front of the A4. He opened the car door and grabbed a shaking head dog accessory that was stuck to the console and tossed it to the child. The child caught the shaking head dog and held it in his hand for a while before waving it in front of his face. Then, he turned around and ran away. Zhang Heng figured that he had gone home, so he leaned against the car door. After about 10 minutes, Zhang Heng heard footsteps again. He thought that the child had returned, but this time, it was another person who walked up to him. It had been more than 3 months since Zhang Heng last met Kronos. Compared to the last time, Kronos had put on a little weight, but he looked better. Furthermore, he was dressed in formal attire tonight. "We meet again. You don't look surprised," Kronos said with a smile. "I'm sorry I'm late, because I have a date on the other side tonight." "What date?" Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. "It's to say goodbye to an old friend. We've known each other for more than 10 years, and she's leaving. So I went to see her off, but I rushed over immediately after." Kronos opened a bag of Skittles and poured it into his mouth. After taking 2 big bites, he continued with satisfaction. I've heard about what happened in Greenland. I'm sure you can understand why your parents and I haven't told you about your true identity for so many years. It's purely because of that fellow's unique design. The more you understand it, the more likely it will target you. Kronos paused at this point. Seeing that Zhang Heng didn't speak, he continued. Your parents brought you out of that city under the ice. At the time, I left an amulet in your body to block your connection with that guy, but now it seems that the amulet has completely lost its effect. So this is your plan? Giving me an extra 24 hours and letting me participate in this game? You know that the switch between the game and real time will speed up the loss of the amulet in my body. If that's the case, why did you give me that amulet back then? Zhang Heng asked. To give you a chance, and to give myself a chance. Kronos shook the half bag of Skittles in his hand. Do you want some? Zhang Heng shook his head. Now you know that I was the one who brought people to bring you out of that city under the ice. But do you know why I did it? Kronos did not wait for Zhang Heng's reply and continued on. Even though I am the god of time, I cannot escape the effects of the laws of time. Or to be more precise, it is precisely because I am the god of time that I am more aware of the cruelty of time. Like most ancient gods, I am also facing the problem of aging. Compared to more than 1,000 years ago, my strength is much weaker. The number of my followers has been decreasing, so I have to find a way to reverse this decline. Kronos did not hide his ambitions. You humans can gain strength through learning and training. You have no idea how much we envy you as gods. Take you for example. I know you are unhappy that I lied to you and allowed you to participate in the game to speed up the loss of your emotions. However, you have indeed gained a lot of growth from this, haven't you? Look at you now. You have already killed 3 gods. You can fight against Thor and defeat, and you can also kill your way out of the encirclement. You have come all the way here. A year ago, all of this would have been unimaginable. Do you want me to thank you? Kronos waved his hand. There's no need for that. Of course, I'm doing this for you for my own selfish reasons. I never deny this, but I also like the way you humans talk about a win-win situation in management science. Do you know that I've been looking for a way to achieve a win-win situation with you all these years? And then? I found it. For the first time, Kronos did not swallow the remaining half of the bag of Skittles in his hand. Instead, he put it on the top of the car. Our God is different from you humans. We were born with great power, but we also lost the possibility of growth. For us, many things have been destined from the moment we were born. Fortunately, I did find a way to challenge fate. Chapter 1362, Win-Win. So you've come here to ask me to congratulate you? Zhang Heng finally straightened up. He took out the blood-stained suit from the car and tossed it on the ground. Then, he took out a small bottle of gasoline from the trunk and poured it on top. I'm glad that even though you've lost your feelings, you haven't lost your precious sense of humor. Kronos smiled and paused before continuing. I know that you're a person who does things. You're a very strategic person. You plan before you act. You can remain calm no matter what happens. You're also used to taking the initiative when making deals. You deliberately put on a nonchalant look and force the other party to speak first. That way, you can better bargain. But we're considered old partners. There's no need to do this kind of foreplay anymore. Yes, I'm just worried that you might not be able to take it. You're too gentle. Kronos said with a serious expression. You've been having nightmares lately, haven't you? Even in the next 24 hours, you won't be able to get rid of them. Do you have any good suggestions for sleeping? Zhang Heng pulled out his lighter and squatted down to light the gasoline-soaked suit. He watched the flames burn. You went to look for Isis, and then you went to look for Saiji. The two of them should have answered your questions already. This makes things much easier. Kronos said straightforwardly. I can swap blood with you. Seeing that Zhang Heng did not respond, Kronos continued. Exchanging blood is not a child's play. If a god swapped his own blood with yours, then your blood would flow into his body. The influence of an ordinary person's blood might not be big, but the blood that flows in your body is that guy's blood. If it's polluted by his blood, at worst, you'll lose your strength, at worst. You'll go insane, just like the fanatics you met in Greenland. Therefore, the god who did this will have to pay a high price. Zhang Heng waited patiently for Kronos to finish. Of course, I didn't help you change your blood because of my love for you. In fact, I've been eyeing you for a long time, or to be more precise, I've been eyeing that guy in the city under the ice. When I heard that there were fanatics looking for a container for that guy, I knew my chance had come. This is also why I decided to set up that expedition team to go deep into Greenland's no-man's land 17 years ago. Kronos said slowly, like the most patient docent in the museum. As I said before, the biggest difference between gods and mortals is that our fate has been written from the beginning. It's like a satellite moving around a predetermined orbit. Even if we know what will happen in the future, we can't change it. For example, the gods of Asgard understand that the twilight of the gods will come, but they can't kill Loki and his 3 children before that day arrives. In the same way, you've experienced so many dungeons, so you must have seen some declining gods. Those ancient gods, as time passed, fewer and fewer people remembered them, and their strength became weaker and weaker, even worse than a dog. Molesby? That's right. The monster that we fought together used to be one of us in the distant past. Although the way it collects and worships is crude and bloody, it's completely predictable that it will turn into what it is today. Therefore, you might have some questions when you hear this. If that's the case, why doesn't it change the way it collects and worships? Look at the new gods today. They collect and worship in all kinds of strange ways, and they have all kinds of clergy. Since he can't beat me in terms of time, it's fine to play Doing. It's not that the ancient gods are unwilling, but that they can't do it? Zhang Heng asked. It seems like you've noticed the main point of the story. We can't change the course of the story. Kronos said, enunciating each word. Just like Odin will eventually die in Fenrir's mouth, this is the gift of fate to us. Therefore, for the old gods, unless we kill the new gods, it will be difficult for us to escape the fate of decline. Other than a lucky person like Thor, we can't become strong again through our own efforts. This is also the most fundamental contradiction between the new gods and the old gods, the origin of this war. Kronos said. However, there are some of us who are not willing to be manipulated by fate. I am one, but I am not the only one. As far as I know, the god of games, Game, has also been searching for a way to free the gods from their shackles. I don't know if Game has found it or not, but I have indeed found a way to become stronger through ways other than collecting and worshipping. How do I do that? Since I can't change my own orbit, I'll introduce another one. Kronos said slowly. There's a very simple reason. Once the 2 satellites collide, their orbits will naturally change. But if the 2 satellites collide, there's a very high chance that one or both of them will be destroyed. There is such a possibility, but this is a risk I am willing to take. It is not a coincidence that I targeted the owner of the city under the ice. Even among the new gods, he is the most special one, because he is the so-called new doomsday of the 21st century. Because he is the freest existence among us. The description of him has always been vague. His creator has given him a mysterious characteristic that cannot be recognized and understood. It has also given him a considerable degree of freedom of movement. If I obtain Thor's power, then one day, when Thor is also forgotten by others, my power will weaken again. However, it is different. I see endless possibilities in it. If I can obtain his power, not only will it change my fate, I might even be able to completely break free from the shackles of fate and do something that even Game could not do. What do you need to do to gain his power? Zhang Heng asked with a frown. That's where your help comes in. I've already made all the necessary preparations, and there's only one thing left. The most crucial piece of the puzzle, and that is the blood in your body. Originally, this was something that I couldn't obtain no matter what, because the blood exchange can only be carried out when both parties are willing. And that guy in Under Eye City is obviously not willing to exchange blood with me. But thankfully, there's still you. You're his vessel, and his blood flows through your body, but you're not under his control. Kronos appeared to be extremely patient. The blood mixed with your parents' blood gave birth to you. But for the current you, they have become a burden, the source of your nightmares. Give them to me, and you will be free, and I will be able to regain the power I have dreamed of. This is the best choice for both of us. Chapter 1363, Beef Pancake. It's a pity that you didn't bring it to the live broadcast. Zhang Heng, said as he watched the suit burn to ashes. Kronos wasn't surprised by Zhang Heng's reply. Instead, he praised him. That's what I like about you the most. You're always alert and calm, and you never fall into panic. When ordinary people find themselves in a desperate situation, they want to grab hold of everything they can. They don't even know if it's really useful to them, but you're different. Don't worry, I don't need you to make a decision right now. There's still some time, and I can give you another piece of news for free. What news? Zhang Heng asked. And went to visit Isis. When you fought with him, he already guessed your identity. And then? Isis didn't betray you. She only said that she was your employer. You helped him kill people, and she helped you save them. But now, and probably knows that you're the vessel of the Lord of Lalaya. The organizing committee will probably find you soon. Zhang Heng didn't show any signs of panic. He continued to ask calmly. Since Isis didn't reveal my identity, how could she have told N? Kronos didn't answer the question. Instead, he said, Go to the players' forum and take a look. That girl who doesn't want to practice piano should be looking for you right now. Zhang Heng had already guessed what was going on. He returned to his car, took out the computer with the SIM card, and logged into the forums. In just a short while, he discovered that he had received more than 10 private messages. They were all from Shinsisi. Zhang Heng did not even open those private messages. He only glanced at the posts on the forums, and he already knew what Shinsisi wanted to say to him. Because tonight's forum posts only had one topic, it was about the battle that had taken place at the headquarters of the Building of Fortune. However, this time, the focus of everyone's attention was not on how Zhang Heng had single-handedly fought his way out of the encirclement. Those who had fought their way out of the encirclement were all focused on another problem. Simon was the vessel of the Lord of Lalaya? Is this for real? Spokesperson, survived. No wonder he was so strong. In the first round of the proxy war, he had only played 2 games and already surpassed the other players. He was ranked first on the leaderboard. If he was the vessel of the Lord of Lalay, then everything would make sense. Spokesperson, subaccount 401. The 3 major guilds were also collecting information on his whereabouts. One effective clue would cost 1 million RMB. If they could give the exact location, they would be rewarded with 10 million RMB. TSK. When did the 3 major guilds become so generous? Spokesperson, Lala, Labrador. Everyone would do this even if they weren't paid. After all, if Lord LaRue really escaped from his palace, it wouldn't be as simple as a few people dying. Spokesperson P-Map Mad Demon. Damn it. I can actually see Lord LaRue return to the human world with my own eyes in my lifetime. If I'm not crazy, I should be able to brag about this for the rest of my life. Spokesperson, brothers, please don't mess with me. What is Simon thinking right now? Could he have been controlled by that thing? This could also explain why he was able to fight his way out of so many people. Someone suddenly asked, and someone quickly replied to him. Probably not. Otherwise he wouldn't have come to snatch that soul prop. But it is said that he doesn't have much time left. If we can't get rid of him before his soul is devoured, well, then the Lord of Lalaya might really use his body as a vessel to return to the world. In the end, after a few floors, someone refuted the people above. Get rid of Simon? Do you know how ridiculously strong he is now? There are so many experts in the Fulcrum headquarters, but they couldn't keep him. Everyone asked themselves, if they met Simon, how many people would dare to make a move? Even if they don't dare to make a move, they can still send a message, right? Furthermore, they will be paid. The forums were basically filled with such posts. Most of them were discussing how to find Zhang Heng. After all, no one knew better than these players who had been bombarded by the Cthulhu culture what kind of terrifying existence was locked up in that city under the ice. In fact, ever since the news of that guy's possible return to the human world was exposed, most people did not even dare to type those 3 words. They only used the nickname of the other party, the Lord of Lalaya, for fear that they would be targeted in their sleep. In the end, they ended up with a demented end. There were even people who complained about why Simon was not willing to commit suicide and sacrifice himself to save the majority of the people. Zhang Heng did not continue reading. He simply replied to Shin Sisi and told her that he was out of danger. After telling her that she did not have to worry, he logged out of the players' forum. However, Kronos had already disappeared. Zhang Heng turned to look at the place where he had stood before. The person standing there was now the little boy he had met before. When the little boy returned, he was holding a beef pancake in his hand. It was unknown whether he had stolen it from the kitchen or not, but after giving it to Zhang Heng, he ran away shyly. Zhang Heng took the beef pancake. Coincidentally, he was feeling a little hungry at the moment. He wanted to take a bite, but after some thought, he finally put down his hand and threw the pancake into the cornfield beside him. Zhang Heng knew that he would face more danger than all the other dungeons he had been through. As usual, he had no teammates to rely on. This time, the enemy was everywhere. If he did not want to be killed, he had to be on full alert. He could not make any mistakes because he had no room for error. Zhang Heng also knew that Kronos didn't come here to make a deal with him, but rather to test his attitude. It was a joke. Even though Kronos himself said that he and Zhang Heng were old partners, there was no need to play any tricks, but he was the one who was playing tricks. He must have realized that Zhang Heng wasn't as desperate as he thought. Therefore, he knew that he would not gain anything tonight, so he left quietly. This did not mean that Kronos had given up on the deal with Zhang Heng. On the contrary, he was just waiting for a better opportunity. Zhang Heng's identity had been exposed among the players, and the gods knew about it. Even though the war between the new gods and the old gods had begun, game had disappeared not long ago, and the organizing committee still had a portion of their power to mobilize. In other words, Zhang Heng was indeed in a tight corner. What Kronos had been waiting for was the moment when Zhang Heng was truly cornered. At that time, Zhang Heng would have no other choice but to accept his proposal. Kronos believed that this day would not be too long. In reality, Zhang Heng's nightmare alone did not give him much time. Chapter 1364, Long Journey. Zhang Heng waited until midnight in the cornfield before returning to the city in the A4 that had its headlights knocked out. After that, he first found a bank and used 2 bank cards to withdraw a total of 40,000 yuan in cash from the ATM. Even though the rental cars had already been insured, Zhang Heng still placed 20,000 yuan in the trunk as additional compensation for the head injury. Then, he threw away his bank card and credit card and stuffed the remaining 20,000 yuan into his backpack to pay for the rest of the trip. Other than that, Zhang Heng also cleaned up the car of the A4 before he left. After making sure that there were no fingerprints or hair left behind, he returned the A4 to the car rental shop. By the time he returned to his hotel, the starfish in his hand had already pointed to 3 o'clock. There were still 21 hours left before the time freeze ended, and after the previous experience, Zhang Heng was also worried that he would fall asleep while driving, so he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he laid down on his bed while there was still time to test out whether the newly acquired item would work. The usage of immune crystal was as simple as its description. It only needed to come into contact with the skin to take effect. Furthermore, it was small enough that it could be carried around on one's body during normal times. However, the drawback was that it would take effect when it was attacked by a soul attack. The number of times it could be used was something that could not be controlled by humans. Therefore, if you did not want to use up the number of times it could be used, or if it had a specific purpose, it was best to put it somewhere. Zhang Heng had prepared a tule tree box specifically for it. However, he had already held the crystal in his hand. Then, Zhang Heng took off his shirt and lay down on the bed. As he closed his eyes and relaxed his mind, sleepiness gradually took over his brain. Zhang Heng could feel himself falling and being pulled into a strange dream, but at that moment, a warm current suddenly came from the position of the crystal in his palm. Then, his body seemed to become lighter, as light as a feather, and his falling momentum was interrupted. Then, a gust of wind came from somewhere and lifted his almost weightless body up again. At that moment, Zhang Heng felt that not only had he stopped his falling momentum, but he had also turned from falling to rising. He started to distance himself from the nightmare that was about to devour him. However, the nightmare did not seem to be willing to let him leave just like that. Therefore, from a certain point in time, the power of the descent suddenly increased again. The darkness below was like a monster with its mouth wide open, swallowing everything in its path. It was as if it wanted to suck everything into its stomach. In order to resist the sudden suction, the upward wind also became stronger. The two seemed to be competing with each other, so Zhang Heng, who was a feather, was frozen in midair. However, the stalemate did not last long. With a faint whizzing sound, the upward wind finally suppressed the downward suction and brought Zhang Hing up, they were temporarily out of the dark abyss. However, Zhang Heng knew very well that the thing under his feet had not disappeared. It continued to lurk there, waiting for the sudden upward wind to disappear, waiting for Zhang Heng to fall again. It fell into its mouth again. However, its plan was ultimately unsuccessful. Zhang Heng floated for a while more before he saw an open door appear above his head. When he passed through the door slowly closed behind him. It completely isolated the thing below from him. Then, Zhang Heng found himself standing in a white room. The room was empty. Other than a chair, there was no furniture, no windows, no doors, and not even a speck of dust. It was so clean that it was spotless. Zhang Heng looked around and sat down on the only chair. This place might be empty and boring to others, but to Zhang Heng, he had many ways to pass the time here. Zhang Heng slept for a full 10 hours. Not only did he recover his energy and stamina, the exhaustion from before was also gone. After opening his eyes, he went to the bathroom to take a shower and eat something. After that, he brought his luggage to the parking lot and sat in his polo. Zhang Heng did not set a destination. He only set a general direction to the southwest and drove for 8 hours straight. Sometimes it was on the highway, sometimes it was off the highway to the provincial road, county road, and even the roads of an unknown village had his tire tracks left behind. It was not until the flow of time in the outside world resumed that Zhang Heng stopped. He filled up a car with gas at a gas station and used the cash to buy some food from the convenience store at the gas station. Then he continued on the road without resting. On the road after that, he repeated the two things of driving and filling up the car. He didn't go to the hotel even when he rested. He just laid the back of the car down and narrowed his eyes for a while. Other than that, Zhang Heng also confirmed one thing. The nightmares that he was experiencing right now had a pattern to them. Even with the extra 24 hours, they would only appear once a day, and if he could find a way to stop them, the nightmares wouldn't appear again for the rest of the day. For example, when Sage attacked him, and when he used the immune crystal last night, not only did he finally get a good night's sleep, he even took a nap on the way. He wasn't troubled by nightmares either. Zhang Heng silently noted this down. After drinking the bottle of mineral water in his hand, he continued to drive forward. Because of the rain, the nameless road before him had become muddy. Fortunately, Zhang Heng adjusted the height of the Polo's chassis before he set off. He increased the shock absorption spring, and at the same time, he changed the tires with a larger diameter so that they could pass through better. Thus, the Polo drove along the winding path towards the mountains. At the same time, on the other side, a large-scale search operation began. Although the three major guilds had reached an agreement on this matter, their attitudes were indeed slightly different from each other. Among them, Silver Wing was the most active. They had clearly stated that they hoped to get rid of this huge threat as soon as they found Simon. On the other hand, the people from the second front were more steady and did not object to getting rid of Simon. However, if there was a chance, they would not refuse to sit down with Simon and look for another solution. As for Light Arc, who had always been the most unyielding, this time, they unexpectedly expressed that they should first show respect before taking action. If they couldn't come to an agreement, then they would take action. But no matter which party it was, their primary goal was to find Zhang Heng first. Chapter 1365, There was no way out. Zhang Heng did not surf the internet, so he did not know that the three major guilds had already reached an agreement to look for him. However, even if he did not surf the internet, he could still guess the attitude of others towards him after his identity was exposed. This was also the reason why he had split up with Fan Meinan, Han Lu, and the others early on. It was also the reason why he had only asked Shin Sisi to help him get rid of the sniper at Fu Lu, but she had stopped him from going any further and continued to help him with other things. This was because Zhang Heng knew very well that what awaited him was going to be an escape. Since it was an escape, one more person and one less person wouldn't make much of a difference. On the contrary, it would drag everyone else down with it. From the moment he made up his mind, he had already embarked on an extremely dangerous path. This journey would be more arduous than any of his previous ones. Even Zhang Heng himself did not know what awaited him at the end of the road, but since he had already made his choice, he would follow this road to the end, even if it was a bottomless abyss. However, Zhang Heng did not know where he was. He had followed the muddy path into the mountains 4 hours ago. After that, He even drove past a cliff and fell into the valley on the other side of the road. There was still a section of road in the middle that had been washed away by the landslide 2 days ago. However, Zhang Heng had used his outstanding driving skills to drive the polo through the ruins of the road bit by bit. It was also at this point that he came across a small village. Zhang Heng did not stop. Amidst the cheers and chases of the small ghosts, he passed through the middle of the village and continued to drive deeper into the mountains. At this time, the road in front of him could not even be called a road anymore. At most, it was a path made by humans and animals. Zhang Heng drove another 2 kilometers on this road and met a farmer who had just finished working in the fields and was heading home. The farmer put down the head he was carrying on his shoulder and kindly reminded Zhang Heng, "Little brother, there's no more road ahead." "Thank you. I'm just taking a stroll," Zhang Heng said politely. "It's getting late. It's time to go home," the farmer advised. "Your parents are waiting for you too. Don't let them worry." "I know," Zhang Heng said. "I'll go back after I'm done with the matters at hand." Sigh. Seeing that he couldn't stop the farmer, he could only sigh and watch the polo disappear into the night. Although it was already night, it didn't really affect Zhang Heng much. After putting on the filter lens, the 300 meters in front of him was like daytime to him. However, after driving for about 7 kilometers, Zhang Heng finally stopped the car. It wasn't that he didn't want to drive, but there was really no road in front of him. To his left was a cliff, to his right was a dense forest, and in front of him was a stream. Although it was called a stream, it could actually be called a river. Zhang Heng got out of the car and measured the water depth. He knew that his polo would be there no matter what, and if he wasn't careful, he might even be washed off the cliff. Seeing this, Zhang Heng didn't look dejected. He turned around and walked back to the car. He took out his laptop with a SIM card, but when he opened it, he couldn't find any internet signal. Zhang Heng changed his position and angle a few more times. After confirming that this wasn't just one place, he put his laptop away. At that moment, he heard a noise coming from the forest beside him. Zhang Heng turned around and looked at the source of the noise. To his surprise, it wasn't a beast, but an old man lying on the ground, motionless. Zhang Heng took out the hidden scabbard from the trunk and walked toward the old man lying on the ground. After a simple check, he released his grip on the hilt of the knife. The old man looked like a villager from the nearby village. He looked like he was in his 80s. He had fallen from the mountain and hit his head somewhere along the way. One of his legs was probably fractured as well. Zhang Heng helped him reattach his broken leg and fixed it with a wooden board and rope. He also used iodophor to disinfect and bandage the wound caused by the tree branches and stones. However, Zhang Heng had no other choice but to feed him some water and place him in the back seat of Polo's car. The old man woke up 2 hours later. When he opened his eyes and saw where he was, he looked a little frightened. He struggled to get up, waving his hands around and slapping the glass, but he did not pull the car door handle. Finally, Zhang Heng opened the car door and said to him, "Don't move, especially that injured leg of yours. Be careful not to become a cripple in the future." The old man seemed to understand his words and finally stopped struggling. So, Zhang Heng brought him a bottle of mineral water and a box of supermarket best friends. "Have something to eat. I'll send you home in the morning." The old man did not tear open the box of best friend. Instead, he stuffed it into his arms. Zhang Heng was afraid that the old man would not understand what he was saying, so he even showed him how to tear off the packaging. In the end, the old man nodded and shook his head. Fortunately, he opened the bottle of mineral water and gulped it down. At this point, Zhang Heng could tell that the old man did not have much contact with the outside world. Then, the old man pointed at his mouth and waved his hand. Zhang Heng immediately realized that the old man was probably a mute. However, seeing that the old man might not be able to give his address, Zhang Heng was not in a hurry. "When I entered the mountain, I passed by a village. There should be someone there who knows you. Why don't I send you there tomorrow?" In the end, the old man waved his hand again. Then, he seemed to want to get out of the car. Seeing this, Zhang Heng also went up to give him a hand and carried him out of the car. The old man pointed at the forest where Zhang Heng found him. "Is your home there?" Zhang Heng turned around and asked. The old man nodded this time. Zhang Heng was a little surprised. He had thought that the old man had come into the mountain to pick firewood or to dig for wild vegetables, but he had not expected the old man to live here. This place was more than 10 miles away from the previous village. Moreover, the previous village was already isolated enough that it was quite close to the depths of the mountains. From the looks of the children chasing the car, there weren't many visitors in that place normally, but at least there was electricity and water. However, there wasn't even a telephone pole in sight. It was hard to imagine that most of the cities were filled with shopping malls. Even with Starbucks and McDonald's everywhere, there would still be people living in such a natural environment. "Is there anyone else besides you in this mountain?" Zhang Heng asked curiously. The old man nodded again. "How many households are there?" The old man shook his head again. "Are you the only one in this place? How many people are there in your family, father?" Hearing this, the old man stretched out 2 fingers. Chapter 1366, New Neighbors. Zhang Heng had planned to wait until dawn to send the old man home, but he didn't expect the old man to be so anxious. He even ignored his injured leg and insisted on leaving. After seeing the old man off, Zhang Heng simply took out his travel bag and locked Polo. Then, he carried the old man through the forest and climbed up a steep cliff. In the middle, they jumped over a mountain stream that was about a meter wide. Finally, they arrived at the old man's home in the middle of the mountain. Although it was called a home, it was actually just a cave. Zhang Heng scanned the cave and found that it was about 200 square meters in size. Inside, there were some simple furniture, including a bed and a stool, a stove, a rice tank. There was no water or electricity, not to mention the internet. In fact, the furniture looked like it had been thrown away by others and had been picked up by the owner. When he saw the figure on the bed, Zhang Heng understood why the old man was in such a hurry to come back. There lay a small child. He was dark and small, like a little monkey. Although it was late, he did not fall asleep. His cheeks were flushed, and he was coughing softly. Zhang Heng placed the old man on a recliner at the entrance of the cave. He walked up and touched the child's forehead, then looked at his throat. Fortunately, it was probably just a fever caused by an inflammation of the tonsils. No wonder the old man did not sleep at night. He entered the forest, probably to pick herbs, but the sky was too dark, so he didn't see the path under his feet clearly and fell down. It wasn't difficult to cure the illness. Zhang Heng had some anti-inflammatory drugs in his bag, and he fed the child on the bed a piece of amoxicillin with mineral water. Then, he found a place of his own and leaned against the wall of the cave, closing his eyes to rest. On the other side, the old man saw that the child's condition was gradually improving, and he was finally relieved. After all, he was an old man, and after a night of torment, he quickly fell asleep after relaxing. However, the old man usually did not sleep for long. He opened his eyes just after dawn, only to find that the young man who had saved him and treated the little girl was gone. However, the old man saw the box of amoxicillin on the wooden table not far away. In addition, there was a walking stick made of small branches beside him. The old man stood up from the chair with the walking stick and walked to the bedside. He first looked at the child, then heard the sound coming from outside the cave. The old man walked to the cave entrance and saw Zhang Heng on the cliff. Zhang Heng was carrying a heavy black box on his back as he climbed up the mountain. However, his footsteps were still light and steady. It seemed that he was not affected by the things on his back. Zhang Heng also saw the old man standing at the cave entrance. He waved at him as a greeting. Then, he continued to climb up without stopping. However, he did not return to the cave. Instead, he stopped at another stone wall not far away. The old man knew that place was also a cave, but it wasn't as big as this one, and the terrain was even steeper. This was also the reason why he chose to live here in the end. However, this wasn't a problem for Zhang Heng, and it could be seen that this wasn't his first time climbing into the cave. He even used vines to make a ladder for easy access. In fact, including the 24 hours of time freeze, this was the 7th time Zhang Heng had entered and exited the cave. The first few times, he had mainly cleaned the cave, and then moved the props, food, and daily necessities he had brought in from the car. Zhang Heng did not plan to stay here permanently because he did not have much time left. However, he was willing to spend some effort to make his life more comfortable under the current conditions. This time, he removed the battery from the Polo car and used it to supply the electricity. Next, he would also move the engine and gasoline to this place. However, after putting the battery in his new place, he returned to the larger cave next door to visit the old couple and the child who lived there. Both of them looked much better than yesterday. The child's high fever had already subsided, but the old man's broken leg would take an unknown amount of time to heal. Normally, an adult's fracture would take 2 to 3 months to heal. As for the elderly, it would take even longer. Zhang Heng was worried that the two of them would not be able to eat, so he even brought them some instant noodles from the car. However, the old man waved his hand and refused. He placed the egg yolk pie that he had gotten from Zhang Heng last night in front of the little girl's bed. After that, he used his crutches to scoop out a bowl of rice from the rice vat and poured it into the iron pot. He also scooped out 3 large bowls of water from the water vat. It seemed like he was preparing to cook the porridge, and he even boiled Zhang Heng's bowl. Seeing this, Zhang Heng did not rush down the mountain anymore. Instead, he stood to the side to help with the firewood burning and finish the porridge in the cave. At that moment, the little girl also got up from her bed. It was only then that Zhang Heng realized that the person he had fed the medicine to last night was actually a girl. There was nothing he could do about it. When he was young, the difference between a man and a woman was not that obvious. Furthermore, the little girl looked a little malnourished. She was dark and thin. No matter who came, at first glance, he would think it was a boy. Therefore, Zhang Heng left another box of multivitamins. Originally, he had brought this box with him just in case. Since he did not have much use for it, he might as well leave it for those who needed it more. After breakfast, Zhang Heng didn't say much. He didn't even ask about the relationship between the old man and the girl, or why they lived in the depths of the mountains. He just continued to move the things that could be used. In the end, not only did Zhang Heng put his luggage into the newly found cave, he also removed all the parts that could be used in the car. The rest of the useless parts were thrown into the stream. They were directly washed under the waterfall. From that day onwards, the old and young couple, who had been living alone in the mountains, had an additional neighbor. However, the new neighbor did not like to go out. Most of the time, he stayed in his cave alone. Only when he was eating would he come to the old man's and the little girl's cave. Even though he had an extra mouth, however, the dishes were much richer than before. Zhang Hengsh brought a lot of snacks and ready-to-eat food that did not require much cooking. Other than that, with his survival skills in the wild, he could find a lot of wild vegetables and fruits just by going out for a walk. In total, it was much more than what he ate from the old man and the little girl. Therefore, it did not take long for the little girl to fall in love with this young uncle who always brought good food every time he came. However, the expression on this young uncle's face was very calm no matter what. Sometimes it gave her the feeling that it was like a stone. Chapter 1367, Clues and Rewards. Zhang Heng's appearance was like a pebble that had fallen into a pool of water. It caused a ripple in the little girl's originally peaceful life. Although Zhang Heng spent most of his time in his own cave, other than eating, he would make a trip to the little girl's cave whenever he was out, whether it was to cut down trees in the woods or dig up wild vegetables to hunt. He would ask them if they needed anything. At first, the little girl was a little shy, so she mostly hid behind the old man. However, she gradually grew bolder. One time, she even quietly followed Zhang Heng. When Zhang Heng saw her, he did not wave his hand to chase her away. Instead, he took the initiative to teach her some knowledge about plants. From then on, every time Zhang Heng went out, the little girl would follow behind him. Therefore, Zhang Heng also taught her how to make traps to catch rabbits and how to fish with rocks. As for climbing trees, Zhang Heng did not need to teach her. The girl was quite skilled herself. She even took out bird eggs to give to Zhang Heng as a gift. Unfortunately, happy times were always short. 10 days later, a convoy drove into the small village deep in the mountains. From the SUV at the front, a man wearing a bulletproof vest and sunglasses got out. He waved his hand to drive away the spectating kids. Then, he walked straight into the village committee's door. Ignoring the village officials who were welcoming him, he walked straight to a middle-aged man who was about 40 years old. He asked, "Where is he?" The middle-aged man, who was the village secretary of this small village, immediately said to his deputy, "Go, get the broadcasting station to call Chowing over." However, just as the man took a step forward, he was stopped by a man wearing a bulletproof vest. "Come back." Then, he looked at the village secretary with a half-smile on his face. He looked around the office that was about to be filled with people. "Do you still remember what I told you before? The target is a very cunning and fierce fugitive who has taken more than 20 lives. You must not alert the enemy before you make your move. In the end, you made such a big welcome. Are you afraid that people will not know that we are coming? The village secretary smiled embarrassedly when he heard that. Forget it. I don't blame you for the welcome, but you must not use the radio. Find someone to lead the way. We will find the person called Chowing ourselves. Okay. The village secretary wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurriedly agreed. Therefore, 3 minutes later, the person who was sent to the radio station also got into the SUV and came to a field at the westernmost part of the village. A farmer named Wang Chaoying was fertilizing the field. The man in bulletproof clothing saw the figure of the head of the field from afar. He jumped out of the car and walked to the front of the man without caring about the muddy road. 10 days ago, were you the one who saw Apollo drive into the mountains? What kind of broken gong? Wang Chaoying was a little confused and didn't know what the man on the other side was talking about. The man in the bulletproof vest wasn't in a hurry. He took out a photo from his pocket and handed it to Wang Chaoying. It's the car in the photo. Oh. Wang Chaoying wiped his hands on his clothes and took the photo with his calloused palm. He looked at it carefully a few times and finally said in an uncertain tone, "It should be this one." The man in the bulletproof vest smiled. He knew why the farmer in front of him was hesitating. It was not because he did not see it clearly at that time, but because he was afraid that he would get into trouble after seeing today's situation. That was why he subconsciously did not want to say it out loud. The man in the bulletproof vest did not make things difficult for him. He only continued to ask, "There is only one person in the car, right?" "I think so." Wang Chaoying answered while looking at the convoy beside the field with some fear. "Thank you for your cooperation. I have nothing more to ask. I wish you a good harvest this year." After saying that, the man in the bulletproof vest put away the photo and returned to the car. He said into the walkie-talkie, "It's confirmed. He's here." After saying that, he put down the walkie-talkie and let the person in the back seat take out a heavy, large suitcase from the trunk and hand it to the village cadre who had come with him. "This is the reward for providing clues. Don't worry, it's legal income. You can use it for anything." The village cadre opened the suitcase and saw the 1 million cash inside. He felt as if his breathing had become heavier. It was true that some villages were very wealthy, and every household had 2 or 3 scooters, but their village clearly did not belong to such a situation. There was even a moment when he did not want to return to the village committee. The idea of taking the box of money and running away flashed through his mind. However, the box was so heavy that he could not run far even if he wanted to. "Send a car to send him back. After that, we will prepare to enter the mountains." After the man in bulletproof clothing dealt with the clues, he refastened his seatbelt. "Tell everyone to get ready for battle. Our opponent this time is not easy to deal with. It is best for everyone to use their strength to deal with the gods." "Aren't you exaggerating a little too much?" Seeing the village official being escorted out of the car, another person in the back row spoke up. "The 3 large guilds have all made their moves. 3 of the top 10 players on the player leaderboard have already made it. No matter how powerful Simon is, there's no way he can escape like last time, right?" However, another person, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly spoke up. "What did the Ark of Light say? Do they still want to talk to Simon at this time? We don't have much time left, right? If Cthulhu really takes over Simon's body, then the entire world will be in danger. Did the Ark of Light's group lose their heads? After their guild leader was heavily injured in the siege in February, they suddenly changed their attitude. Are they planning to put down the butcher's knife, eat vegetarian food, and pray?" The man in bulletproof clothing sneered when he heard this. However, he did not explain much and only said, "Ignore them. Although we don't want to admit it, there are indeed many experts in the Ark of Light. If February's siege was not heavily injured, it would not be a problem to say that they are the leaders of the 3 great guilds. We still need their help for this operation. At the very least, our initial goal is to capture Simon first. What happens after that is nothing more than a bullet. As long as our hands are fast enough, the Ark of Light's people won't be able to do anything about it." "All right, you're right." The 2 people in the back seat checked the weapons in their hands and also put on bulletproof vests like the person in front of them. One of them was holding the fire chelan, which had once been the most popular weapon in a FPS game. The team continued to drive deeper into the mountains in a somber atmosphere. They were clearly the attackers in the battle, but most people were not relaxed. There was nothing they could do. The shadow of a famous tree. Simon was too famous among the players. The battle at the headquarters of the deputy building proved this point once again. Therefore, even those who thought that this operation would succeed did not think that the following battle would be easy. Chapter 1368, Hunting Dogs. The motorcade passed through the forest. The roar of the engine broke the peace in the mountains and startled the birds along the way. The motorcade clearly knew that it would be difficult for them to be completely stealthy with so many people working together, so they did not try to cover up their movements. The motorcade's drivers were not as good as Zhang Hong. However, with the superior performance of the off-road vehicle and a team of engineers, they managed to cut down trees and pave the way to the place where Zhang Heng's Polo had arrived. The three people in the lead SUV got off and looked at the river in front of them. The man in sunglasses said, "I don't think his Polo can drive through it. This is no longer a problem of driving skills." "Then where is his car?" a tan man asked after looking around. "He might have been washed down." Another man pointed in the direction of the waterfall. "Send someone down to take a look." The man wearing sunglasses said, "I have a feeling that he should be nearby." 15 minutes later, the divers who had descended to the waterfall returned and reported that they had indeed seen the wreckage of the car underwater. Hence, the members of the convoy also got out of the car and formed a small team of 6. They began to carefully search for traces of human activity in the vicinity. This time, the 3 major guilds had made thorough preparations. There were many experts in the convoy who were good at tracking footprints, and they even brought hunting dogs with them. The dog trainer gave the hunting dogs the items that Zhang Heng had found from the school to sniff out before releasing the hunting dogs. The group soon discovered the cave on the cliff wall. The man in sunglasses led the 2 groups into the cave that was slightly lower. They had been very careful along the way, and it was only after the sniper had aimed at the cave's entrance that someone poked their head in. In the end, they only saw an old man inside. The man in sunglasses looked around. After confirming that there was no one else in the cave, he put away the rifle in his hand and swaggered in. At the same time, he said to the old man who was mending his clothes, "Old man, have you seen a man who is about my height? Well, he doesn't have any expression on his face. He looks like someone who is not to be trifled with." The old man raised his head. His expression was a little confused and a little scared, but he still shook his head. The man in sunglasses burst out laughing. He walked to the stone table in the middle of the cave and picked up the bottle of multivitamin pills. "Don't tell me you bought this thing online. Even the postal service can't get in this damn place." The 2 teams that came in with him also searched the cave. Soon, they found more things from the outside, including, but not limited to, a bag of beef jerky and amoxicillin pills. There was also a blanket. However, one of them returned to the man wearing sunglasses. "I didn't find any toiletries. It seems that he doesn't live here." The man wearing sunglasses did not say anything when he heard that. He just walked to the old man, squatted down, and smiled. "Father, don't be afraid. We are not bad people. On the contrary, the person who gave you the thing is the real bad guy. He killed a lot of people and his hands were covered in blood. He ran all the way here to escape the punishment of the law. For the safety of you and your family, we hope that you can cooperate with us and bring this dangerous thug to justice as soon as possible." However, the old man still shook his head and pointed at his own mouth. "Are you mute?" The man in sunglasses shifted his gaze to the old man's injured leg. "Or are you under his care and don't want to betray your savior?" The man in sunglasses knocked on the wooden board that the old man was facing as he spoke. "How long has it been? Were you injured when you met him?" "Don't be fooled by him. Based on our understanding of him, he's very cunning. Perhaps he's the one who did this to your leg." "Huh, I know what you're thinking, but believe me, if he wanted to scheme against someone, most ordinary people would die without knowing how he did it. Don't you think it's too much of a coincidence? Your leg was injured, and he just happened to appear and save you. So you brought him to your residence, but you didn't know that you were inviting a wolf into the house." The old man kept shaking his head. The man wearing sunglasses finally lost his patience, but at this moment, Another person walked into the cave. The hound found another cave. That should be his residence. Do you want to go take a look? Of course. The man wearing sunglasses stood up and looked away from the old man. There's nothing to investigate in this place. Leave a team here to prevent him from sneaking back. The rest of you, follow me. The group followed the cliff wall and soon arrived at another cave. This time, the man in sunglasses finally revealed a look of surprise. In fact, he wasn't the only one. The other members of the team behind him were also somewhat dumbstruck when they saw the scene in the cave. Is he taking apart his own car? The man with tan skin asked in surprise. Why did he move the engine and fuel tank here? Yes, even the back seat was taken down to make a bed, and the reading lamp was also used for lighting. He really didn't let go of any parts that could be used. Another person added. Other than that, they also found some sharpened branches under a stone wall. It seemed that someone planned to make them into arrows, but they didn't have time to finish them. One set of clothes, one set of toiletries. There was half a bottle of mineral water that hadn't been finished. Other than that, there was nothing else in the cave. It was unbelievably clean. He already knows that we're here, said the man in sunglasses. He picked up the bottle of mineral water and sniffed it, but found that it actually smelled of peach. That's not surprising. After all, we made quite a commotion when we came. But if that's the case, is he planning to hide deeper in the mountain and avoid me? It's fine. As long as he appears in my sight once, he won't be able to escape again, the man in sunglasses said confidently. However, after he finished speaking, he looked at the engine and fuel tank in the cave. He was a little confused. If Zhang Heng was only here to light up the cave, why would he need to go through so much trouble to remove so many things from the car? Would he have to go through so much trouble to bring them back? However, the search had already begun, so there was no time for him to think about such a problem. The man in sunglasses asked someone to bring the hounds in and sniff the cave's scent, especially the scent left behind by the clothes. The 6 hounds soon started barking and rushed out of the cave one by one. Chapter 1369, Traps. The little girl had been following Zhang Heng around for the past few days. Even though Zhang Heng was still teaching her a few tricks to survive in the wild, she did not spend the rest of her time collecting food to improve her diet. On the contrary, from 3 days ago, Zhang Heng's attention had been focused on creating traps. There were all kinds of traps, from the trees, underground, and in the water. Among them, there were some that were quite lethal. The little girl had seen Zhang Heng put 4 sharpened wooden stakes under one of the traps with her own eyes. Even though Zhang Heng said that the traps were for hunting, the little girl could still sense something unusual. She had already realized that something bad was about to happen, but she didn't ask Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng also didn't explain. He only told the little girl to remember the location of the traps. This was also why Zhang Heng brought the little girl along. She and her grandfather lived in this deep mountain. Zhang Heng was worried that the traps would hurt them before the battle started. That afternoon, Zhang Heng brought the little girl to set up the traps as usual after lunch. It was at this time that he saw the birds that were startled by the commotion in the distant forest. Zhang Heng frowned and looked at the little girl standing at the side. In fact, his trap setup was nearing its end, and he had decided not to bring the little girl with him this afternoon. This was because he knew that the group of people were looking for him. Previously, he did not even want to contact Shen Sisi and Fan Meinan. So naturally, he did not want to involve the grandparents in this. However, from the direction where the birds were startled, the group of people was further away from the 2 caves than he was. Of course, the group of people did not know where he lived, so they definitely had to search for him. However, it was too late for them to rush back now. They might even be blocked near the cave. Not only would they not be able to use the traps here, but more importantly, they would definitely implicate the grandparents. Therefore, Zhang Heng made a prompt decision. He found a relatively hidden hill and told the little girl to stay behind the hill. Later, no matter what you hear, don't come out. If I'm not back by nightfall, you can go back to your grandfather. If you meet anyone else on the way, you can answer whatever they ask. As long as you cooperate well, they shouldn't make things difficult for you and your grandfather. With that, Zhang Heng carried his backpack and left alone. 3 days ago, he had already moved all the props and supplies out of his residence and hid them in another place that was even less easy to find. Therefore, he went there first and took the LSB, infinite building blocks, and a Baglegaseg Zhangheng had considered building a more powerful weapon, such as a missile launcher or a howitzer. However, such weapons of mass destruction were not suitable for fighting in the mountains, and Zhang Heng had to consider the possibility of accidental injury. This was because he was not sure whether the group of people who came to capture him had brought the villagers from nearby villages as guides, or even brought the old man from the cave with them. Besides, these large weapons were all surprisingly large and heavy. Once the enemy couldn't be wiped out completely, it would be difficult to bring them away when they needed to move. Infinite building blocks might not be Zhang Heng's most powerful weapon, but it had always been the most flexible weapon. It could adapt to all kinds of combat situations, so Zhang Heng didn't want to use it as a one-time consumable. Therefore, Zhang Heng's first weapon that he had assembled using Lego was still a gun, the State Route 25 combat rifle. The prototype of this sniper rifle was designed by Eugene Stoner. The semi-automatic rifle State Route 25 produced by Knight Armory was originally a civilian product, but it was later picked up by the U.S. Special Operations Forces. It had entered the U.S. Army in 1990 and participated in the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. It could be considered a weapon that had been tested in actual combat. One of the main reasons Zhang Heng chose this gun was that it was relatively light. The entire gun weighed less than 5 kilograms. Of course, it was not as heavy as the Vorse S-16 he had used on the elevated platform. However, the State Route 25 could be equipped with 20 rounds of ammunition. For Zhang Heng, who did not have the ammunition to replenish his sniper rifle, every bullet was precious. However, the effective range of this gun was only about 600 meters. It might not be enough on flat ground, but it was enough to fight in the forest. Zhang Heng checked the newly acquired Senior 25 and walked toward the direction of the convoy. He had only walked less than 200 meters when he heard the barking of dogs in the distance. There was also the sound of chaotic footsteps behind the hounds. Zhang Heng did not want to waste his precious sniper bullets on the hounds, so he took off his shirt and cut it with a knife. 4 minutes later, the 6 hounds rushed to the spot where Zhang Heng had been standing. They did not hesitate. They rushed toward a big tree not far away. The 2 hounds in the lead missed their footing and fell into a deep pit. When the search team behind them arrived, they saw the 3 hounds circling the deep pit anxiously and whining. The man wearing sunglasses walked to the side of the deep pit and took a look. He saw the tragic scene inside. The 2 hounds that fell first had their abdomen and neck pierced by the sharp tree stump. They were about to die, although the 2 hounds behind them stopped in time by the side of the pit. One of them was still knocked down by the companion behind them. It was not life-threatening. It was just that one of its legs was stabbed. Obviously, he could not participate in the subsequent search. TSK. It was a bad start. That guy was indeed not unprepared. The man wearing sunglasses said. Lead the remaining 3 hounds well. Be careful of the traps. We are fighting on their territory. The hounds that had lost half of their original owners were also a reminder to the pursuers, making them a lot more cautious in their next actions. Even so, 1 dog and 2 people were still hit by the traps. They were injured by strange traps. However, when he saw a player whose arm had swelled up and become twice as thick, the man wearing sunglasses was not angry. Instead, he seemed to have thought of something and praised. Amazing. What's amazing? The man holding the fire chelan asked. He knows that we brought hounds. And then? The man holding the fire chelan was still confused. It was not surprising that Simon knew that they brought hounds. After all, the barking of dogs could be heard from a distance. The man wearing sunglasses patiently explained. Then he played along. He used the hunting dog's principle of action to track his scent, and instead, he gradually led us into his trap. This guy is as cunning and difficult to deal with as the rumors say. Moreover, according to the players who have entered dungeons with him, not only does he have a lot of tools, but he also has a lot of terrifying skills. He is practically an army of 1 person in the legends. Chapter 1370, The Dwarf and the Twins. 1 person can master the skills of an entire team? Is there really someone who can do that? The man holding the fire chelan was skeptical. Rumor has it that he is the representative of the god of time, Kronos. He might even have a time and spirit house like the one in Dragon Ball that allows him to train in it. The man wearing sunglasses said with a serious expression. Isn't this cheating? The man holding the fire Kylan instantly felt that the fire Kylan in his hand was no longer fragrant. Don't be so envious. I also heard that Kronos had no good intentions when he set his eyes on him. Someone on the other side who had not said much suddenly said. Who said that? The man wearing sunglasses was stunned. The god of sleep, Shupnos, he told me. A young man with half-awake eyes said. Shupnos said that Kronos went to look for him and asked him for a favor. What favor? Shupnos didn't say, but Shupnos seems to have known about Simon's identity since a long time ago. Anyway, Shupnos didn't look surprised after Simon was exposed. These bastard gods are all not easy to deal with, and none of them are reliable. The man in sunglasses snorted coldly. Forget it, don't bother about those things. This operation is packed with experts, and with sufficient preparations, even if Kronos makes a move, he won't be able to stop us from killing Simon. As the three of them were talking, a gunshot suddenly came from the forest, and almost at the same time, a member of the search team fell to the ground. However, because he was wearing a bulletproof vest, this shot did not take his life. It only broke 2 of his ribs. The search team reacted quickly. They immediately crouched down and looked for cover. At the same time, someone reported Zhang Heng's location and weapon. 10 o'clock, distance, about 500 meters, using a 7.62 mm bullet. Prepare a tactical encirclement. The man wearing sunglasses said decisively. Which team is willing to pin down the target? Don't bother, I can do it alone. Before the others could speak, a short dwarf who was less than 1.4 meters tall said proudly. He was one of the few people in the team who did not wear a bulletproof vest. After saying this, his body gradually faded under the sunlight until it completely disappeared. Invisibility? This is really the ability that every man dreams of having. The man holding the fire Chelan sighed. The dwarf, who had used the invisibility ability, was so confident that he was on his way. In his opinion, no matter how powerful Simon was, he would not be able to deal with an enemy that could not be seen at all. His journey was said to be a hindrance, but if he was lucky, he might even be able to finish off this powerful enemy that was ranked first on the player leaderboard. This way, not only would he be able to make a name for himself among the players, he would also be able to save the world on his own. However, what the search party had been waiting for was not the good news that the dwarf had brought. Instead, it was another gunshot. This time, Zhang Heng directly hit the target in the head. Unfortunately, the player did not even have the time to show off his ability before he was shot in the head. He was shot in the head. Fortunately, the encirclement went smoothly. 10 minutes later, when the man in sunglasses arrived at Zhang Heng's previous shooting spot, there was only blood on the ground. No one was seen. The man in sunglasses was still wondering whose blood it was when he saw the man holding the fire Chelan suddenly stumble. He seemed to have tripped over something. On the other side, about 2 meters away, another player was also tripped by the air, and there was a bloodstain on his shoe. The man in sunglasses sighed. From the distance of 2 meters, there was no need to save him. The dwarf probably had his head chopped off as soon as he got close to Zhang Heng. What kind of invisibility ability is this? Is it really that useless? Someone couldn't help but complain. If you don't have the ability, then don't try to be so strong. It's not that he's too weak, it's just that the opponent is too strong. The man in sunglasses shook his head. When he passed by you guys just now, did any of you sense his presence? Furthermore, the invisibility effect did not disappear after his death. Clearly, there's nothing wrong with his ability. Everyone fell silent when they heard this. However, Zhang Heng did not seem to intend to give them time to mourn for their comrade. Immediately after, another gunshot sounded. However, this time, the person who was shot only swayed a little. Surprisingly, he only kneeled on one knee and covered his chest. This time, Zhang Heng purposely looked for a player who was not wearing a bulletproof vest. However, after hitting the target, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. The person covered his chest and panted heavily. However, when he moved his palm away, there was no wound or blood on his chest. On his palm, there was a bullet made of yarn. The man holding the fire Chelan widened his eyes. You can do that? The magician ranked 21st on the player leaderboard really lives up to his reputation. The man wearing sunglasses was generous with his praise. Even though he had no doubt about the final victory of this operation, he had been led by the nose by Zhang Heng right from the start. He had lost his men, but he had not even seen the shadow of the other party. The dwarf that had been sent to hold him back had long been killed. It was impossible to say that it would not affect the morale of the team. Fortunately, there was still the magician. This beautiful move had saved some face for the search party. However, on the other side, Zhang Heng did not have any intention of fighting the magician to the death. He decisively turned his gun around after missing the first shot. After killing another player who was close to him, he did not continue fighting. He carried his sniper rifle on his back and moved to the next location. Therefore, the man in sunglasses had no choice but to continue recruiting brave warriors to surround Zhang Heng. However, with the dwarf's experience, the players became more cautious this time. After about 10 seconds, 2 more people stood out. "Let's go." The man in sunglasses looked at the 2 identical twins before him. His eyebrows twitched and a hint of joy appeared on his face. "It's great that you 2 are willing to help, but we have our priorities straight. Even though the Arc of Light advocates a peaceful solution to this issue, at the very least, we need to make sure that Simon is willing to sit down and talk to us, so let's go convince him," said the twin on the left. "We will definitely talk to him," said the other twin with a smile. After that, the 2 of them walked toward Zhang Heng. They didn't walk too fast or too slow, but they looked very relaxed until a bullet flew out from the forest. It hit the forehead of a twin on the left side, and the twin fell to the ground. Chapter 1371, The Ghost Twins. 200 meters away, Zhang Heng shot one of the twins in the head accurately. Just as he was about to turn his gun on the other twin, the corpse of the fallen twin suddenly twitched. After that, he staggered up from the ground. After he stood up, he patted the dust off his body and revealed a smile. His face, which had been damaged by the bullet, was recovering at a visible rate. His bones were repaired, his facial muscles were regenerated, and even his skin was completely repaired. There was no trace of the bullet left behind. Zhang Heng frowned when he saw this, but he did not waste any time. He sent another bullet into the chest of another twin, and the same unbelievable scene happened again. The body of the dead twin lay on the ground for less than 2 seconds before it miraculously began to move again, and the wound on its chest quickly healed. Immortal body. Zhang Heng had previously encountered a player with an immortal body in the Leaker's dungeon. The other party was the agent of the oathsome and abominable goddess, Styx. His body had been soaked in the Styx River before, and other than a weakness that only he knew of, his body was invulnerable. However, the twins that Zhang Heng had encountered this time were obviously different from the players that he had encountered before. Zhang Heng had seen with his own eyes that after the bullets hit their bodies, it did cause corresponding damage to the parts that were hit, but in the next moment, they were able to crawl back up from the ground as if nothing had happened. Therefore, this was more like a rapid healing skill. However, Zhang Heng was still unsure whether this healing skill came from a certain item or their own ability, whether there was a time limit and the number of times they could use it. However, Zhang Heng did not want to waste his precious sniper bullets on probing. He decisively bypassed the 2 of them and aimed at another player wearing a bulletproof vest. He pulled the trigger. Blood splattered everywhere. The target's body leaned back and fell weakly to the ground. At that moment, Zhang Heng also noticed that the encirclement around him had started to tighten. He did not covet the credit. He decisively put away the State Route 25 and continued to move to the next location. However, this time, Zhang Heng ran into trouble on the way to the next location. The 2 twins had relied on their immortal ability to move extremely quickly. At first, they were just casually walking around like they were taking a stroll, but then, their footsteps became faster and faster until they were fully sprinting. They were like 2 deer, leaping and weaving through the forest. At the same time, in order to cooperate with their movements, the man in sunglasses also specially took out a small team to suppress Zhang Heng. Therefore, this time, Zhang Heng only moved less than 50 meters before the twins caught up to him. However, the 2 did not rush to attack. One of them even bowed to Zhang Heng and said, "Mr. Simon, I've heard a lot about you." Zhang Heng also looked at the twins in front of him. "What's your name?" "Light Arc, the Ghost Twins." The other person smiled. "We don't mean any harm. Light Arc has always insisted on sitting down with Mr. Simon, So we have no intention of fighting Mr. Simon. We just want to ask Mr. Simon to stay here for a while. Wait until your people have finished surrounding me. Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. If that's enough to make you sit down, after all, the survival of the entire human race depends on you now. This is no longer a matter for you alone. We believe that Mr. Simon is not a person who waits for death. You may already have some plans and ideas. We just think that we should have the right to know about this matter, and we might even be able to help you. Don't you think so? For the time being, the two of you stepping aside will be of the greatest help to me. Zhang Heng said calmly. The twin brothers looked at each other, and one of them said regretfully, "Looks like we can only come here today to experience Mr. Simon's power." Zhang Heng did not waste any more time. Previously, when he was talking to the twin brothers, he had also been observing the surrounding movements. According to his estimation, in about 3 minutes, the other side's encirclement would be complete. In other words, he had to solve the problem in front of him within the next 3 minutes. Therefore, without any probing, Zhang Heng pulled out the hidden scabbard from his waist and slashed at one of the twins. Even though the twins were ready for battle, the speed of Zhang Heng's slash was still beyond their imagination. They could barely see a ray of light before one of their arms flew into the sky, blood spurted out of the wound, and dyed the ground red. However, the next moment, the shocking scene happened again. A new section of white bone was extracted from the wound, and soon, the bone was covered by muscles and blood vessels, becoming thicker and thicker. Zhang Heng had seen the twins reborn twice before, but this was the first time he was so close to them. In just a few seconds, the broken arm was completely reconstructed. No known species in the natural world could achieve such a powerful regenerative ability. "Sorry to have embarrassed you," said the severed arm. However, it was clear that even though it possessed an almost invincible regenerative ability, the pain of losing an arm was real. His forehead was covered in sweat. Obviously, the pain from earlier was not light. But no matter what, he did survive the hidden scabbard, S-blade. And this was the first person Zhang Heng had met who had survived hidden scabbard, S-attack. One had to know that with the blade's tyrannical non-healing properties, being hit by it meant death. But not only did the twins survive, they even grew a new arm. Zhang Heng looked at the spot where he had struck earlier, but there wasn't a single wound left. Zhang Heng's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the twins' ability wasn't healing? Seeing that his brother was safe and sound, the other man shook his head. "It's useless. Your attack won't have any effect on us. At most, it'll only cause us pain. Even though I've been afraid of pain since I was young, I can hold on for a few minutes until the encirclement is complete." Before he could finish his sentence, an arrow had pierced through his throat. He looked at Zhang Heng, who had suddenly bent his bow, and his face was filled with excitement. It was as if he did not understand why Zhang Heng would switch to using a bow and arrow when he had a gun in his hand. However, he still grabbed the arrow that had pierced through his throat with one hand and pulled it out with great difficulty. After he had done all this, his throat quickly returned to its original state like the previous few times. Chapter 1372, Secrets. The arrow that Zhang Heng had just shot was no ordinary arrow. It was the arrow of Paris that was used to look for weaknesses. However, this time, the trajectory of the arrow of Paris in the air did not change at all. It pierced straight into the throat of one of the twins. The scene looked a little bloody, but in terms of effect, it was no different from his previous attack. Both were neutralized by the miraculous regeneration ability of the twins. The twins who had been shot by the arrow were now able to open their mouths to speak again, and their spirits were not much different from before. This meant that the plague effect on the plague bone bow had not taken effect either. He weighed the arrow in his hand and asked curiously, "As the rumors say, you are indeed proficient in all kinds of combat techniques. Other than archery, marksmanship, and sabersmanship, do you have any other trump cards?" "I do have hidden cards, but unfortunately, I'm afraid you won't be able to see them," Zhang Heng replied. Although the arrow didn't succeed, there was no disappointment on Zhang Heng's face. He lowered his head to look at the starfish in his hand again. From the start of the battle until now, about 2 minutes had passed. In other words, there was only 1 minute left for him to break out of the encirclement. From the expressions on the twins' faces, it could be seen that they were gradually relaxing. Zhang Heng had already tried 3 different methods of attack, but none of them had yielded any results. From the looks of it, there was really nothing he could do to them. As long as they could hold out for another minute, their mission to pin them down would be complete. Therefore, when the twins saw Zhang Heng put away his hidden scabbard and took out 2 knives from his waist, their eyes did not show much wariness. One of them even advised, "As long as Mr. Simon doesn't make a move, we will do our best to ensure your safety. You should worry about yourself first." Zhang Heng interrupted the twins and said lightly, After saying that, he stabbed the knife in his hand. This time, his target was the twin on his left hand. This time, the twin also moved his body and hurriedly dodged to the back. However, compared to Zhang Heng's knife, his movement was a little slow. In the end, he could not completely dodge the knife and was stabbed in the lower abdomen. Before he could cry out in pain, Zhang Heng had already pulled out the knife and used his fastest speed to stab the chest of the other twin. The twin subconsciously raised his hand to protect his chest. However, his expression suddenly changed. It was not until Zhang Heng took half a step back that he realized that a small knife had appeared in his lower abdomen. The position of the knife was actually the same as his twin brother's. However, this time, the wounds of the two did not heal as quickly as before. Therefore, Zhang Heng knew that he had guessed correctly. How is this possible? One of the twins knelt on one knee and clutched his lower abdomen. With a shocked expression, he said, "How did you discover our secret in such a short time?" At that moment, his face was no longer as relaxed as it had been when the mission was almost completed. There was only pain and confusion. "Your quick healing wounds are indeed quite deceiving. At first, I was almost fooled by you," Zhang Heng said. "But after I tried it, I realized that your wounds weren't healing at all. It was more like a mechanism to replicate each other." Zhang Heng didn't explain to them the functions of hidden scabbard, pestilence bone bow, and Paris's arrow, but he pointed at their arms. "Actually, when I first met you, I felt that something was wrong. There are many identical twins in this world, but it's rare to see twins like you. Fortunately, there is something different about the two of you. It's your right arm. There is a mole on the inner side of your right arm, but your brother doesn't have it. In the end, when I cut off your arm, the mole on the inner side of your newly grown arm disappeared. It was then that I gradually came to the same conclusion. Your rapid healing is actually a kind of skill that duplicates each other. Your twin brothers are copies of each other. I don't know how you do it, but once someone is injured, the injured part can be replicated according to the other person's intact body. This explains why the two of you are becoming more and more alike." Zhang Heng still hadn't said a word. This was also the reason why hidden scabbard, plague bone bow, and Paris arrow didn't take effect. "Can you even notice such small details?" The other twin was also stunned. However, Zhang Heng didn't answer his question because the minute was almost up. He told the two of them, "Don't move. Cover your stomachs and stay here quietly. When your people arrive, ask them to send you to the hospital immediately." After saying that, Zhang Heng picked up the arrow of Paris that he had just shot out and disappeared from their sight with the senior, 25, in his arms. When the man wearing sunglasses and his men arrived, they saw the twin brothers leaning against a tree trunk with an awkward expression on their faces. However, this time, no one opened their mouths to mock them. Other than the fact that they were still alive, everyone had to give them some face. Most importantly, unlike the gnomes, the ghost twins were quite famous among the players. Their strength had also been tested. Even they were unable to hold Zhang Heng back for even a few minutes. This cast a shadow over the hearts of the players once again. However, the man in sunglasses did not say anything. He only ordered his men to help the twin brothers into the car. After a simple treatment, he was taken to the county hospital. After sending the two away, the players initially thought that the man in sunglasses would continue to recruit people who could hold Zhang Heng back. However, they did not expect the man in sunglasses to take the blame this time. "It's my fault. Knowing that Simon is the #1 player, we still sent people to his side. This allowed him to succeed time and time again. From now on, no one should act alone. Then how are we going to surround him?" Someone frowned. "If there really is guerrilla warfare in the forest, even if we manage to kill him in the end, the casualties will not be small. Don't worry about that. The engineering team has already made preparations. It should be about time now." the man in sunglasses said. Soon, he will have nowhere to run. As if to answer his words, the sound of a propeller turning rang in everyone's ears. Someone lifted his head when he heard the sound and saw a black shadow coming from the direction of the convoy. Drones. There were many of them. It was estimated that there were more than 100 of them. Chapter 1373, Waterfalls and Tattoos. Zhang Heng bent his bow, and an arrow shot out from his fingertip. It accurately hit one of the drones and blew up the camera on the drone. However, the drones nearby, like sharks smelling blood, began to rush toward Zhang Heng's location. For a moment, Zhang Heng's ears were filled with the sound of propellers turning. However, Zhang Heng's expression did not change. He pulled out another arrow from his quiver and accurately hit the second drone. This time, the out-of-control drone collided with another drone that was flying toward him. Both of them fell from the sky. At this time, Zhang Heng was already on the third arrow. In just half a minute, he had destroyed a total of 12 drones, but the number of drones in the sky did not decrease. They continued to rush toward him. Some of the drones immediately raised their altitude after discovering Zhang Heng's location. After reaching a safe distance, they locked onto Zhang Heng from the sky. The purpose of these drones was to track Zhang Heng, and now that they had completed their mission perfectly, from this moment on, Zhang Heng's every move could not escape the eyes of the pursuit team. After Zhang Heng finished shooting 11 arrows, he also stopped what he was doing. It was not because he had shown mercy, but because his quiver was almost empty. In order to save as much bullets as possible, Zhang Heng chose to use the bow and arrows to deal with the drones. Unfortunately, he did not have many arrows on him. Previously, he had tried to make a batch of arrows, but it was not finished yet. The search party had already arrived. If he was given half a day, he might not be short of arrows anymore. However, now, Zhang Heng could only move first. However, this time, the search party had grasped his movement path. Not only did they surround him faster, but there were also gunmen who directly attacked his position. Of course, with the distance between Zhang Heng and them, it was difficult for the bullets to hit the target directly. However, the stray bullets did add to Zhang Heng's movement problems. However, this time, the group of people should have learned their lesson from the previous 2 times and did not send anyone to stop him. Therefore, Zhang Heng finally managed to break out of the encirclement without any danger. However, the danger did not end there. As long as the drone above his head was still there, it was only a matter of time before he was completely surrounded. The man in sunglasses looked at the tablet in his hand. The 10.3-inch screen was divided into 6 windows. The 6 windows locked onto a figure that was rapidly shuttling through the forest from 6 different angles. Where are you going? The man in sunglasses muttered. Unlike his excited teammate who was holding the fire Qilin beside him, the man in sunglasses did not feel that he was already certain of victory after using the drone. From his point of view, the battle had just begun. He didn't think that Zhang Heng would be completely helpless against the drone above his head. However, he couldn't see what Zhang Heng was planning to do at the moment, so he continued to command the search party to press forward. Zhang Heng circled around and eventually reached the waterfall. Then, he finally stopped. He picked up a large rock beside the waterfall and hid behind it. Ignoring the drone above his head, he set up the state Route 25 again. This time, Zhang Heng didn't deliberately save his ammunition. He used up all the remaining bullets in the gun clip and killed the 7 fastest players. However, at the same time, the man wearing sunglasses also commanded the search party to completely surround Zhang Heng. Then, the man wearing sunglasses saw Zhang Heng open his backpack and take out a waterproof cloth. He put the things in his backpack on. Was he planning to escape from the water? The man in sunglasses frowned. He split up 2 teams to aim downstream, but he was more worried about the secret waterway that led to other places under the waterfall. After all, Zhang Heng had arrived at this place more than 10 days before them, so he must have already figured out the surrounding environment. This was also the advantage of Zhang Heng's battle. However, in the face of absolute power, the man wearing sunglasses did not think that a mere geographical advantage would be enough to turn the tide of the battle. Right now, the most important thing for him to do was to continue fighting steadily. Therefore, the man wearing sunglasses still followed the plan and ordered 4 squads to approach the rock together. However, as soon as they moved, the drone overhead transmitted a new image. Zhang Heng, carrying his backpack, jumped directly into the pool under the waterfall. The man in sunglasses immediately ordered the 10 drones to descend above the pool. Through the drone's camera, he could vaguely see a black shadow swimming below the pool. The man in sunglasses heaved a sigh of relief. The pool was deeper than he had imagined, and the deepest part of the pool should be less than 5 meters. In other words, as long as the drone was above the water, he could continue to track Zhang Heng's figure. However, the next moment, he saw the originally calm pool suddenly stir up waves and shoot the 10 low-flying drones into the water. The non-waterproof cameras only lasted for less than 5 seconds before they were all destroyed. Water-type equipment? The man in sunglasses felt that he had already guessed Zhang Heng's trump card, so he looked at the players around him and asked, "Do any of you have water-type equipment?" The players looked at each other, and after a while, a few of them began to speak. "I have a water-type item. I have a tool that can summon a water snake. I have a tool that can control water plants. I can turn into a fish." "Very good. I've already sent someone to deliver the diving suit over," the man in sunglasses said. "However, there aren't many diving suits. There are only 10 of them, so I'll need your help later. You don't have to defeat him underwater. As long as you can force him out of the water and back onto land, we'll be able to reach a battle plan." Before he could finish his sentence, a player who had not spoken before silently walked to the side of the pool. He took off his clothes and revealed the tattoo on his back. The tattoo depicted a man with a muscular body and a long beard. He wore a crown on his head and held a trident in his hand. Many people had already recognized the person on the tattoo as Poseidon, the sea god of Greek mythology. The man wearing sunglasses had a change of expression when he saw this. He said that he was the commander of the search party, but in reality, he did not know much about his subordinates because the composition of the members of the search party was very complicated. The search party was made up of 3 large guilds and a portion of powerful players. Other than knowing the information of his own guild members, the commander did not know much about the others. However, when he saw the Poseidon tattoo, a name quickly appeared in the man's mind. Chapter 1374, Trident. Seahorse. Those who knew Seahorse well knew that he wasn't the strongest of the bunch. He was only ranked 73rd in the first round of the proxy war, and in terms of fame, he wasn't even as famous as the Ghost Twins, who had just been defeated by Zhang Heng. However, everyone who heard this name knew that Seahorse wasn't to be trifled with, especially in certain situations. Unlike the all-rounder Zhang Heng, seahorses were a very serious player. He was born into a family of fishermen, and from a very young age, he had followed his father and uncle out to sea to fish. Unlike some young people who were forced to board ships to make a living, he really liked this piece of azure blue. If he didn't soak in the sea every day, he would feel like he was lacking something. Compared to land, he felt more at ease in the sea. The smell of the sea breeze mixed with fish was his favorite smell. Seahorses were not only good at fishing, but they were also the best at swimming and diving among their peers since they were very young. When he was 9 years old, he could hold his breath underwater for more than a minute. When he was 14 years old, he was accidentally attacked by a shark while swimming. The seahorse, who had nowhere to escape, relied on a dagger to swim with the shark for a full 15 minutes. In the end, he successfully killed the shark and survived. It also made him a local legend. After graduating from university, the seahorse returned to his hometown and opened a seafood farm. No one knew how he did it. The seafood he raised was always better than that of his competitors. The seahorse also made a lot of money from the farm. However, the rich seahorse still went out to sea with his father and uncle to fish. Moreover, he had to soak in the water for at least 4 hours every day. However, things changed one afternoon 2 years ago. A big foreign customer who had been ordering seafood from him suddenly flew over from far away to visit him. The two of them talked for an entire afternoon. The next day, the seahorse suddenly sold his well-run breeding farm. At the same time, he bought a villa in a relatively remote place and transformed the top floor into a training room. Then, he hired 2 trainers at a high salary to help him with his physical training. In addition, he also signed up to participate in shooting and freestyle fighting. However, no matter how tight his daily schedule was, the seahorse would take 4 hours to go into the water. However, during this period of time, he was alone in the water. If anyone saw what he was doing, they would probably be shocked. The seahorse did not come out of the water for even one breath in these 4 hours. Moreover, his underwater figure was even more ghostly than a fish. It was as if he had lived in the water for his entire life. The president of the Arc of Light, February Siege, had once commented on Seahorse. If you are forced to be his enemy, remember not to fight him in the water. Although this sentence was simple, the meaning behind it was not simple. Those who understood February Siege knew that this was basically his highest evaluation of an opponent. In other words, Seahorse was invincible in the water. As the representative of Poseidon, Seahorse also had some of Poseidon's abilities. This also made him, who was good at water, even stronger in the water. It was rumored that in the early days, February Siege had once entered a dungeon together with Seahorse. After that, February Siege also had the idea of recruiting Seahorse. Although many people felt that Seahorse was too biased, after all, players could not choose a dungeon. A versatile player was always more popular in a team. However, a large guild like Arc of Light understood the importance of this kind of strategic talent. Besieged City in February even personally called Seahorse. Unfortunately, Seahorse ultimately chose to join another large guild, the Second Front. However, he had been very low-key ever since. This proxy war was also not very hot, just like his personality. However, no one had expected that he would take the initiative to apply to join the search party this time. Even the president of the Second Front wondered why Seahorse suddenly became concerned about the matters on land. The real reason was only clear to Seahorse himself. Ever since the appearance of those half-man, half-fish frogs, the sea was no longer the pure sea it used to be. Those dirty and ugly creatures had tarnished the azure blue. Seahorse had been busy hunting these monsters all over the world. Unfortunately, he was only one person. Even if he spent 365 days a year out there, the number of monsters he could kill was limited. Furthermore, he had to train himself to prepare for the monthly dungeon. Therefore, it would be great if he could kill the leader of those monsters. At the very least, he would have to keep that guy imprisoned in the dead city under the ice. However, Seahorse also knew what he was good at. He kept his distance from the previous battle and did not rush forward. It was not until Zhang Heng jumped into the pool that he started to take off his clothes. Then, without waiting for the diving suit to arrive, he jumped into the pool as well. This was not because Seahorse was overconfident. In his opinion, the power of the so-called diving suit and harpoon gun under the water was also limited. If he could not deal with Zhang Heng, then adding 10 more divers would be useless, or perhaps the other strange props wouldn't be of much use. Seahorse himself didn't bring any props. He just walked naked until he reached the edge of the pool. However, the moment he jumped into the water above the waterfall suddenly stopped and began to boil. A ray of golden light flew out from the bottom of the water and quickly fell down the waterfall into the pool. It was a golden trident. If one looked carefully, they would find that this trident was exactly the same as the one on his back tattoo. Moreover, this was not a replica. In fact, it was the artifact in Poseidon's hand that could shake the 7 seas. It was rumored that this artifact could set off huge waves, cause tsunamis, and break everything. Although Seahorse was Poseidon's representative, it was obviously not good enough for Poseidon to give him all of his personal weapons. He had borrowed this weapon from Poseidon before he left. Logically speaking, the new and old gods were currently at war, and Poseidon also needed his weapon by his side. However, when Seahorse explained his purpose of coming, Poseidon still lent this divine weapon to his representative after dealing with the person he wanted to deal with. There was nothing he could do. Although the other gods also wanted to kill the guy who was sleeping in the ancient city of Lele, no one could compare to Poseidon in terms of urgency. It was not that he abhorred evil. It was because Cthulhu was a monster of the water attribute, which was a natural conflict with him in terms of his priesthood. Even the Seahorse could feel that the sea was no longer pure. As the sea god, how could Poseidon not feel it? Therefore, he lent his divine weapon, the trident, without hesitation. As soon as the Seahorse arrived, he threw the trident into the stream. He was not worried that the weapon would be stolen because no one could steal the weapon in the water. Now was the time for him to show off with the trident. Chapter 1375, Underwater Battle. The golden trident flew rapidly through the stream towards Seahorse's open palm. Just as it was about to reach his hand, it was unexpectedly grabbed by another hand in the next moment. Seahorse looked at the figure under the waterfall, and his expression became serious. He knew that it was his opponent this time, Simon, the #1 player on the leaderboard. Other than that, it was also the container of the Lord of Lalaya, a dangerous factor that could very well destroy the world. The weapon was held in the hand of his opponent before he even started fighting, but Seahorse did not show any signs of panic. This was because he believed that the golden trident was similar to Thor's myrtle. This trident was also Poseidon's exclusive weapon. Even if other people had it in their hands, they would not be able to use it. Although Seahorse was Poseidon's agent, he had inherited a part of Poseidon's power, but strictly speaking, he was not able to fully unleash the full power of this divine weapon. Fortunately, Poseidon had forcibly removed the seal on the weapon before he left, but only he and Poseidon could use the weapon now. Otherwise, Seahorse would not have tossed the weapon into the stream as soon as he arrived. In fact, the fact that Zhang Heng could catch the trident flying through the stream had already surprised Seahorse. However, he could also tell that Zhang Heng was not at ease at the moment. The trident had been trying to escape from Zhang Heng's palm. As a result, Zhang Heng had no choice but to control the surrounding water to fight against the pulling force. However, the pulling force was getting stronger and stronger. The golden glow on the trident was also becoming more and more dazzling. At the same time, Zhang Heng could feel that his control over the surrounding water was also decreasing. There was no doubt that this was also the trident's trick. Seahorse also noticed that the trident was about to escape from Zhang Heng's control. He knew very well that when the trident came into his hands, the battle would truly begin. He, Poseidon's agent, the son of the sea, would be facing off against Cthulhu's vessel, the #1 player, Simon. If this battle happened on land, Seahorse knew that he had no chance of winning. However, in the water, Seahorse was also confident that no one would be able to defeat him. He did not stop there, waiting for the trident to fly into his hands. Instead, he took the initiative to swim toward Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng was already fast enough in the water, but he realized that the man in front of him seemed to be even more agile than he was. Compared to Cthulhu, who had his water element added, Poseidon was a true sea god. His control and understanding of water flow was better than Cthulhu's, and so was his agent. On the other hand, even though Zhang Heng managed to grab his opponent's weapon one step ahead of time, it did not give him any advantage in this battle. In fact, he only wanted to stop the trident from flying out of his hand. Zhang Heng had no choice but to use all his strength, but the pulling force continued to increase. At this moment, Zhang Heng realized that this weapon might be the same as Thor's hammer. It could not be used by anyone other than its owner, and even if he forcefully held it in his hand, it would only bring about side effects. However, Zhang Heng did not stop there. Instead, he suddenly pulled out the hidden scabbard from his waist with his other hand. Then, under Seahorse's shocked gaze, he directly slashed at the trident in his hand. In fact, when he held the glittering weapon in his hand, he had already felt the excitement of the hidden scabbard. It was the same as the last time he fought against, but this time, the excitement was even stronger. He couldn't wait for Zhang Heng to pull it out immediately. The moment the blade hit the trident, the golden glow on the trident suddenly intensified. In the next moment, Zhang Heng felt an unparalleled pulling force coming from the center of his palm, so he let go without hesitation. He watched as the weapon flew into Seahorse's hand. After receiving the trident, Seahorse heaved a sigh of relief. However, when he saw the 2 millimeters deep cut on the trident's body, a look of shock appeared on his face. This trident was the exclusive weapon of Poseidon. Measured by the game's level, it was a B-grade item, and it was the best B-grade item. Forged from an unknown rare material, it was extremely hard. It had accompanied Poseidon through many battles, but it had not suffered any damage. In the end, it had been lent to him for less than 2 days, and it had already been cut into a gash. Furthermore, it had already been damaged before the battle had even begun. Seahorse seemed to be able to feel the trident's grievance and sadness. His gaze shifted to the knife in Zhang Heng's hand, but he could not tell its origin at all. This weapon, which looked a little like a Tang knife, but also a little like a Tachi, seemed to have never appeared in any myth before. This was also what Seahorse found the most incredible. Could a weapon that wasn't first-rate hurt Poseidon's trident? However, He didn't have the time to think about it now because the battle had already begun. Fortunately, even though the trident had been cut open, it still managed to escape from Zhang Heng's hand and return to his side. Furthermore, even though the wound had surprised Seahorse, it was only a small wound in terms of depth. It wouldn't affect the trident's usage. However, Seahorse looked at Zhang Heng with a more serious gaze. He changed his mind and didn't swim to Zhang Heng's side to attack. Instead, he controlled the current to test the waters. In the end, the underwater whirlpool disappeared before it could reach Zhang Heng. Seeing this, Seahorse didn't look disappointed. He knew that Zhang Heng could control the current as well as he could. Previously, even the trident had to use a lot of effort to break free from Zhang Heng's hand. Furthermore, it had been hit by a knife. It was not surprising that the whirlpool he had just created had been dissolved. The battle had only just begun. Seeing that his probing was ineffective, Seahorse gripped the golden trident in his hand. The whirlpool just now had been created by him, using his water control ability. In the following attack, Seahorse also decided to use the power of the trident. When both of his hands gripped the golden weapon, the surrounding water began to boil again. As if it was boiling, Seahorse had a feeling in his heart that every stream and every drop of water in the pool would listen to his commands. He was the king of the waters. Without hesitation, Seahorse swung the trident in his hand. Although there was still about 10 meters between him and Zhang Heng, as he swung it, a terrifying force came from the trident. It actually split the water flow. Although it was only for a short moment, the huge force was already flying toward Zhang Heng. If he was hit by the force, there was no doubt that he would be beheaded. Chapter 1376. As Poseidon's personal weapon, the trident could be considered one of the best among all the god-tier weapons in the world. Furthermore, its power was far beyond its destructive power. In fact, with the wave of the seahorse, not only was the water wave split open, but more importantly, Zhang Heng realized that his control over the surrounding water flow was also decreasing. This was the true strength of the trident. This weapon from the sea god could turn the entire area of water into the owner's home ground. Zhang Heng tried to create 2 water shields to block the seahorse's slash, but the water shield that he created had already shrunk by half before it could even be hit. Furthermore, the water on it was still frantically escaping. In the end, the water shield was easily broken. Zhang Heng had no choice but to raise the hidden sheath in his hand to take the blow head-on. The result was that his body was sent flying backward like a torpedo. Zhang Heng flew for a full 10 meters. He only stopped when his back was about to hit the stone wall on the side of the pool. However, the next moment, Seahorse's figure appeared in front of him again. Previously, it was only Zhang Heng who used his speed to bully others. However, this time, he finally met an opponent who was faster than him underwater. After brandishing his trident, Seahorse did not appreciate his victory, but immediately followed up. His activation was later than Zhang Heng's, and he was still 10 meters away from Zhang Heng. However, when Zhang Heng stopped, he realized that the distance between him and Seahorse was less than 5 meters. At the same time, Seahorse waved the trident in his hand again. He waved it twice in a row, forming a cross slash that sealed off Zhang Heng's movement space. The worst part was that this time, there was no room for Zhang Heng to retreat. However, even though he was forced into a corner, there was no panic in Zhang Heng's eyes. Due to the existence of the trident, his control over the flow of water had weakened a lot. Zhang Heng knew that he would not be able to dodge this attack by simply controlling the flow of water. However, he was now forced to the side of the stone wall of the pool. Zhang Heng stepped on a protruding point on the stone wall and bent his knees. Then, he stomped hard on the stone wall. Under the effect of worldly scale, Zhang Heng's stomp exploded with 3 times the force, and his whole body shot up. In addition to the effect of the surrounding water, he escaped the attack range of the cross slash without any danger. Seeing this, Seahorse could not help but praise Zhang Heng in his heart. Zhang Heng's combat literacy was the strongest among all the players he had met. Even if he was at a disadvantage, he could remain calm forever. This did not only require a strong mental fortitude, it was also the result of countless combat experiences honing his keen sense of smell. Of course, Seahorse himself wasn't bad either. Even though he was only the boss of a seafood farm before he joined the game, in the following 2 years, he had also experienced dozens of large and small battles in the dungeon. Other than that, unlike other players who had returned to their daily lives, he had been wandering around the world for the past few years, hunting monsters. He was truly a deep-sea hunter. The seahorse's sense of combat was also outstanding. Zhang Hing moved, and so did he. He swung his trident again and again, and the small pond was instantly turned upside down. The people on the shore had no idea what was happening below. They only saw the calm surface of the water suddenly become turbulent. An unlucky person who was closer to the shore was accidentally swept into the pond by the huge wave. 1 second ago, they saw him struggling and trying to swim back to the shore. However, the next second, he was slammed into the water by another huge wave. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. And this was not the end. As the huge waves surged, the players on the shore even felt the ground under. Their feet trembled slightly. It was as if someone was hitting the ground with a huge hammer. The sunglasses man, who was originally waiting for the diving suit to be delivered, had an ugly expression on his face when he saw this scene. He already understood why Seahorse wanted to go into the water alone. Indeed, there was no point in having such a large number of people fighting. It might even affect his battle, giving him extra scruples when he made his move. Of course, Zhang Heng, on the other hand, also made his scalp tingle. Even though he couldn't see what was happening underwater, it was clear that the two were still fighting. At that moment, he thought of the comments that Besieged City had made about Seahorse. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that there was someone who could fight back and forth underwater with Poseidon's representative. At this point, the sunglasses man could only pray that Seahorse could finish off Zhang Heng underwater. Seahorse didn't know if he had heard the sunglasses man's prayer, but he was getting more and more into combat mode. In order to force Zhang Heng to take his attack head-on, he moved closer. At the same time, he waved the trident in his hand tirelessly. With this godly weapon, he had already gained the upper hand in combat. It was not like Zhang Heng did not have a B-grade item on him. However, whether it was the hidden scabbard or the plague bone bow, they were no match for the trident in Seahorse's hand underwater. The only thing that came in handy was the LSB, infinite building blocks, and it was not time for it to take effect yet. Furthermore, it was difficult for Zhang Heng to free his hands to assemble the Lego in his backpack into the thing he wanted. Therefore, his focus was now on dodging Seahorse's attack. Of course, it was not like Zhang Heng had not tried to fight back before. The Seahorse wasn't too far away from him. But whenever Zhang Heng tried to get close, the Seahorse would pull the trident back to its chest. The water around him would immediately gather into a bubble and wrap around him. Zhang Heng tried to use Hidden Sheath to cut open the bubble, but the part that was cut open was quickly replaced by the surrounding water. At the same time, once Zhang Heng was about a meter away from the Seahorse, he would feel a huge pressure on him. Under this pressure, Zhang Heng's movements would be slowed down or even deformed. At this time, Zhang Heng did not have much of a solution against the Seahorse. After several unsuccessful attempts, he could only retreat quickly and widen the distance between them. Seeing this, the Seahorse immediately turned from defense to offense, not giving Zhang Heng any chance to catch his breath. He had already regarded Zhang Heng as the most vicious and cunning sea monster. He could not make a sound underwater, but this silent battle was far more dangerous than the previous battle where gunshots were heard on land. Both sides appeared to be very patient, waiting for the other party to make a mistake while doing their own thing. Zhang Heng had to admit that Seahorse was one of the most difficult opponents he had encountered so far. Of course, it was only limited to underwater. In fact, the easiest way to deal with Seahorse was to put the battle on land. Although Seahorse had the initiative now, Zhang Heng could still leave the pool. However, the danger on land would only be greater than in the water. This was the trouble of being surrounded. Chapter 1377. In the pool below the waterfall, two figures more agile than a fish were entangled together. Zhang Heng and Seahorse had been fighting underwater for almost 10 minutes, but there was still no winner. However, compared to 10 minutes ago, Zhang Heng's body had a few more wounds. Most of them were bruises. The only two bleeding spots were from his back hitting the sharp part of the stone wall. Of course, Zhang Heng did not pay the price for nothing. Although Seahorse was not injured, the trident in his hand had 7 more knife marks. About 3 minutes ago, Zhang Heng suddenly changed his usual behavior and no longer targeted him. Instead, he began to attack the golden trident. Seahorse's pressure field was effective in a radius of 1 meter around him, but the majestic trident in his hand was already more than 2 meters long. In other words, unless he kept it in front of him, as long as he waved it, the trident would leave his pressure field, which gave Zhang Heng a chance. Seahorse did not know what material Zhang Heng's knife was made of, but it was incredibly hard. Logically speaking, a divine weapon like the trident should not be so fragile, but the truth was that he was shocked. If the first time was an accident, then every time the knife came into contact with the trident, it would leave a cut on the trident. After being slashed by Zhang Heng a few times, Seahorse was afraid. So he took the initiative to put some distance between them. He forcefully used the cold weapon as a staff. However, this way, he would be a little tied up in the upcoming battle. Seahorse also thought about whether he should be ruthless and sacrifice the trident to finish off the powerful enemy in front of him. After all, it was not easy for Zhang Heng to destroy this great artifact, and he himself was injured in order to hit the trident. In such a head-on clash, the chance of Zhang Heng falling first was much higher. However, Seahorse eventually dismissed this tempting idea. After all, this trident wasn't his weapon, but Poseidon's. It was only lent to him for the time being. Seahorse could already imagine Poseidon's fury when he saw the wounds on the trident, not to mention the fact that the trident would be destroyed. Even though the master of Lyria was Poseidon's archenemy, after this matter was settled, Poseidon still had another life-and-death battle to fight. He definitely did not want to lose his weapon at this critical moment, so Seahorse had no choice but to pull away from Zhang Heng. However, this way, more than half of the advantage that he had worked so hard to accumulate would be wasted. Fortunately, Seahorse's patience did not diminish because of this. In this battle, he only had one thought, and that was to get rid of the opponent in front of him. Seahorse's tenacity also won Zhang Heng's admiration. Although a part of it was due to the trident, to be able to fight until now without a victor, Seahorse himself was the most crucial factor. In terms of combat experience, Seahorse was only slightly inferior to him. Zhang Heng could tell that this tough man with a hunter's temperament was also experienced in hundreds of battles like him. Unfortunately, only one of the two would make it back to the surface alive. However, just as Zhang Heng was about to launch his next attack, he suddenly stopped what he was doing and frowned. Seahorse also stopped what he was doing. As Poseidon's agent, the son of the sea, he was naturally very sensitive to the surrounding hydrologic environment. He could feel a cold current suddenly appear behind him. At first, Seahorse thought that Zhang Heng was holding back, but when he raised his head, he was suddenly stunned. That was because he realized that the water above his head was starting to freeze. It was still summer. Even though the temperature in the deep mountains was slightly lower than outside, it was only a few degrees. It was impossible for it to reach the freezing point. However, the scene before his eyes told him that the water's surface was indeed freezing. In fact, it was not just the water surface. The cold air from behind was spreading to the pool at an alarming speed. It seemed like it was going to freeze the entire pool. The man wearing sunglasses by the shore also showed a dumbfounded expression. He stared blankly at the youth squatting by the pool. The other party was originally from the second echelon. After hearing the news, he came with the group of diving suits. After coming, he put his right hand into the pool without saying a word. Then, all the people standing by the lake suddenly shivered. Immediately after, a thin layer of ice condensed on the surface of the lake. The thin ice quickly spread in all directions. In less than half a minute, the entire pool was frozen. It was only then that someone realized something. The first to rush out was the people from the second front. They shouted at the young man by the pool. "What the hell are you doing? Helping you guys who have no efficiency to end this battle as soon as possible," the young man said calmly as he took off the Beats headphones on his head. "But our people are still down there." "I know, and I'm very grateful to him. If it wasn't for him helping to stall Simon, I wouldn't have been able to freeze this pool. Do you know that the one you froze isn't just Simon, but Seahorse as well? I advise you to leave this pool before we make a move on you." The players on the second front had unfriendly expressions on their faces. Although Seahorse usually liked to travel alone, wandering around the world, and didn't really participate in guild events, he was still a member of the same guild as them. They could not just watch as their comrades were frozen under the water by this young man who appeared out of nowhere. However, the young man remained unmoved. He said unhurriedly, How many people died in your previous operation? The people on the second front were stunned. The young man continued. If we let Simon escape, how many people in the world will die? Sacrificing one person to save the entire world, isn't that why we are here? The people on the second front were a little speechless, but after a moment of silence, they still forced themselves to say, You don't know about Seahorse. He's invincible underwater. Even if you don't have to freeze this pool, he can still kill Simon. Maybe. I hope he's really as strong as you say, but 10 minutes have passed, and he still hasn't come up. This means that he has indeed encountered some trouble in his battle, which means that there's a possibility of failure. If he dies, what do you plan to do? Send 10 unlucky people in your ridiculous diving suits down to die? The youth with the Beats headphones around his neck looked around. This time, there were even more people who didn't speak. Even the man in sunglasses stopped in his tracks. You guys have to think carefully. Opportunities don't always exist. When that seahorse loses, it'll be too late even if I want to fight. The young man said leisurely. Chapter 1378. The moment the youth with the Beats earpiece made his move, the man in sunglasses already knew who he was. The 16th ranked player on the player rankings, Extreme Cold Phantom. Just like Seahorse, Extreme Cold Phantom was a very special player. He did not belong to the 3 major guilds. He had joined a small guild called Takeout Enthusiasts. This guild only had less than 50 members in total. However, his fame among the players was not small. This was because these 50 members were all agents. Moreover, more than half of them had entered the top 200 in the previous proxy war. In other words, this was a small elite player guild that lived up to its name. The average quality of its members could be said to be the strongest among all the guilds. Take Polar Soul as an example. He only stretched out one hand. In less than half a minute, the entire opposite side of the pool had been frozen. And that was not all. The ice layer on the surface of the water continued to thicken. Even the waterfall showed signs of being frozen. A portion of the bottom had already become a curtain of water. At the same time, the ice layer was also extending underwater. Seahorse and Zhang Heng, who were at the bottom of the pool, noticed the changes above their heads. A hint of anger appeared in Seahorse's eyes. Of course, he knew that the person who sealed the lake was up to no good. He had taken advantage of the fact that he was still fighting with Zhang Heng to attack. It was clear that they were planning to seal him under the lake as well. However, the anger in Seahorse's eyes only flashed for a moment before it was forcefully suppressed by him. Zhang Heng noticed that the gaze of the man opposite him had become resolute again. Surprisingly, Seahorse did not choose to escape. Yes, even after realizing that the surface of the water had been frozen and the ice layer was still thickening, he still did not stop his attack on Zhang Heng. It was not that Seahorse did not care about his own life or death, but as a hunter, his sense of battle told him that the more time passed, the more likely he would be he could not act rashly. After such a long battle, he and Zhang Heng had already reached a delicate balance. At such a time, if one side could not hold it in anymore, then the balance of the battle would quickly tilt to the other side. At that time, not only would his previous efforts be in vain, he might even be killed before he could escape to the water. This was the real reason why Seahorse chose to continue the battle. However, Zhang Heng had to admit that the opponent before him was a real tough guy. Knowing the right choice was one thing, but doing it was another. After all, not everyone had the courage to continue fighting when their lives were in danger. From a certain perspective, Seahorse's actions were completely counterintuitive. Because, to show his respect, Zhang Heng once again gripped his hidden scabbard tightly and charged at Seahorse. At this point in the battle, it was no longer just a battle of combat skills and weapons. It was also a battle of spirit and willpower. Both of them knew very well that only by ending the battle in front of them, or at least forcing one of them to make a move to escape, would they be able to leave this pool safely. Therefore, this time, both of them did not hold back. Zhang Heng gave up on using the Shaoshan Ming Heartstream Blade technique that he had been using previously and switched to the more aggressive Zhuo Mine's main attack. Meanwhile, Seahorse no longer felt sorry for the trident in his hand. In order to maximize the damage, he even took the initiative to fight Zhang Heng's hidden scabbard. The intensity of the battle increased again. Seahorse could feel that as time passed, the surrounding temperature became lower and lower. The layer of ice was originally just a thin layer, but after 3 minutes, it was already close to the top of his head. Just by looking up, he could feel a strong sense of oppression. The tip of the trident was already showing signs of freezing, and more importantly, his body was losing heat at an alarming rate. His hands and feet were cold, and even his movements were slowing down. Seahorse also realized that something was wrong. Compared to him, Zhang Heng seemed to be unaffected by the drop in water temperature. His figure was still as agile as before. Originally, Seahorse could still suppress Zhang Heng in terms of speed, but now, he could no longer keep up with Zhang Heng's pace in the game. Furthermore, it was different from his ashen face. Zhang Heng's expression did not change much. In other words, the other party was indeed not affected by the cold. But how was this possible? Seahorse found it hard to understand. He did not expect to lose in the battle of wills, but in the end, he lost in adapting to the changes in the environment. However, he had already thought about one thing. If this continued, he did not know what would happen to Zhang Heng, but he would definitely die. Therefore, Seahorse did not hesitate anymore and waved the trident in his hand. He tried his best to push Zhang Heng away. Then, he started to control the flow of the water to allow himself to rise to the bottom of the huge layer of ice. Seahorse waved the trident in a frenzy to destroy the layer of ice. At the same time, he had to turn back to deal with Zhang Heng's entanglement. The trident smashed into the layer of ice, creating many cracks. However, what made Seahorse despair was that compared to the thickness of the ice itself, the cracks that were more than 2 meters deep were far from enough to break the ice. At the same time, Zhang Heng's attacks became more and more fierce. Every time the trident and hidden scabbard collided, the golden light on the trident would dim slightly. However, at this moment, Seahorse had no time to protect the divine weapon. He could only pray in his heart that the divine weapon was strong enough to withstand Zhang Heng's attacks. Unfortunately, when he shifted his gaze to the trident, he realized that the divine weapon had unknowingly become riddled with wounds. There were knife marks all over its body, and each one was deeper than the last, especially the part that had just been cut. One of the spikes had almost been cut off. Seahorse was stunned, and then his eyes finally turned to fear. He understood that this B-grade item that he had borrowed from Poseidon would probably die with him in this pool today. As if to confirm his guess, when Zhang Heng's next slash came, Seahorse subconsciously waved the weapon in his hand to block it. However, he felt the hand holding the trident shake violently. Then, he saw a crack in the middle of the trident spread crazily around him. In the end, the majestic golden weapon was reduced to pieces in his hand. However, Seahorse did not have time to mourn for this destroyed god, because he felt that his blood was about to turn into ice chips, and breathing became more and more difficult. Because he had lost too much heat, he even had hallucinations. He felt as if he was sitting in the mouth of a volcano. Therefore, he subconsciously pressed his body against the ice layer, trying to cool himself down. The result was that after only 10 seconds, his body was frozen into the ice layer. Chapter 1379. Zhang Heng had witnessed the death of Seahorse with his own eyes. This tough guy who had been fighting with him for more than 15 minutes had died before his eyes in a confused manner. Of course, considering Seahorse's physical condition, his death was not surprising. After Seahorse died, Zhang Heng immediately took out a kerosene lamp from his backpack. Name: Explorer's Lamp. Rarity: C. Effect: a kerosene lamp that will never go out. It is a top-tier equipment that explorers dream of. Not only can it provide you with a source of light, whether you are on land or underwater, it can also help you control the surrounding temperature. By borrowing the brightness of the explorer's lamp, you can adjust the ambient temperature within the range of the light. This C-rank item was one of the rewards that Zhang Heng had obtained from the Chernobyl dungeon. He did not expect it to come in handy at this time. This seemingly ordinary kerosene lamp had a rather miraculous effect. Within the range of the light source, it could ensure a constant temperature. Previously, Zhang Heng had relied on the heat emitted from the lamp in his backpack to withstand the cold current above his head. When he took the lamp out, the surrounding temperature instantly became warmer. The cold from before had completely disappeared. Following that, Zhang Heng adjusted the kerosene lamp and adjusted the temperature of the surrounding water to 40 degrees, which was also the internal temperature of the human body. Zhang Heng felt as if he was soaking in a hot bath. The scene before his eyes was also very magical. The terrifying cold was still freezing the pool water, and the ice layer was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, where the explorer's lamp shone, the temperature remained at 40 degrees Celsius, unable to freeze. At the same time, the ice at the edge of the pool was rapidly melting. By the pool, even though the players on the second front still found the youth wearing Beats headphones to be an eyesore, they surprisingly did not attack him as they had previously threatened. In fact, after Extreme Cold Spirit opened his mouth, most of the players present fell silent. Even those on the second line couldn't help but have some strange thoughts. It had to be admitted that even though everyone had expected that this battle would be very difficult, losing so many people in such a short period of time was still somewhat beyond their expectations. In particular, even an expert like the Ghost Gemini was unable to stop Zhang Heng for even a few minutes. This allowed everyone to feel the terrifying combat power of the number one player. Although the ranking of the seahorse that entered the water this time was not as high as the Ghost Gemini's, he was publicly acknowledged as an invincible existence in the water. If even he was unable to deal with Zhang Heng, then what should everyone do next? The question that Polar Soul threw out hit everyone's heart. Therefore, everyone, including the players from the second front, began to think that if they could sacrifice Seahorse alone, they could completely eliminate Zhang Heng. Was this deal worth it? Actually, many players had already agreed with Polar Soul after hearing what he said. However, Seahorse was still a member of the second front, one of the three big guilds. However, as the players from the second front fell into silence, no one stepped forward to stop Polar Soul from freezing the entire pool. When Polar Soul saw this, he smiled and did not say anything else. He simply put on his headphones again. As a result, the players by the shore saw the cold air spreading at an astonishing speed. Although they could not see the scene below the pool at this moment, just by looking at the gradually solidifying waterfall, one could tell just how terrifying this cold air was. Previously, some people thought that the freezing of the pool meant freezing the surface of the water. But now, they understood that the freezing of the pool meant freezing the water below into a lump of ice. In just a short while, the thickness of the ice layer was enough for an overloaded truck to move normally on top. However, the extremely cold ghost still did not stop. After a while, suddenly, everyone felt a tremor under their feet. Someone was knocking on the ice layer, trying to escape from below. Thinking of Zhang Heng's terrifying combat strength, everyone's nerves immediately tensed up. They raised their weapons one after another. Only Polar Spirit, who was squatting by the pool, remained calm. When he saw someone pointing a gun at him, he waved his hand. "Don't be nervous. The people below won't be able to get out." Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, there were a few people on the second front who wanted to say something, but they hesitated. Some of them thought that if they were breaking through the ice, the person who wanted to get out would be Seahorse. However, before they could ask the question, they swallowed it back. Since they had tacitly allowed Polar Spirit to make a move, they naturally knew what they should do in the face of this uncertain possibility. Fortunately, the shaking that made them nervous did not last for long. The water below the pond regained its calm. This time, it seemed to be permanent. Extreme Cold Phantom squatted by the pond for another 2 minutes before he stood up and clapped his hands. "All right, the matter has been resolved. Everyone can disperse and go home." The man wearing sunglasses frowned slightly when he heard that. "Are you sure he's dead?" "Of course," Polar Spirit said with certainty. "I've frozen the entire pool. There's no way for the people below to escape. If you don't believe me, you can try to cut open the ice and see if you can dig out his body. But don't say that I didn't warn you. This is not a small amount of work." The man wearing sunglasses breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, but he still immediately called. "I need explosives. A large amount of explosives. It's enough to blow up a pool. Hurry up." After the man wearing sunglasses put down the phone, he didn't immediately disband the pursuit team like Polar Spirit had said. Instead, he divided the players into 3 teams, each team taking 8 hours to take turns to stare at the frozen pool. His excessive caution also caused some people to complain. After all, there was nothing in this deep mountain. There was no electricity, no signal. Staying here was not a pleasant thing to do. However, most people still agreed with the man in sunglasses' decision. After all, the person they were going to deal with this time was Simon. Perhaps only when they saw Simon's corpse would many people believe that Simon had really been killed. To the man's surprise, the specter didn't leave either. Instead, it chose to camp with them in the mountains. At first, the man thought that the specter was worried that something might happen during the ice blasting, but he didn't expect the specter to be interested in Zhang Heng's equipment. After all, it was no secret that Simon had at least one B-grade item. Chapter 1380. The explosives were sent to the campsite before 8 o'clock at night. Then, the engineering team dug 29 3-meter-deep ice holes on the ice and filled them with explosives. By the time they were almost done, it was already 11 o'clock. The second team had already replaced the first team on duty, keeping an eye on the situation at the pond. Meanwhile, the man wearing sunglasses was checking the situation of the explosives. In the end, at this moment, a player with the code name Parrot found him. The man wearing sunglasses looked at the little girl behind Parrot and raised his eyebrows. "Where did you find her?" "Behind a hillside. When I went there, I saw her sleeping there alone," Parrot said. "But she didn't want to tell me why she was there. In fact, she didn't want to answer any questions at all. However, there were some children's items in the old man's cave. I guess they should be hers." "The aborigines of this mountain?" The man in sunglasses nodded. He was too lazy to trouble a little girl, so he waved his hand and said, "Give her some food and water. When she's full, send her back. Simon has been frozen in the lake by us. The others are irrelevant." "Okay," said Parrot. However, just as he turned around and was about to leave with the little girl, he heard a cry from the engineering team. Then, he saw a person throw down the drill in his hand and stagger toward him. Because the ice beneath his feet was too slippery, he ran too fast and even fell midway. However, he did not even bother to wipe the blood stains on his face. He stood up immediately and continued to run. The man wearing sunglasses also realized that something might have happened at the pool. His heart sank. Before the engineering team player could reach him, he took the initiative to ask, "What's going on?" We found something. We might need you to take a look." The man in sunglasses did not waste any time. He immediately went to the place where the engineering team had previously worked. The people on the other side had already stopped what they were doing and gathered together. Seeing the man in sunglasses come over, the crowd took the initiative to open a path. The man in sunglasses also saw the place they were surrounding. That was the last ice cave, and it was just in front of the frozen waterfall. "What's wrong?" A man pointed at the frozen waterfall and swallowed his saliva. "Here, there seems to be water behind." "So what if there's water?" The man in sunglasses frowned. However, the next second, he thought of something and his expression changed. He quickly walked to the ice waterfall. He found that there was a piece of ice on the frozen waterfall that was much thinner than the other parts of the waterfall. The other parts of the ice layer could not see the scene behind it, but this piece of ice layer could vaguely see the water flow behind it. The man wearing sunglasses had sweat on his forehead. He looked around and then grabbed a hammer from a man's hand and smashed it on the ice layer. In the end, he only used one hammer to break the ice, and the water flowed out. The two people standing closest to him were washed down to the ground. The others barely managed to dodge, but they still looked a little embarrassed. Their shoes and pants were wet. Seeing this scene, everyone knew what had happened. Before this, the extremely cold ghost had frozen the entire pool, but for some unknown reason, it had not been able to freeze Simon. Furthermore, Simon had secretly dug a tunnel under their noses. Using the cover of the ice waterfall, he had directly swam upstream from here. But how did he do it? Especially this tunnel. During the excavation, not a single movement was heard. This was simply unbelievable. Today, everyone had seen too many unbelievable things from Simon. They had even become somewhat numb. However, the man wearing sunglasses could not help but let out a curse and said, "Wake everyone up and get into battle mode immediately." Soon, even the first batch of people who had already crawled into their sleeping bags were woken up by their companions. They could not help but complain at first, but when they heard that Simon had escaped from the pool, they immediately woke up. They immediately put on their equipment and picked up their weapons again. At this time, Extreme Cold Phantom also put down the tablet in his hand and came to the front of the ice waterfall. His expression was particularly ugly. After all, he was the one who had confidently said that the entire pool was frozen and Simon was dead for sure. However, the latter had already left the pool. The people from the second front looked at Polar Spirit with a hostile gaze. It was because of this guy's bewitchment that they had given up on the seahorse. In the end, not only did they not manage to get rid of Zhang Hong, they even lost the seahorse. Furthermore, the seahorse was probably not far away from getting rid of Zhang Hong. However, they knew that this was not the time to talk about this. The man in sunglasses had already ordered his men to release the remaining drones, but they did not find any suspicious figures around them. Did Simon escape? The man in sunglasses did not think so, because from the layout of the place, it was clear that the other party had already realized that they were coming. Since Simon did not choose to escape at that time, he had decided to prepare for the battle ahead of time. There was no reason for him to suddenly run away halfway. Furthermore, the battle between the two parties was a complete defeat for the pursuit team. They had suffered heavy losses, but they didn't even manage to catch a glimpse of Zhang Hong. But since the other party wasn't here, where would he go? The man in sunglasses thought for a moment, and then he finally thought of something. Send a message to the two teams at the cave. Tell them to gather here as soon as possible. Okay. No. The man in sunglasses reversed the order he had just given. Don't let them join us. Tell them to leave immediately. Be careful, don't bump into Simon. The man in sunglasses then received the news that the two teams at the cave had lost contact with them. The other party moved faster than they had imagined. The man in sunglasses only thought of the other side, but the battle there had already ended. Where was Simon now? The man in sunglasses replaced himself in Simon's position. He should have returned immediately after finishing off the people in the cave. He should have taken advantage of the fact that the majority of the troops here had not discovered that he had escaped and launched a sneak attack in the night. He tried his best to cause as much damage as possible, but Simon did not seem to have done so. Of course, it could not be because he was afraid of having too many people. After all, during the day, Simon was not afraid even when he was surrounded. He was still calmly killing his way in and out of the encirclement. The man in sunglasses had no idea what Simon was thinking right now. However, he knew that the situation had completely changed. They were now the ones in danger. He couldn't continue to follow Simon's rhythm. Chapter 1381. After Zhang Hong escaped from the bottom of the lake, he made a trip back to the cave and quietly took care of the two squads. At the same time, he also saw the mute old man. However, he soon realized that the little girl did not return after dark as promised. Therefore, Zhang Hong comforted the mute old man. He first went to his cave to finish processing the half-finished arrows. Then, he collected some ammunition and a rifle from the bodies of the two squads. After that, he returned to the hillside, but the little girl was nowhere to be seen. Zhang Hong found a string of strange footprints on the ground. The owner of the footprints came alone, but when he left, there was a string of small footprints beside him. Zhang Hong knew that the little girl must have been taken away by the intruder. However, Zhang Hong looked at the time in his hand, but he did not rush to rescue her. If nothing went wrong, the girl was taken away by the search party. The group of people had entered the mountain to hunt him down. It was unlikely that they would make things difficult for a little girl. After asking him some questions, they would probably release her. On the contrary, if he rushed up in such a hurry, it might make the group think of the relationship between him and the little girl, adding more trouble to the rescue. Therefore, Zhang Hong ultimately decided to wait for a while. He waited for the pursuit team to send the little girl back to the cave before making his move. Then, he looked at the starfish on his wrist. There was less than an hour left until midnight. Zhang Hong walked toward the pool again, and soon, he saw the drones in the sky above him again. Since he had already taken out a portion of the drones, the number of drones was significantly reduced. Furthermore, it was night, so his field of vision was much worse than during the day. With Zhang Heng's stealth, he could easily avoid the buzzing drones overhead. However, when he returned to the pool, he found that it was exceptionally quiet. Zhang Heng's gaze swept across the rows of tents, but there was no one outside. After a while, four people walked out from the tent in the center. One of the leaders was a man wearing sunglasses. He was holding a little girl in one hand and a red conch in the other. He walked out of the tent and patted the conch twice before moving his mouth closer to it. The next moment, a voice came into Zhang Heng's ears. The voice was very close to him, as if someone was lying beside his ear and talking. Hello, 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 can you hear me? Hello, I don't think I've introduced myself before. My code name is Commander. I'm from the Silver Wing Guild, and I'm also the commander of this capture operation. The man who called himself Commander paused for a moment before continuing. Don't worry, I'm not around you. The reason why my voice can reach your ears is because of something called the sound transmitting conch. And to be precise, this thing doesn't only transmit to you alone, but to everyone within 5 kilometers. It only works for 3 minutes at a time, so I'll cut to the chase. I know you're not happy with our operation this time. I can understand. You're probably thinking about how to get rid of us, and we also want to have a good fight with the famous Simon. Since that's the case, why don't we all be more straightforward? We'll send 3 people to fight you 3 times. You can have my guarantee. If you win all 3 of these matches, we'll leave immediately and won't bother you anymore. And if you lose, the commander chuckled. Then there shouldn't be anything in the future. You can think about it. Oh right, there's one more thing. Our people found a little girl behind a hill. Did you leave her there? You don't have to worry about her. We'll help you take care of her. As the commander spoke, he reached out and touched the little girl's hair. 3 minutes had passed by the time he finished his last sentence. Do you think he will agree to our duel invitation? The man holding the fire chelan behind him asked curiously. It doesn't matter. He will definitely appear. I don't know what their relationship is, but when Simon started the war with us, he was worried that it would affect this little girl. He even deliberately placed her behind the hill that was far away from the battlefield. We used her as bait. It's impossible for Simon to be indifferent. I actually don't quite understand. Another man with a rosacea nose said. Simon is the vessel that Master LaRue used. He knows about this, but he hasn't committed suicide yet. This means that he doesn't care whether he destroys the world or not. If that's the case, why would he care about a little girl that he's only known for a week? Since the 4 of them were waiting for Zhang Heng to show up, they had nothing better to do, so the commander patiently explained. You guys don't know him. I've been collecting information about him. Of course, because he's always been alone in the dungeon, it's not easy for him to find players who have worked with him. However, he has many teachers, classmates, neighbors, and so on. As long as he has the heart, he can easily piece together the trajectory of his life. What do you see from this? Many people think that his way of doing things is very chaotic and unpredictable. For example, his attitude towards the secular law. Sometimes, he would treat the law as nothing, just like the battle at Falah. He could kill many people without batting an eye and drive a car on the road. But sometimes, he would seem to respect the law more than anyone else. With his strength, there are many things that shouldn't be so troublesome. Isn't it chaotic and unpredictable? On the surface, it looks like that, but in fact, from my observation, he is a very principled person. It's just that he doesn't follow the secular laws, but the set of rules that he has set himself. You only need to know that in his rules, the one who wants to destroy the world is the master of Lariah. I don't know if he will pay for the mistakes of others, but this little girl is indeed in danger because of him, so he won't sit idly by. Is he willing to save one person but not the entire world? That's about it. Crazy. The man holding the fire chelan concluded, but then he sighed. But this crazy person is ridiculously strong. Are you sure that we can kill him after luring him out? I'm not sure. The commander shook his head without thinking. But if we fail this time, it proves that we can't kill him at all. Everyone can also pack up and go home. Of course, if we can still return alive. Chapter 1382. Zhang Heng heard the man in sunglasses and knew that there was a trap waiting for him in the camp. However, his expression did not change. He checked the weapons and props in his hands, stood up from behind the tree, and walked toward the 4 of them. However, in the next moment, Zhang Heng's footsteps suddenly stopped because he felt a familiar feeling. The breeze disappeared, the leaves stopped moving, and the rustling sound in his ears disappeared. The world fell into a strange silence. In this silence, even the moonlight seemed to have frozen. Zhang Heng looked at the starfish on his wrist and realized that there were still 12 minutes until midnight. However, this time, the starfish's needle had also stopped moving. Then, a familiar voice came from his left hand. We meet again. As the voice faded, Chrono's slightly chubby figure walked out from the shadows. Don't you think that's a little hypocritical? Zhang Heng asked calmly. Kronos couldn't help but sigh when he heard that. Do you remember the first time we met at that maid cafe? I knew you were a smart person the moment I saw you. I've always liked working with smart people, but now, I can't help but wonder, aren't you a little too smart? Based on my understanding of you, you've been planning for so many years, and it's almost the last moment. You definitely don't want any accidents to happen, so you've actually been here these past few days, monitoring my every move. It's been hard on you. There are a lot of mosquitoes here, but I don't know if they like drinking the blood of the god of time. To be more precise, I spent most of my time here. I left a few times to do other things. What things? Zhang Heng asked. Kronos didn't answer immediately. Instead, he frowned. I don't understand. You didn't accept my proposal before. I thought you had a way to deal with Laria's master, but in the end, you ran into the mountains alone and went into seclusion. However, you should know that no matter where you run to, Laria's master will find you. Right now, you're haunted by nightmares every night. Based on my observation, even without the people who came to kill you, you should only be able to hold on for another 2 days at most. It's time to make a decision. How do you know I haven't made a decision yet? Zhang Heng asked. Are you trying to get mad at me? Kronos sighed. Didn't you go to Saiji just to get Cupid to swap blood with you? Now that you have a better choice, why aren't you willing to work with me? Compared to Cupid, we've known each other for a long time, so we can be considered friends. Have I ever done anything to hurt you before? Zhang Heng seemed to have thought of something when he heard this. He raised his eyebrows and asked, You were the one who ambushed and injured Cupid, right? The expression on Kronos' face became interesting. Zhang Heng initially thought that Kronos would deny it. After all, Zhang Heng didn't have any evidence on him. It was just a guess. However, Kronos admitted to it in the end. That's right. Even though it was a group of new gods that made the final move, I did plan the attack to stop you from exchanging blood with him. I've said it before, it's a win-win situation for both of us to exchange blood. Of course, I have my own selfish motives, but to you, the outcome is the same. You're wrong. Zhang Heng shook his head. How am I wrong? Previously, when I saved Saiji at the park, she did offer to let her husband Cupid exchange my blood to repay me. However, I didn't agree to it after that. You didn't agree. This time, Kronos was really surprised. Why? Because I don't want to put my fate in the hands of others. Zhang Heng said calmly. No matter which god I swap blood with, after that, my body will become a part of his body. In other words, I will still face today's trouble. That's true, but right now, you have no other choice. Kronos tried his best to soften his tone. You don't want the world to be destroyed, right? If you really let the master of Laria take over your body, that's not your problem alone. Your mother, father, and unborn sister, don't you want them to live? And your friends, that girl called Fan Meinan. You did so much to finally cure her, but in the end, all of that went down the drain. Kronos looked into Zhang Heng's eyes with anticipation. Swapping blood with me is indeed risky, but compared to the worst-case scenario, sometimes we have to take risks, don't you think? You're a rational person, so I believe you can calculate the pros and cons of this. Kronos. Zhang Heng interrupted the old man, but he had already turned his gaze back to the camp. I've already answered your question before. How do you know that I haven't made a choice? Choice? What choice? Kronos' eyes finally darkened. Zhang Heng did not reply, but walked straight to the commander and the little girl's group. Did I really misjudge you? You can't be that ignorant and arrogant, right? If you let that thing descend into your body, your soul will be crushed instantly. You won't stand a chance. Not only will you harm yourself, you'll also harm everyone. Kronos' voice came from behind Zhang Heng. Thank you for your advice. Zhang Heng waved his hand and picked up the little girl from the commander's side. He turned around, but he realized that Kronos was still there. You've lost your last chance. Kronos said coldly. Don't tell me you think that only these mortals are here to kill you today. Are there any other guests? Who are they? Thor, Zeus, or someone from the new god's side? Zhang Heng carried the little girl and walked toward the cave. It's not just one god that's coming to kill you tonight. The gods will never allow the master of Laria to escape from that city under the ice. For this, The new god and the old god can even temporarily put aside their differences. Kronos said, "They've already arrived. Do you think that I paused time just to catch up with you? I'm your only chance to escape. Furthermore, they already know that you have the time freeze ability that I gave you. They've made preparations in advance. It'll take effect at midnight. You won't have another 24 hours tonight. Then it looks like I'll have to rely on myself." After Zhang Heng finished his last sentence, he ignored the livid Kronos and walked into the darkness without looking back. Chapter 1383. Kronos looked at Zhang Heng's back with complicated emotions flashing through his eyes. In the end, he did nothing but disappear from his spot. As he left, time resumed its flow. A gentle breeze blew past, and the leaves rustled once more. There was also the sound of insects chirping in the summer. The mountain seemed to have returned to its previous state. However, Zhang Heng knew that this place was different from before. Zhang Heng was not too worried about the three major guilds. Even if there were too many people on the other side, he could still protect himself. However, if the gods made a move, that would be a different matter. Even though Zhang Heng had already killed a few gods, and they were all famous people, Zhang Heng knew that there was still a gap in strength between the two sides when it came to truly powerful people. For example, the brief exchange with Thor at the convenience store. Other than that, according to Kronos, there was more than one god that had come this time. Perhaps the only good news for Zhang Heng was that the hidden scabbard in his hands seemed to be about to level up. Because the game point had already closed, Zhang Heng had no place to authenticate it. However, he could still sense that he had already mastered the method to level up the hidden scabbard. After severing and scepter, after destroying Poseidon's trident, this B-grade item that he had spent a lot of money on seemed to be on the verge of leveling up. However, this kind of upgrade method was a little too expensive. Zhang Heng placed the little girl by the side of the road. After the time freeze was lifted, the little girl had regained her mobility. However, she was still a little confused as to why she had suddenly returned to Zhang Heng's embrace from the sunglasses man's side. That was until Zhang Heng said to her, "Let's go and find your grandfather." However, the little girl did not leave immediately after hearing that. Instead, she looked at Zhang Heng with some reluctance. Zhang Heng smiled when he saw this. "Each of us has a different path to take. My path can only be taken by me. You can't take it, so let's stop here. Remember what I taught you." "Well said." At that moment, a woman's voice sounded. Zhang Heng clearly heard the voice coming from his right hand, but when he looked over there, he did not see anyone. At the same time he turned his head, a black crow suddenly flew down from the tree behind him. It used its sharp beak to peck at Zhang Heng's neck. If it were to peck at his neck, there was a high chance that a bloody hole would appear on Zhang Heng's neck. However, just as the crow was about to succeed, a cold light flashed. In the next moment, its head and body were cut in two. Zhang Heng stood under the tree with his hidden scabbard in his hand. A pensive look appeared on his face. "The goddess of the night, Nyx? I was one step ahead of the others because I know that one of my husbands must be secretly discussing something with you," the female voice said. By saying so, she was admitting her identity. In Greek mythology, Nyx married her brother, the god of darkness and the netherworld, Erebus. However, in the Orpheus cult's sacred words, she was believed to have three-phase bodies. One of her identities was that of Kronos' wife. Her status was also equal to Kronos. However, no matter which mythological system it was, Nyx was regarded as one of the powerful primitive gods. Of course, she was not as famous as Zeus or Thor, but she was definitely a tough character to deal with. Most importantly, the day had passed, and the earth was shrouded in darkness. It could be said that they had entered Nyx's home ground. Zhang Heng had just experienced how powerful Poseidon's trident was in the water. Facing Nyx in the darkness, he naturally wouldn't let his guard down. However, not long after Zhang Heng finished off the crow, another group of crows swooped down from the sky. There were more than 20 of them, and unlike ordinary crows, they were much larger. They were twice the size of ordinary crows, and their beaks were even harder, gleaming with a cold light. However, their fate was no different from the first crow. In the blink of an eye, their heads were separated from their bodies, and they became the spirits of the dead under hidden scabbard, S-blade. These crows seemed to be attacking in unison, and their momentum was terrifying. However, there was still a difference in speed between them. It was this subtle difference that ordinary people could not catch that caused them to be chopped off one after another by Zhang Heng. However, Zhang Heng's movements were too fast. It looked like he had only used one slash to end the battle. The crows' corpses fell to the ground. Not long after, they merged back into the darkness, leaving nothing behind. Good knife skills. The female voice praised. Let's try this one more time. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Heng heard a rustling sound coming from the surrounding bushes. This time, it was a group of rats. They were also very big, and they were close to the rabbits. Their bodies were all black, except for a pair of bloodthirsty red eyes. Zhang Heng did not retreat. Instead, he waved the hidden scabbard in his hand to meet them. He forced his way through the group of rats, but this time, the number of rats around him was a bit exaggerated. It was as if there was no end to them. Very soon, Zhang Heng was surrounded by the group of black rats. Even though Hidden Scabbard, S-Blade was still unbreakable, it was only a matter of time before Zhang Heng was bitten. In fact, Zhang Heng's speed had already slowed down. From his initial speed, he was now practically moving, especially the last two steps, which took him half a minute to complete, but in the end, he still managed to push the rats to the edge of the stream. Following that, Zhang Heng stepped into the stream. Surprisingly, the rats did not seem to be afraid of the water at all. They rushed forward to pounce on him. However, the next moment, the originally calm stream suddenly became turbulent. Not only did it sweep away the rats that pounced on him, but the waves that it created also pushed the rats on the shore into the water. Not long after, the large group of black rats was swallowed by the stream. On the other hand, Zhang Heng's position remained calm. The water even separated in front of his sneakers. Even his clothes were not wet. Is this a gift from the guy who lives in Laraya? Nyx clicked her tongue. It is indeed as troublesome as the rumors say. Likewise, your black army is not easy to deal with either. Zhang Heng said. This is only the beginning. I originally prepared 6 waves of warm-up attacks for you this time, but now it seems that the later waves are meaningless. As long as you stand by the water's edge, no matter what animal I summon, you can control the flow of water to block it. Since that's the case, let's get straight to the point. I'd love to, Zhang Heng said as he tightened his grip on the hidden scabbard in his hand. Chapter 1384. The night was exceptionally dark, as if someone had smeared ink all over the sky. Fortunately, there was still moonlight shining through the forest, allowing people to barely see the path beneath them. But in the next moment, Zhang Heng suddenly had a change of heart. He raised his head and saw a black gauze robe slowly falling from the sky. At first, it was only the size of an ordinary cloth, but then the muslin cloth suddenly became tens of thousands of times larger, enveloping the entire mountain. The light from the moon was completely blocked off from the other side of the black muslin cloth. As a result, the earth was completely enveloped by the pitch-black darkness. Zhang Heng did not panic. He opened his backpack and took out Explorer's lamp. However, he soon realized that for some unknown reason, the C-rank item could only illuminate an area of less than half a meter in front of him. The light seemed to be swallowed by something half a meter away. At the same time, something whizzed past Zhang Heng's head. It sounded like a horse carriage. Zhang Heng recalled the description of Ni Kasai in Greek mythology. She was riding a black horse carriage after dark. She was galloping in the sky. Unfortunately, with the current visibility, Zhang Heng could not even see Ni Kasai's shadow. This woman was indeed very cunning. Even though she had said that she wanted to fight Zhang Heng, the first thing she did before the battle began was to put herself in an invincible position. Are you ready? It's about to start. Ni Kasai laughed lightly, and then the sound of the carriage suddenly disappeared. Just as Zhang Heng was focused on listening to Ni Kasai's location, the next moment, the sound of horse hooves suddenly came from behind him. A distance of half a meter was just a blink of an eye for a galloping Pegasus. Zhang Heng did not even have time to turn around before he was knocked flying by the carriage. However, Ni Kasai, who had succeeded, was surprised, because at the last moment, a water film wrapped around Zhang Heng, slowing down the force of the horse's collision. Zhang Heng looked like he had fallen far, but in reality, he did not suffer much damage. At most, there was a bruise on his back. Ni Kasai did not follow up. She only looked at the direction where Zhang Heng had landed and then drove the carriage back into the darkness. The collision not only sent Zhang Heng's body flying, but the explorer's lamp in his hand had also slipped out of his hand and fallen into the water. If it had been anyone else, they probably would not have been able to retrieve it. However, Zhang Heng only put his left hand into the water. The next moment, the explorer's lamp returned to his hand, but the sound of the black horse's hooves disappeared again. At that moment, Nai Keisai was sitting in the carriage, looking at Zhang Heng from afar. She was also curious as to how the mortal before her would deal with her attack. The night was like her home ground. As long as she wanted, she could ride the carriage to and fro without making a sound until she was within half a meter of the explorer's lamp's light source. Only then would the traces be revealed. However, at such a short distance, even with Zhang Heng's reaction speed, it would be difficult for him to react effectively. Even though he still had the current to protect himself, as long as he used it a few more times, his body would not be able to withstand it. In the end, after a moment of silence, Nai Keisai saw Zhang Heng actually turn off the explorer's lamp in his hand. This time, the only light source in the world disappeared, and Zhang Heng was completely enveloped in darkness. Was he giving up on resisting? Nai Keisai naturally did not stand on ceremony. She immediately rushed toward Zhang Heng with the carriage. This time, she chose to face Zhang Heng head-on. If Zhang Heng was hit by this, then the battle could be declared over. The carriage drove until it was 2 meters in front of Zhang Heng, but there was no reaction from Zhang Heng. It was as if his eyes and ears were completely covered by darkness. However, just as Nix was about to swing the reins to complete the impact, something unexpected happened. Zhang Heng, who had been standing motionlessly, suddenly raised his knife. His knife accurately hit the front leg of the black horse, pulling the carriage. Then, the black horse let out a wail. The whole leg was cut off by Zhang Heng, and the momentum of Hidden Scabbard did not decrease. The moment Zhang Heng swung the blade, he had already activated Worldly Scale, and it was 4 times stronger than ever before. What puzzled Nix was how Zhang Heng could accurately pinpoint her location in the dark. After all, she was the only king in this darkness, and the carriage she was driving was also a B-grade item. However, what Nix didn't know was that it was her B-grade item that had exposed her location. Zhang Heng's attack wasn't based on sight or hearing, but on Hidden Scabbard's excitement when facing a high-level game item. Rather than saying that it was Zhang Heng's attack, it would be more accurate to say that Hidden Scabbard had swung the blade itself. Zhang Heng had merely been the person holding the blade. The result was that Hidden Scabbard had cut off 2 of the horse's legs in one go, and then the axle of the carriage. Nai Keisai had no choice but to jump out of her carriage in a sorry state. Only then did she manage to avoid a tragic traffic accident. The Evernight goddess was no longer as calm and confident as before. However, this was not the end. The next moment, Zhang Heng turned to look at where she was. To be precise, this was not a look. He had just turned his head in her direction. Nai Keisai could see that the focus of Zhang Heng's gaze was not on her. However, the other party had already rushed over without hesitation. Nai Keisai could not help but be shocked when she saw this. Her carriage had already been destroyed. At this moment, she could only rely on her own legs to escape. As she ran, she shouted without regard for her dignity. "How much longer are you going to watch the show?" "We are not watching the show. It's just that your black veil is blocking our view." A dignified male voice sounded. At this moment, Nix did not have time to answer. She tried her best to roll forward, and only then did she dodge the knife light from behind her. However, her movements were still half a beat too slow, and the skin on her back was cut, black blood dripped onto the ground, and the unusual pain in the wound made the Evernight goddess furious. Just as she thought she was going to die here, a huge sword blocked Zhang Heng's next attack. The sound of weapons clashing could be heard one after another. The owner of the huge sword actually received a series of attacks from Zhang Heng in the pitch-black darkness. It wasn't until the 2 of them took a step back that the goddess of the night, Nix, who had just escaped death, finally pulled back the black veil from the sky and draped it over her body, panting heavily. Zhang Heng finally saw the person who had just received his attack. It was a burly man with a mouth full of golden teeth, a horn hung around his neck, and a giant sword in his hand. Chapter 1385, The Gods Unite. Seeing the giant's appearance, a name immediately appeared in Zhang Heng's mind. Heimdall, in Norse mythology, the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, the god of dawn. And the moment he recognized Heimdall, Zhang Heng also understood how Heimdall had managed to catch his series of torrential attacks in the dark. The legendary Heimdall had a pair of eyes that could see 300 miles between night and day. At the same time, his ears were terrifyingly sensitive. He could hear the sound of grass growing, and he guarded the Rainbow Bridge. That was how he was able to detect the presence of the invading enemy at the first possible moment. That was how he was able to blow the horn on his neck, allowing the Asgardian gods to gather to fight. At the same time, Heimdall and Loki were sworn enemies. In the final twilight of the gods, the two of them perished together. Heimdall saw Zhang Heng, but he didn't rush to make a move. Instead, he bowed to the other side of the sky. "It's a pleasure to fight alongside you." It was a young man wearing armor and holding a spear. He was sitting in a four-wheeled carriage. However, unlike the pure black carriage of the Evernight goddess, his carriage looked even more ferocious. It was filled with power and a sense of conquest. He held the reins and nodded. "Odin and the son of Yanesha, the god of dawn, Heimdall, I have long heard of your name. After settling tonight's matter, we should have many opportunities to continue working together in the war after that." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard another voice. However, that voice was not as polite as Heimdall's. It was even a little strange. "It's really lively today. A son of Odin and a son of Zeus are actually here. They are even discussing how to beat us up next. I'm already trembling in fear in the corner. Do you new gods like to be rats so much? Why are you always hiding your heads and tails? You don't even dare to say a harsh word in front of me." The young man in the carriage was not angry. He only laughed mockingly. "I can't help it. I'm used to directing and acting by myself." A man carrying a camera slowly walked out from the forest opposite Heimdall. Judging from his attire, he looked like a cameraman who was here to shoot a film. He was wearing a khaki vest and a pair of hiking shoes. However, Heimdall was slightly moved when he saw him. "Movie god, is it you who came from the new god's side? Why do you think it's strange? 3 days ago, you found so many people to ambush me, but you didn't manage to kill me?" The god of movies grinned. "If you're willing, you can try again after tonight. If you and Ares join forces, you should be able to challenge me." "Wait, how can I be absent when there's such a lively scene?" The one who said this was the god of electricity who had fought Thor previously. He appeared behind the god of movies. The charging device in his hand was fully charged this time. It was obvious that he was planning to go all out. However, just as the situation was getting more and more tense, another voice with an Egyptian accent sounded. "Everyone, we're not here to fight, right? Even if we really want to fight, we have to get rid of the target first." The person who spoke was a man with the head of a wolf and the body of a human. At first glance, he looked like Seth, who had been killed by Zhang Heng. However, upon closer inspection, one could still see the difference between the two parties. They were different from Seth. The head of the man in front of him was the head of a jackal, and he did not have the chaotic and violent temperament that Seth was born with. "Anubis, you actually came. Why? Are you here to avenge your father, Seth?" The movie god asked. "Even though I'm Seth's son, I've long since severed all ties with him. I've always been displeased by his actions." Anubis said calmly. "Therefore, I'm here purely to solve our common problem. Everyone, stop chatting and get back to business." With that, the gods finally ended their short-lived verbal exchange and turned their attention back to Zhang Heng. Heimdall was the more polite one. "There's no hope for you anymore, kid. We borrowed a prop from the three goddesses of time sequence to deal with the time freeze power that Kronos gave you. Of course, we know that you're innocent, but it's a pity that you were chosen to be that guy's vessel. Sometimes, in order to protect justice and the happiness of the majority, we have to make some sacrifices. That's what I hate the most about you old gods. You're always full of morality and benevolence, but you're always up to no good." The movie god sneered. "Can't you just say it?" He looked at Zhang Heng and grinned. "Brother, for the sake of world peace, we need you to die. The only choice you have now is to do it yourself, or we'll do it ourselves. Personally, I suggest you do it yourself, because if a real fight breaks out later, you might not even be able to keep your body." Zhang Heng also understood that he had reached the most dangerous moment. After cutting off the night goddess carriage, his hidden scabbard finally received an upgrade. It had changed from a Class B item to a Class. Zhang Heng did not have the time to examine it carefully, but when he held the knife in his hand, he could sense the presence of supernatural beings around him. This was also why he could chase after the night goddess, Nyx, even when his sight and hearing had not recovered. And because of this newly awakened characteristic of the hidden scabbard, Zhang Heng could sense that the supernatural beings around him were far more than just the 6 in front of him. It was just that the auras of these 6 were stronger, and when they appeared, the other gods chose to continue hiding in the shadows. Other than that, Zhang Heng could sense another powerful presence approaching. Who could it be? Zeus or Odin? If it really was one of them, then Zhang Heng was completely in a desperate situation. Heimdall, who had clairvoyance and clairaudient ears, was the second to sense the presence. He frowned because the presence was unfamiliar to him, but the guards of the Rainbow Bridge didn't take it to heart. The gods that would be coming here tonight had a common goal. However, the next moment, a cold female voice sounded in his ear. "Have you asked me if you want to kill him?" Then, the stunned Heimdall saw the owner of the voice leap to Zhang Heng's side without a word. Her body was exceptionally large, like a small mountain. Under the moonlight, the 9 gigantic snake heads stared coldly at the gods before them. When he met the bartender again, Zhang Heng finally saw her true form. The deep-sea monster, Hydra. Chapter 1386. Hydra used 6 of her 9 heads to stare at the 6 gods before her. Of the remaining 3 heads, 2 were on alert. Only the last golden head turned to look at Zhang Heng. Hydra looked at Zhang Heng with a complicated gaze. It had been almost 3 months since the last time the two had met. During this period, both sides had experienced too much, and the bartender had a lot to say. Like Kronos, what she wanted to ask the most was why Zhang Heng had made such a choice. Even though this was the outcome she wanted to see the most, perhaps Hydra herself did not realize that somewhere in the depths of her subconscious, she had also vaguely thought that there would be another direction in the story. Even though that direction went against her mission and duty, it did not seem that bad. However, in the end, the giant golden snake had only said one sentence. "It's time." Zhang Heng nodded and sheathed the newly upgraded, hidden scabbard back into its scabbard. "I hope that when this is over, I can find you for a special drink. I won't be mixing drinks anymore. After all, no matter how hard I work at A-List, I won't be able to save up for a down payment." The golden snakehead had already turned back to the front. What a pity. The conversation between the two of them finally angered the gods present. Although Hydra was strong, none of the gods present were easy to deal with. Each of them was only slightly weaker than Hydra. Furthermore, there were 6 of them. As long as the 6 of them joined forces, even 2 Hydras wouldn't be enough. The god of movies, who was carrying the camera, could not bear to listen any longer and laughed. "I thought who was coming. Although you have 8 more heads than the others, you don't look very smart. Don't tell me you want to kill the 6 of us by yourself? That's not necessary," Hydra said calmly. Before she finished speaking, the 9 heads suddenly exploded and attacked Anubis together. However, Anubis didn't show any panic when he saw this. This Egyptian death god was extremely clear-headed. He didn't try to take Hydra's full-strength attack head-on. Instead, he chose to dodge temporarily. At the same time, he moved closer to the god of dawn, Heimdall, and the goddess of the night, Nyx. Anubis' plan was very simple. The 6 people present might not be Hydra's match, but as long as they could pull one more person, they would have the advantage, not to mention that Heimdall was standing together with the goddess of the night. As long as they joined forces, their group would be the strongest. However, his retreat did not matter. It directly opened up the direction that he had originally blocked. After that, Zhang Heng seemed to have practiced countless times with Hydra. The moment Hydra attacked, he retreated into the river with tacit understanding. Following a huge wave, Zhang Heng flew over Anubis' head. He landed on the other side of the mountain. The other 5 people saw this, and their expressions changed. They immediately wanted to chase after him. Among them, Ares was the fastest. His 4-wheeled carriage was like a bolt of lightning as it streaked across the sky. However, in the next moment, a huge snakehead suddenly jumped up and bit the shaft of the carriage. Ares was shocked and furious. He immediately waved the spear in his hand and stabbed at the snake head. Hydra did not dodge and allowed the weapon to pierce through one of his heads. Then, the other snake head bit off the neck of the head without hesitation. Not long after, a brand new head grew out from the broken neck. And this was not the end. After Hydra bit onto Ares' carriage, the other snake heads did not stay idle either. They stopped the movie god and the god of dawn who were trying to chase after them. Hydra knew that she was not a match for the 6 people in front of her. However, with the help of her infinite regeneration head, immortal body, and the courage to not fear death, at this moment, she had indeed stopped all 6 of them by herself. Ares' face was terrifyingly gloomy. In just a short while, he had already pierced through 2 snake heads and left a bloody hole the size of a bowl in Hydra's heart. However, his opponent was still as lively as ever. He was still spewing out poisonous mist from his mouth. Even if you can stop us, he won't be able to escape. There are more than 6 of us here today. You idiots. You don't understand the power of my master at all. A human-like sneer appeared on the golden head. However, speaking of which, I have to thank all of you. If it wasn't for all of you pushing him so hard, he probably wouldn't have made up his mind so quickly. Don't worry, you will soon feel fear. Nonsense. Even though he said that, Ares and the others felt uneasy for some reason. They had thought that the new god and the old god would temporarily put aside their differences and work together so that there wouldn't be any mistakes in tonight's operation. However, at that moment, they couldn't help but feel anxious. However, they really didn't have a good idea of how to deal with the snake that they couldn't kill in a short period of time. At this point, they could only hope that the other gods who came tonight. Zhang Heng's body was carried down from the sky by the huge waves and landed accurately on a huge rock beside the water. He heard the sounds of battle coming from behind him, but he didn't turn back. He continued to run deeper into the mountains. However, he hadn't even taken 10 steps when he saw another figure blocking his path. It was a crippled man. His figure was wrapped in flames, and he held a hammer in one hand. He looked like a craftsman. The crippled man's gaze fell on the hidden scabbard at Zhang Heng's waist. I recognize this knife. It's the work of another forger and myself. When I reforged it, I used 120% of my energy. Unfortunately, when it was first forged, it still had some flaws, or rather, it had a growth rate. But now, it seems that it has been sublimated in your hands. Zhang Heng did not say a word. He simply pulled out his knife. The crippled man's expression turned grave. He raised the hammer in his hand. If there's anyone in this world who can destroy this knife, it's probably me. It's just a pity that this perfect piece of art is ruined. However, just as he finished his sentence, he heard the sound of the gun of life. Then, Zhang Heng saw the crippled man stop in his tracks, and a bloody hole appeared between his brows. A moment later, the crippled man's body fell backward and lay on the ground motionlessly. On the other side, Zhang Heng quickly locked onto the shooter's position, but the shooter did not seem to have any hostility toward him. After the shot, he disappeared again. Chapter 1387, an eye-opener. Zhang Heng didn't know who the shooter was, but the mysterious gunman must have used the god-slaying bullets that had attacked Thor and the succubus, because ordinary bullets obviously couldn't do this kind of damage. Zhang Heng had already recognized the person who was blocking his way as Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsmanship in Greek mythology. Although Hephaestus wasn't as famous as Zeus in modern times, he wasn't a nobody. In the end, he was knocked down by a single bullet. The lethality of this bullet was even higher than the first version of the Godslayer bullet that he had seen before. And that wasn't the end of it. As Zhang Heng continued to move forward, gunshots rang out one after another, and there was more than one. It was as if an armed squad was following behind him, silently escorting him. However, Zhang Heng didn't understand. He and the mysterious organization didn't have much interaction. Furthermore, he could already be considered the public enemy of mankind. So why would the other party help him? However, the appearance of the squad did open up his escape route. He did not even have to make a move. The supernatural creatures that came at him were all killed by the squad's guns. However, the gunshots also revealed their location. The gods were not fools. They quickly realized that if they wanted to stop Zhang Heng, they had to deal with the squad next to him first. Therefore, after 15 minutes, The gunshots suddenly became more concentrated, and the center of the battlefield shifted away from Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng hesitated for a moment. He knew that he could save some people, but if he did that, he might also be slowed down by the battle. However, in the end, Zhang Heng still chose to run toward the location of the gunshots. However, just as he took a step forward, the next bullet landed less than half a meter in front of him. Zhang Heng had no choice but to stop. He knew what the gunman meant. The other party did not want him to interfere in his side of the battle. Search RN, no, L. RG, seeing this, Zhang Heng did not dawdle. He decisively used the time that the team had bought for him to continue running forward. At the same time, in a cliff less than half a mile away from him, another battle quietly began. A woman in a long white dress stood barefoot on the tallest rock. Her long black hair fell to her waist, and there was a long sword at her waist. She looked very heroic. However, the strange thing was that only her eyes were covered by a cloth. The expression on her face was a little difficult to understand. She said to the other woman in front of her, "Are you sure you want to stop me? Teacher, you've been working very hard recently. Why don't you take a break tonight? I chose you as my agent not only because I think highly of your combat ability and intelligence. Most importantly, you have the same beliefs as me. There are many people in this world who pursue justice, but there are very few who can persevere to the end. This is because sometimes justice will only repay you with pain. Just like now, I know that you have a good relationship with him, and you even like him in your heart. But this is a hurdle that you must overcome, because only by overcoming this hurdle can you truly understand what justice is." Shin Sisi shook her head. "I once promised him that if he really got lost in the darkness, no matter how far he got lost or what sins he committed, I would never give up on finding him. Moreover, he didn't do anything wrong in the first place. It wasn't like he was the one who chose to become the vessel of the Lord of Lalaya. I've told you long ago that some people are born with sins. You just don't believe this yet," the white-clothed woman said. From the moment he was targeted by the Lord of Lalai, his life was tightly bound to destruction. For him, there were only two choices in the future, either to destroy the world or to destroy himself. In comparison, the evil brought about by the latter outcome was smaller. Evil is evil, there is no difference in size. Besides, I don't think he has no way out like you said. His hiding in this deep mountain is the best proof. This means that he has given up on saving himself, but he doesn't have the courage to kill himself. It's just that your love for him has blinded your eyes." A hint of contempt flashed in the woman's eyes. "I should have done it when we first met, but I was interrupted halfway by that old man Kronos. Now it's time to finish the work that I couldn't finish before." But after she said that, Shin Sisi didn't give way. She just repeated, "Teacher has done a lot for this world. It's time to take a break. You really disappoint me. There's a limit to your capriciousness." The woman in white's voice also turned cold. "You should know that although I chose you to be my agent, I have always treated you as my student. I asked you to call me teacher. My expectation for you is not only to help me win this game, but also to give you my scale. That's why I'm standing in front of you today. Teacher, that guy has already made his choice. Now it's my turn." Shin Sisi bowed slightly and lifted the scale in her hand. "I gave you your ability, and I also gave you my weapon. Do you want to use these to fight against me?" The woman in white was even more mocking. "No, there are still rounds of games. They are the ones that allowed me to truly grow and understand my own heart," Shin Sisi said. "Besides, I still have friends." As soon as she finished speaking, Rabbit and Li Bai walked down the mountain path not far away. Li Bai, in particular, was still rubbing his hands in anticipation when facing the famous goddess of justice, Justia. The woman in white did not seem to be surprised at all. Since she had chosen Shin Sisi as her representative, she naturally knew Shin Sisi's background very well. Since her student would appear here tonight, it was naturally impossible for her not to bring Li Bai and Rabbit. However, the next moment, she heard the footsteps of a third person. The footsteps were somewhat unfamiliar to her. It was someone she had never seen before. "Is your teacher-student interaction session over?" the owner of the footsteps asked. It was also a girl. "If you're really as smart as he says, you should know that chatting is also a means of stalling." Shin Sisi's tone was a little strange. towards the helper she had found. There seemed to be a hint of unexplainable vigilance. Fan Manen smiled. I'm just making use of your atmosphere to talk some nonsense. What if your teacher is in the middle of a conversation and insists on giving me a moral education? Fan Manen wanted to continue speaking, but the woman in white interrupted her. Cut the crap. Let me see what you've prepared. Okay. Fan Manen took out a box of plasticine. Next, I promise I'll let you have an eye-opening experience. Chapter 1388, The Final Destiny. Zhang Heng ran and leaped through the mountains like an agile cheetah. The gunshots behind him had thinned out and became scattered until they completely disappeared. Zhang Heng knew that the people who might come to help him tonight had already appeared. Therefore, he was the only one left for the rest of the journey. Zhang Heng ran for a while more, and he saw a big man in leather armor blocking his way. The man was holding a huge battle axe and looked like a Viking. He said in a loud voice, I am. However, before he could introduce himself, Zhang Heng's hidden scabbard had already chopped down at him. The Viking man hurriedly waved his axe to meet it. However, just as the two weapons were about to collide, the blade before his eyes changed once more. In a flash, it turned into a stab, stabbing straight at his open chest. The Viking man let out a furious roar. At that moment, he knew that it was too late for him to retract his axe to block, so he simply continued to slash down. He wanted to fight to the death. At that moment, he had undoubtedly made the right choice, but the result was not as he had expected. Hidden scabbard stabbed into his chest without hesitation. However, Zhang Heng immediately dodged the incoming axe. Seeing this, the Viking man wanted to continue swinging the axe in his hand, but the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in the spot where he had been stabbed. The pain was so intense that he could not even hold the weapon in his hand. Furthermore, the terrifying pain did not slow down with time. On the contrary, the pain that had only started in his chest started to spread throughout his entire body. Zhang Heng pulled out his saber and looked at the trembling Viking who was half kneeling on the ground. Hidden Scabbard had always had the ability to deal additional damage to mythological creatures, but it was definitely not that powerful. Therefore, this should be the result of Hidden Scabbard being strengthened once it reached A rank. However, right now, Zhang Heng could not be bothered to admire his own battle results. He could not even be bothered to follow up with another attack. Instead, he leaped past the Viking and continued to run into the darkness ahead. This attack of his seemed to have stunned those who were secretly spying on him. In the next 15 minutes, Zhang Heng's escape was unprecedentedly smooth. He didn't meet any enemies. At this time, she had already run into the depths of the mountain. Even the path that had been trodden by those who had entered the mountain to collect firewood had disappeared. Zhang Heng had no choice but to walk through the thickets. He was truly cutting through the thickets and thorns. However, his speed did not slow down much because of this. Just as he was about to run out of the small forest, Zhang Heng suddenly saw a light on a nearby hillside. Following that, the second light lit up, the third light, the fourth light, until the entire hillside lit up. Zhang Heng saw no less than 20 figures standing on the hillside with oil lamps in their hands. It was as if they were silently waiting for his arrival. Zhang Heng finally understood why his journey had been so smooth. The strength of the 20 or so gods in front of him was, of course, far inferior to the 6 people from before. They were only on par with the Viking who was holding the giant axe. They knew that there was a difference in strength between them and Zhang Heng, so they did not go up to him to give up their lives. Instead, they used this period of time to gather their people together. There were old gods and new gods among them, but it was rare for them to remain united at this moment. They believed that with so many people gathered together, Zhang Heng wouldn't be able to escape tonight. However, Zhang Heng only paused for a moment before continuing to run toward the hillside, as if he hadn't seen so many people on the hillside. When he was about to approach the hillside, Zhang Heng suddenly reached out a hand. The next moment, the gods on the hill, who were already prepared for battle, felt as if their minds had been struck by something invisible. Then, an inexplicable and terrifying image appeared in their minds. Soul Blast. Zhang Heng had used this move before in the alien dungeon, causing the alien creatures that tried to surround him on the roof to lose their minds and fall like dumplings. However, at that time, he had only used this move by accident. However, now that he had been baptized by a series of nightmares, not only did it bring his soul one step closer to destruction, it also strengthened his bloodline power. No, to be more precise, it was a leap. Zhang Heng's use of this move now was on a completely different level from the power in the dungeon. Even the gods were affected, and the faces of the gods on the slope were all filled with fear. It was as if they had fallen into an endless nightmare, completely forgetting about Zhang Heng before them. Even the most mentally strong person only woke up 3 minutes later, but Zhang Heng had long disappeared without a trace. For a moment, the expressions on the gods' faces became extremely ugly. Tonight, so many people had worked together and prepared so many layers of encirclement, but in the end, if the targets still managed to escape, no one would be able to accept such a result. Therefore, after a moment of hesitation, the gods continued to chase after them. However, when they all left, Zhang Heng's figure jumped down from a large tree. He did not continue to escape because he knew very well that the entire mountain was under the surveillance of these gods. On the contrary, the place he was currently at was still relatively safe. Therefore, Zhang Heng found 2 bigger tree holes nearby. He dug a hole next to the tree hole and buried all the props he had with him. Then, he buried them again while he crawled into the tree hole. Zhang Heng looked at the time. It was now 0:23 p.m. His previous ability to time freeze didn't work, just as the Evernight goddess had said. However, Zhang Heng was not too surprised by this. In reality, he had been waiting for the arrival of the next day, not for Hydra or anyone else. According to the rules, every day would lead to a nightmare. Zhang Heng had already experienced the nightmare from yesterday. Only when a new day arrived would he be able to enter that endless nightmare again. However, unlike the previous times, this time, Zhang Heng did not put up any resistance. He simply allowed the endless nightmare to devour him. He continued to fall, and no rising air currents brought him away. He continued to fall into the deep darkness, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in front of the underwater palace. Zhang Heng looked at the huge shadow inside, and this time, without hesitation, he took a step forward. At the same time, he opened his arms and embraced his final destiny. Chapter 1389, It Was Him. Where is he now? Why haven't we found any traces of him around here? A woman with brown hair among the gods asked. Be patient. He can't use his time freeze ability anymore. Moreover, we didn't waste too much time before. He can't leave this mountain yet. Everyone, I suddenly have a bad feeling. At this moment, another woman's voice sounded. Although her words were filled with speculation and uncertainty, after hearing this, everyone was stunned. This was because the one who spoke was the god of tarot cards among the new gods. Tarot cards were a kind of divination tool. Their origins were quite mysterious. Although they had experienced the baptism of time, they were still able to endure for a long time. Moreover, they were becoming more and more popular in modern times. Many people were obsessed with them, hoping to find out the direction of their studies and love. This was also the reason why the god of tarot cards could be born. Therefore, her priesthood also naturally had the attribute of prophecy. When she opened her mouth, even if it only sounded like a guess, it was enough to arouse everyone's vigilance. Therefore, the eyes of the gods focused on a big man. He was wearing a pair of iron boots, a suit of armor, and a broadsword. He looked quite handsome, but he had not said a word before. He was as silent as a stone. However, this stone-like man was the main force of this manhunt. The reason was simple. He was the god of the forest, Vidal. When the Evernight goddess was entangled with the Hydra, this mountain was his home ground. Wherever he went, he only needed to ask the local squirrels and rabbits to know if Zhang Heng was here. However, even now that they were almost out of the mountain, Vidal did not stop them. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, Vidal replied for the first time. He's not here. Then, he fell into silence again. We must have missed something. Another god said. There's no reason for him to run so fast. I told you we should have split up and searched. Someone complained. If we split up, none of us would be his match. Another god immediately replied. You were the one who gathered everyone back then. If we hadn't been standing so close, we wouldn't have fallen into his trap together. All right, there's no point in talking about this now. The god of vegetables said. The most important thing now is to find the target as soon as possible. I said that we must have missed something. The god who spoke suddenly paused, and then his eyes lit up. I know. He had been running in this direction, so he made us think that there was something here. But now that we've checked around, there's nothing here. Could it be that he misled us in the beginning? Then, the question is, where do you think he will go in the other 3 directions? Someone asked. If I were him, I wouldn't choose any direction because no matter which direction he runs, he might run into danger. The god of Bo Kai's eyes lit up. This is the simplest probability choice. It's the safest for him to stay where he is. Stay where he is? The god of medicine and the pyramid, Imhotep, asked doubtfully. Isn't staying where he is a dead end for him? Because if we can't find him anywhere else, he will come back sooner or later. I don't know. The god of botany shrugged. I'm just guessing the most likely choice from his past actions. It's also very easy to verify my guess. We just need to go back once more. Anyway, we have this. Oh, this little brother who doesn't like to talk much by our side. As long as we go back there and let him ask the animals there, everything will be clear. The gods didn't have any objections. Just as they were about to get up and return, the tarot card god suddenly said, No, I'm not going back. Are you sure? Medicine and the pyramid's guardian god, Imho, frowned. That's right. I want to stay here for a while longer. The tarot card god said. Alone. All right, but it's best if you don't stay too long. After all, you're alone. If you accidentally bump into him, it's very likely that you'll be in danger. The botany god kindly reminded. Thank you. I'll protect myself, and so will all of you. The tarot card god wasn't particularly skilled in combat, so even if she was missing, it wouldn't affect the god's combat power. However, considering the tarot card god's special ability, even though the gods didn't say it out loud, they were indeed feeling a little uneasy. However, contrary to their expectations, when they returned to the small hill, they didn't even need the forest god Vidal to communicate with the animals in the mountain, because Zhang Heng was standing under a big tree. He reached out and gently stroked the tree trunk. The gods quickly scanned their surroundings and realized that there was no one else around. Their worried hearts finally relaxed. Although there were a few twists and turns along the way, fortunately, the ending was no different from the beginning. After that, they only needed to kill Zhang Heng to ensure the safety of the world. However, to his surprise, Zhang Heng still seemed to be immersed in the strange touching of the tree. It was as if he didn't even see them coming back. One of the gods felt that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so he drew his bow and shot an arrow at Zhang Heng. As expected, Zhang Heng did not seem to notice the impending death. It was not until the golden arrow flew in front of him and was about to pierce through his neck that Zhang Heng reached out. He easily grabbed the arrow, as if he was reaching out to grab a leaf that was falling from the tree. Finally, he averted his gaze from the bark. However, the gods present couldn't help but gasp at his action. A normal person would only have to turn their eyes to look away. However, Zhang Heng's eyes seemed to have been fixed in their sockets. He turned his head 180 degrees to look at the person who had shot the arrow. The emotion that flashed through his eyes was not human at all. He only took a glance, and the god who had shot the arrow suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. Then, his skin began to melt and fall off. It turned into a bloody meatball, but the meatball was still alive. One could still hear the constant wails of pain coming from it. Be careful. The god of Bo Kai's cold sweat had soaked his clothes. His legs were trembling because of fear, and his voice was full of despair. It's him, he's back. Chapter 1390, Massacre. In reality, there was no need for the god of Bok Choy to speak. The gods already had some sort of guess in their hearts. It was just that the result of this guess was too shocking, so much so that they subconsciously did not want to believe it. In reality, this was also one of the self-protection mechanisms of the vast majority of creatures. When they encountered something that they could not accept, they would try their best to find other explanations, even if this explanation sounded exceptionally ridiculous. Oh no, it seems that the descent of the gods has already begun. We need to stop it immediately. Otherwise, once the descent of the gods is completed, and that guy completely takes over this body, we will all die here tonight. Justice and the goddess of stars, Estrella, said. Her words also ignited the fighting spirit of the gods. Yes, that's right. The descent of the gods had just begun, and it was far from over. Right now, they still had a chance to prevent the arrival of the apocalypse. The gods on the hillside seemed to have grasped onto a life-saving straw. They tried their best not to look at their unlucky companion who had already turned into a pile of flesh and blood, and once again raised the weapons in their hands. Estelia spread the pure white wings on her back. Now that she was bathed in the moonlight, she looked incomparably holy and beautiful. 3 spinning black dice appeared in the hands of the god of bok choy. A pyramid rose behind Imhotep. Vidal, the god of the forest, was one of the few survivors of the legendary twilight of the gods. He did not say a word and silently drew the sword at his waist. Whether it was the new god or the old god, they clearly knew that they were in the most dangerous time. Although they were afraid of the huge figure in the deep sea, they were after all gods with names. Behind each of them were countless legends of heroes that were praised by the world. However, it was a pity that they were destined to be just supporting characters in the play that was being performed on this mountain tonight. Zhang Heng looked at the group of gods in front of him, who were glaring at him with their eyes wide open. They had already given up everything, but an expression finally appeared on their originally indifferent faces. However, that expression was not one of fear or contempt. It was not even a taunt. Search RN? No? L? RG? It was just a little strange. As if it was difficult to understand what these strange creatures were roaring about. Why were their faces filled with despair? It was as if humans couldn't understand the cries of the whales. It was as if they couldn't understand why the whales would suddenly race to the beach. Zhang Heng didn't even lift his pinky. The next moment, the body of the guardian of medicine and the pyramid, Imhotep, suddenly expanded like a balloon. Imhotep's expansion speed was astonishing. In just a short while, his body had expanded by 5 times. Only the god's powerful body was able to support him from death, but his pain was even greater than that of his melted companions. And in the end, what awaited him was the fate of exploding like a balloon. Even the night wind blowing towards him was filled with a thick stench of blood. The few gods behind him could not help but change their expressions when they saw this, and their backs turned cold. However, they knew in their hearts that they had no way out. Even though they knew that the road ahead was doomed, they still had no choice but to brace themselves and charge forward. Unfortunately, in the face of the absolute difference in strength, courage was far from enough. Estelia had personally witnessed her companions dying one by one, and this was not what made her feel the most despair. What truly defeated this goddess of justice and the stars was that every single one of her companions had died for nothing. She could not even add a hint of trouble to the enemy in front of her. This was not a battle at all, but a one-sided massacre. The last remaining Estelia knelt on the ground covered in blood with lifeless eyes, as though she had lost all her soul. After that, Estrella seemed to feel that the man's gaze fell on her body. Her crotch actually got wet, and she was scared to the point of peeing. The Evernight goddess, Heimdall, the god of electricity, and the others spent a lot of effort to behead Hydra's 8 heads, and then dug a hole and buried her immortal head. Just like in the legends, this was the only way to solve the problem in front of them. However, when they arrived, they only saw Justice and the goddess of stars sitting alone in the forest. Where are the others? Did you kill him? The god of movies looked around and asked. However, Justice and the goddess of stars did not say a word, as if they had not heard the question. The god of movies originally thought that the other party was unwilling to respond because he was a new god. With his temper, he was about to open his mouth to mock a few more words, but he heard the goddess of Evernight say, "Something's not right. The smell of blood here is a little too strong." The god of movies was stunned when he heard that. Smell of blood? Don't tell me you want to say that everyone else has been killed? This is illogical. Even a rookie screenwriter who just entered the industry would not dare to write this. That fellow is really that powerful. Previously, when he faced us, he did not need to run anymore. He could have directly joined forces with that Hydra and finished us all off. You're right, so there's only one possibility left. The Evernight goddess squatted down in front of Estrella, observing the eyes of the goddess of justice and stars, which had lost their focus. However, just as she moved closer to take a closer look, Estrella, who had been like a block of wood, suddenly jumped up, shouting at the same time. Dead. All dead. No one can survive. He's back. He's back. It's all over. As she spoke, a nervous smile appeared on her face. Then, she broke free from the Evernight goddess arm and ran into the depths of the forest, leaving only the 6 gods who looked at each other in dismay. After a moment, the god of electricity said embarrassedly, "She seems to have suffered a very serious shock. She has some mental problems." However, after he finished speaking, no one answered for a long time. Because at this moment, everyone was thinking about what Estrella said. Although the words were somewhat incoherent and lacked a subject, the meaning conveyed was extremely clear. Even the strongest of the 6, the god of movies, fell into silence at this moment, as if he did not know how to face the situation at hand. In the end, Heimdall spoke first, his expression unprecedentedly solemn. "We have to tell the others what happened here tonight. But we can't be sure. He really has returned." Like the gods on the hillside, the Evernight goddess was still unwilling to accept the worst possibility. "We only have Estelia's words as evidence, but Estelia seems to have gone mad. So, you want to assume that he hasn't completed the god's descent, and we continue to search for that mortal here?" Ares asked. The Evernight goddess shut her mouth. Chapter 1391. "Look at what you've done." Justia's face darkened. She could smell the lingering scent of blood in the air. They were quite a distance away, but the smell of blood was still strong. One could imagine how many people had died in the place where the incident had happened. Justia could tell that these were the blood of God. Fan Mainan and Shun Sisi looked at each other, and their eyes darkened. Without a doubt, something had changed on Zhang Heng's side. However, the two of them were different from Justia. They did not know who the smell of blood belonged to. But judging from the current state of the goddess of justice, the smell of blood should not have come from Zhang Heng. However, the two of them were still unhappy because they were close to Zhang Heng. Even though they didn't know what Zhang Heng's limit was as mortals, it was obvious that it would be difficult for him to withstand the combined attacks of so many gods, let alone complete the counterattack. However, the bloody smell in the air, which was almost frozen, indicated that something had indeed happened. But this wasn't what Fan Mainan and Shin Sisi wanted either. The two of them put away their weapons and props. Meanwhile, Justia did not take this opportunity to attack the two of them again. At this point in time, it was obvious that the battle had lost its reason to continue. The goddess of justice's mind was no longer on this matter. She did not even reprimand Shin Sisi anymore. Instead, she looked at her student's position with great disappointment. No one knew what kind of emotions flashed through her blindfolded eyes. Then, she hurriedly left the path that the two women had made for her. A moment later, Fan Mainan spoke again. "Now what are we going to do?" "I don't know." Shin Sisi shook her head. Rabbit and Li Bai had always been the main members of Shin Sisi's team, but they had rarely seen Shin Sisi like this. Her body language was full of frustration, and there was a rare look of confusion on her face. And her previous words of, "I don't know," were obviously from the bottom of her heart. After a pause, Shin Sisi seemed to be asking someone else, but also herself. "Did we really do something wrong?" Fan Mainan had originally planned to leave, but when he heard this, he stopped in his tracks. "I thought you had thought through all the possible outcomes when you came to find me." "What about you?" Shin Sisi asked. "I remember you said that you have parents, a younger brother, and an older sister. Don't you regret what you did tonight?" "I don't regret it." Fan Mainan waved her hand without thinking. "Why? Because those people aren't as important to you as he is?" "No, because I trust him enough. It's that simple." Fan Mainan's body was a little better compared to when she was in the hospital, but it was still a little weak. However, after the doctor announced that she had recovered, she quickly returned to her previous heartless appearance. "I trust him. I believe that he will not destroy this world, even if it really comes to the last moment. Moreover, the most important thing is that I believe that he will always have a way to turn defeat into victory, just like how he has done countless times in the past." Shin Sisi was on the more rational side. "I have also checked before, a lot of information. If the thing in the city under the ice really took over his body, then his soul has been completely destroyed. There is no way to recover. In other words, he is already dead. How can a person who is already dead turn the tables?" "So you regret it?" "I'm not afraid of death, but I can't accept it, because of one decision of mine, the entire world will be destroyed. Shinsisi said sadly. Very well, then do something to stop the world from being destroyed. Fan Mainen said. Do something that Shinsisi should do. Don't worry about what that guy thinks, because he will definitely think of your reaction after the incident happened. Maybe he is eager for you to do that. What about you? Shinsisi asked. As for me, I can only continue to maintain my stupid and blind optimism. Fan Mainen said. I probably can't be of much help with tonight's matter. Next, I plan to go out and find a hotel to take a good shower, and then go to bed. Shinsisi still looked a little down, but she still reached out her hand. No matter what, thank you for being willing to help tonight. You're welcome. I was planning to come, but I haven't thought about what to do yet. Since you've come to invite me, of course I have no reason to refuse. Fan Mainen smiled, and then she walked down the mountain. Shinsisi watched her figure disappear at the end of the road, and then she turned to look at Rabbit and Li Bai. You're my team members and my friends. I'm very grateful that you're willing to stand with me even at a time like this. I'm grateful for your trust in me, but what I'm about to do next is very dangerous. Whether it's from the perspective of the captain or my friends, I don't want you to follow by my side anymore. When Li Bai heard this, he did not think much of it. Isn't it just cool? In the end, he only managed to say one word before the rabbit on one side covered his mouth. The rabbit held his forehead with the other hand. Oh my God, have you never thought about anything? That fellow is very likely to have escaped from the bottom of the sea. If you dare to say his name, it will definitely notice you. Even if you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Is it that scary? Li Bai was still skeptical. I bought a book a few days ago and read the stories above. I don't think it's scary at all. On the contrary, I feel drowsy. To be honest, this book is too boring. You ignorant guy, no matter what book you read, don't you feel drowsy? Rabbit rolled its eyes, and then said to Shinsisi seriously. I have parents and friends. I don't want anything to happen to them, both online and offline. So, Sister Sisi, if you want to chase after them, I want to go with you. For no other reason than to protect the people I want to protect. Yes, I'm not good with words. Li Bai also touched the cherry blossoms on his head and said, Rabbit said what I wanted to say. No matter what happens, we will be with you. Hearing this, Shinsisi did not say anything more. She nodded and said, All right, let's go to the place where the smell of blood comes from and see if we can find anything. Chapter 1392. We found her. A voice came from behind the man in sunglasses. But the situation is not right. There seems to have been a big battle not far from where we found her. The man in sunglasses put down the binoculars in his hand, and his expression was also very serious. They made a move. Those gods, they don't want that thing to come out of that frozen city any more than we do. So, do we have an ally now? Since those gods are willing to make their move, does that mean we don't have to make another move tonight? Simon must be doomed. The players nearby were shocked when they heard this, and then a flash of joy appeared in their eyes. They had already lost a lot of manpower to deal with Zhang Heng tonight, but in the end, Zhang Heng managed to escape. It wasn't easy for him to set up a trap, but before he could take effect, the bait was lost again. Although they still had the advantage in terms of strength, their morale had dropped a lot compared to when they first entered the mountain. No one knew how many more people would have to die to get rid of Simon. If someone was willing to solve this problem, then there was no reason for them not to raise their hands in agreement. However, the man wearing sunglasses did not look as happy as the other members of the hunting team. Instead, he looked worried. What's wrong? The man holding the fire Qilin who had been with him all this time asked. I don't know. The man wearing sunglasses paused for a moment before explaining. The battle from before lasted for a long time. Moreover, I saw a man riding a carriage flying through the air. There were 5 other people on the carriage. They left in a hurry. It did not look like they had just won a big victory. But they still won. Since they could win the first round, they could win the second round. Maybe. The man wearing sunglasses took back the binoculars in his hand. Then he looked at the little girl who was brought back by the team. The two of them had just stayed together not long ago, but the man wearing sunglasses also knew what had happened. When he came back to his senses, the little girl had mysteriously disappeared. The man in sunglasses did not have much hope at first. He only sent out 2 teams to discuss everything. In the end, one of the teams that was searching in the direction of the cave actually brought the little girl back. However, the man in sunglasses did not know what to do with the little girl. Because the gods had already made their move, logically speaking, there should not be anything for them to do next. Take her down to take a look, the man in sunglasses said after a moment of hesitation. Ask the logistics team to release the remaining drones. All right. Although the man in sunglasses didn't deliberately publicize the news, everyone in the camp soon learned that the gods had already made their move. In fact, the night sky had suddenly turned dark. Moreover, the commotion caused by the war that followed couldn't be hidden. Hence, the players in the valley had already made their guesses. Now, however, their guesses were confirmed. As a result, the players who had been tense all this time gradually relaxed. They even began to gather in small groups and joke around, celebrating the completion of the operation ahead of time. Meanwhile, the players on the second front found a man wearing sunglasses. Do you guys want to continue blowing up the ice in the pond? The man wearing sunglasses asked with a frown. That's right. Although Simon is no longer here, Seahorse's corpse is still inside. After all, he is a member of our guild. When he was still alive, we had already let him down once. We don't want to let him down again after he dies. At the very least, we have to bring his corpse back. The representative of the second front said. In any case, the ice hole has been dug and the explosives have been bought in. As long as we add a fuse, we can detonate it. The man wearing sunglasses could not find any reason to refute. Moreover, strictly speaking, everyone present was responsible for Seahorse's death, especially him, the commander. Although he did not express his position at that time. However, considering the situation at that time, not saying a word was equivalent to giving up on Seahorse. Therefore, the man wearing sunglasses nodded. The players from the second front thanked him one after another when they saw this. Then, they began to prepare for the explosion. They moved very quickly. 5 minutes later, a loud sound came from below the pool. The thick layer of ice was blasted open. The players from the second front worked together, using cranes, ropes, and iron hooks. They hooked up an ice block that weighed about 300 kilograms from the bottom of the pool. Inside the nearly cylindrical ice block, Seahorse was still struggling desperately. It could be seen that at that time, he was extremely eager to return to the surface of the water. However, in the end, he was only frozen in this ice block. There were also some golden fragments that were frozen together. It was hard to believe that they had come from the world-famous trident. A player on the second front who had a good relationship with Seahorse could not help but lower his head when he saw this scene. Then, he clenched the rifle in his hand and suddenly turned around to walk towards a tent. However, before he could take 2 steps, he was stopped by the previous leader. Where are you going? To find the person who is most responsible for this matter. And then make him pay the price. The player who had a good relationship with Seahorse said angrily. I know you're in a bad mood right now, but are you going to kill that kid in front of the other guilds? Do you think that guy wearing sunglasses will watch this kind of thing happen right under his nose and remain indifferent? Do you think that the other small guilds will allow you to make a move for their own safety? Not to mention, have you thought about the impact your actions will have on our guild? Then, are we just going to forget about this matter just like that? Of course not. The leader of the second front looked left and right. However, he admitted that their quarrel just now did not attract the attention of the players from the nearby guilds. Only then did he beckon to another person and said in a low voice, Do you think that I don't want that guy to pay the price? However, everything has to be done according to strategy. We'll wait until the end of this operation and disband the team before making a move. After that, we'll make it look like we're robbing an item. This way, there won't be anyone obstructing us, and it won't affect the guild's reputation. Before he could finish his words, someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder. When he raised his head, he saw that the person who patted him on the shoulder had half his head raised. His expression was very nervous. He had already raised the gun in his hand, and at the same time, his finger was on the trigger. The leader followed his gaze and saw a familiar figure on the cliff above the waterfall. Simon. Chapter 1393. The people from the second front obviously didn't expect that the previously missing Simon would return to this place. In fact, it wasn't just the people from the second front. The other players in the camp had also noticed the figure on the cliff. However, they were a little further away, so they couldn't see the person's face clearly. It wasn't until someone flashed a flashlight at the figure that they recognized the person on the cliff. Then, a commotion broke out in the camp. Those who were looking for weapons were looking for weapons, while those who were wearing clothes were getting dressed. The commander, who had returned to the tent to drink a cup of hot water and rest for a while, was also found at the first moment. He put on his sunglasses again and walked out quickly. At the same time, he picked up his binoculars. "What's he doing?" the person asked with a strange expression. "He's just standing there the whole time." "He's just standing there the whole time?" "Yes, he's just standing there the whole time." At first, everyone thought that he was going to launch an attack, so they quickly took cover. However, he just stood there and did nothing. "He's probably still coming for the little girl. Go and bring the little girl over," the man in sunglasses said as he placed the binoculars in front of his eyes. The person on the other side of the camera was indeed Zhang Heng. As the target of this operation, the man in sunglasses had done a lot of homework before they set off. Of course, he couldn't be mistaken, but for some reason, when he saw Zhang Heng again, compared to before, he felt a strange sense of strangeness. At the same time, perhaps it was because Zhang Heng had been standing on the cliff for too long and hadn't moved at all. It made him feel even more uneasy. Based on his understanding of the man before him, he knew that the man would never do anything meaningless. The fact that he could not see through the man's next plan only meant that he was not qualified to be the commander. However, the man in the sunglasses did not have time to think. Soon, the little girl was brought back to his side. After a long day, the little girl looked a little tired and was still rubbing her eyes. The man in sunglasses held the little girl's hand and couldn't help but feel nervous. Even though there was still some distance between them, he believed that with Zhang Heng's observational ability, there was no reason why he couldn't see the little girl beside him. However, to his surprise, Zhang Heng didn't even look in his direction. Instead, his gaze was mostly fixed on the crane, as if the machines that could be seen everywhere on the construction site were more attractive to him. Finally, someone in the camp couldn't hold it in anymore and pulled the trigger. At the same time, the man in sunglasses, who had been observing Zhang Heng through the binoculars, also noticed something. He noticed that the expression on Zhang Heng's face had changed a lot compared to before. A few hours ago, no matter what happened to Zhang Heng, the expression in his eyes gave people a sense of calmness. He didn't have much emotion, but now, this Zhang Heng no longer controlled his emotions. However, those emotions were too complicated for the man in the sunglasses to understand. Combined with the lingering sense of strangeness, the man in the sunglasses finally seemed to have thought of something. A look of fear appeared on his face. He put down the binoculars in his hands and practically screamed at the top of his lungs. Don't shoot. Everyone, put away your weapons." However, he was a step too late. A bullet had already flown out of the muzzle of the gun and shot toward the figure on the cliff. However, just as the bullet was about to hit the target, the figure on the cliff suddenly disappeared again, as if it had never appeared. The next moment, the light from the flashlight started to move around again. Everyone was trying their best to find where Zhang Heng had run to until the light from the flashlight landed behind the player who had fired earlier. Only then did someone let out a cry of surprise. Zhang Heng somehow managed to stand in the shadow of the player. He reached out and patted the player's shoulder lightly. Then, the player's head fell from his neck. It was like a ripe fruit falling from a branch. This scene looked extremely horrifying. The other players around him were so frightened that they turned their guns to aim at Zhang Heng. However, before they could fire, their heads also fell to the ground. This time, the camp fell into a state of panic. Previously, their battle with Zhang Heng had been extremely difficult. Many of them had died, but at least they had come and gone. However, this time, facing Zhang Heng, who came and went without a trace and could make people's heads fall to the ground without anyone knowing, everyone's hearts were filled with confusion. They had no idea how to fight back. The man in the sunglasses felt his hands and feet turn cold. He knew that his worst guess had come true. While the others were still trying to fight back, he, as the commander, had abandoned his team and returned to the tent. The man in sunglasses picked up the satellite phone beside his sleeping bag and listened to the screams coming from outside the tent, but he suddenly did not know what to say. Until the call was connected, His brain was still in a state of shutdown. He paused for another 2 seconds before speaking to the other end of the phone with a somewhat hoarse voice. Do not send any more reinforcements. I repeat, do not send any more reinforcements. He is here. Who's here? The female voice on the other end of the line asked. However, there was no reply from the other end. The man wearing sunglasses saw the tents around him twisting and changing, turning into terrifying and ugly faces. They were approaching him step by step. Therefore, the man wearing sunglasses also threw down the satellite phone in his hand. He took out the pistol at his waist and fired wildly at the faces around him. However, the bullets seemed to have no effect on such a terrifying creature. The man in sunglasses had unknowingly emptied his magazine, so he picked up the fruit knife by the bed and started to slash wildly. He was not the only one doing similar actions in the camp. In fact, other than a few people who had suffered a mental breakdown, all the players were working hard. However, if there was a third party present, they would realize that the enemy they were fighting didn't even exist. Perhaps it was because the swarm of ants had already bored him out of his mind. Zhang Heng didn't stay any longer. He only glanced at the crane before it disappeared. Behind the huge chunk of ice that was being dragged out, a pair of small eyes silently watched Zhang Heng leave. She held a small crystal in her hand. There were strange patterns on the crystal. However, the pattern had already dimmed, and a crack had appeared in the center of the crystal. Chapter 1394, Mobilization. A four-wheeled chariot sped through the night sky and finally landed on the tarmac in front of a villa. The villa alone occupied an area of more than 1,000 square meters. In addition, it had a courtyard filled with all kinds of expensive flowers, a tarmac, a swimming pool, and an underground garage. There was also a private dock not far away. A woman in pajamas was drinking red wine in a private bar upstairs. The next moment, she saw her door being pushed open. The moment she saw the person, her face was full of shock and confusion. Sorry to disturb your rest, Pluto. It's just that the situation is urgent. We want to borrow your place for a while. The main reason is that it's difficult for us to find a bigger and undisturbed place than yours. The goddess of the night said. The woman named Pluto tightened the hem of her pajamas. Of course, she was not happy to be so rashly intruded. But since things had come to this, she could only force a smile on her face, especially when she saw the few people following behind the Evernight goddess. She nodded and said, Of course, but I wonder what you want to do by lending me this small place? Gather everyone. Gather everyone. Why? Are you guys going to have a party here? No, we're here to discuss how to survive and save the world. Anubis said. Save the world? Are you guys filming the Avenger Alliance 5? Then I say that your lineup is really quite good. No, we're serious. The god of electricity, who came in later, said. Oh. A disgusted expression appeared on Pluto's face. A new god? What? Is he your captive? No, he is our companion. Ares said. We need to unite all the forces that can be united. Do what? Pluto was shocked. Ares had always been the main militant faction of the old gods. He had always advocated that this war was inevitable even before the start of the war. Since that was the case, it was better to fight early than late. His attitude towards the new god had always been unyielding. He did not believe that the words companion would be associated with those fellows of the new god. However, before the others could answer, they heard a long and deep bugle call. There were a total of 4 bugle calls, 2 long ones and 2 short ones. The bugle call was filled with the tension and depression before the war. Heimdall? He's here too? Pluto was completely dumbfounded. He even blew his bugle call on the roof of my building? Is he going to call the Nordic gods over? It's not just the Norse gods. Anubis and I will also inform the Greek and Egyptian gods separately. Ares said with a serious expression. I have already informed the new gods when I was in the carriage. The god of electricity added. Are you planning to call everyone here? But what about the enemy? Wait. Pluto said as if he had thought of something. Didn't you go to deal with the human named Zhang Heng tonight? What happened? He's already dead. Anubis said. So, this means that our troubles have disappeared, right? Pluto swept his gaze across the faces of the people present, but he didn't see any signs of relief. On the contrary, Everyone's expressions were solemn. This caused Pluto to become nervous. We did not kill him. Then who did? The other humans? No. The master of Lalaya has completed the god's descent and completely seized that body. His soul has also been crushed. Pluto was stunned. The wine cup in his hand slipped from between his fingers and fell onto the carpet. We need to gather the others immediately. Ares repeated. While that fellow has just escaped, if we work together, there is still a chance of victory. He will feed on fear. The longer we drag this out, the stronger his power will become. Everyone. The goddess of the night said in a sorrowful tone. The survival of the world will be on our shoulders. Just as Heimdall and the others began to gather the gods, a combat meeting was already underway in the plastic mold processing factory 1,000 kilometers away from the villa. There were not many people in the meeting. There were less than 20 people. The person in charge of the meeting was a woman who looked like a secretary. She adjusted her glasses and spoke calmly. Let me first introduce the current situation to everyone. The people we sent out yesterday to join the hunting party have all been wiped out. Moreover, I've asked the other guilds that went with us. They have also lost contact with their people. The only news from the players is that the commander of Silver Wing sent it out at 0:49 p.m. Everyone can listen to it for yourselves. After the secretary-like woman finished speaking, she pressed the play button of a tape recorder beside her. The recording was of a phone call. For some reason, the other person paused for 2 seconds before saying in a hoarse voice, "Do not send any more reinforcements. I repeat, do not send any more reinforcements. He's here." Who's here? The female voice on the other end of the phone asked. However, the person on the other end of the line did not speak anymore. What followed was the sound of the satellite phone falling to the ground. There were also dense gunshots and roars. It was as if the person who was making the call was caught in a battle. However, not long after that, there was another scream. After that, the tent finally quieted down. However, there were still some gunshots and shouts outside the tent. Everyone in the meeting room listened very seriously. Only after the recording ended did someone ask, "Where are our people? Have we received any information?" Although the secretary-like woman had previously said that this was the only information the players had received, the people in the meeting room still seemed to have sufficient confidence in their own people. The person who looked like a secretary also nodded and said, "Of course. Our people sent back no, to be exact, half a sentence. We have reason to believe that his mental state was very bad when he sent back this sentence, just like the people in those stories. However, our previous scientific training had produced an effect. He endured the mental discomfort and sent this sentence to us. I helped you regroup. The operation failed. Lack of subject to leave Laraya's prison." Combined with the previous satellite phone call and the fact that the search team was completely annihilated and suffered a serious mental attack, I'm afraid that the worst has already happened. The monster has already broken free from the shackles of the stars and left the underwater prison. Although the expression on the secretary-like woman's face did not change much when she said this, her slightly trembling right index finger still betrayed her true feelings. The meeting room was similarly deathly silent. The person who asked the question earlier wanted to say something, but opened her mouth, but ultimately did not say it. Just as the uneasiness began to spread in the meeting room, the sound of footsteps came from outside the door. Chapter 1395, Roger. The people in the meeting room could not help but frown when they heard the footsteps. The organization they were in was different from the ordinary player guilds. The hierarchy was more distinct, the rules were stricter, and the structure was more sophisticated. In a sense, it was already close to a military organization. The 16 people in this room were equivalent to the top management of the organization. They usually had their own missions and responsibilities, so they rarely gathered together for meetings like this. Thus, it could be seen how important this meeting was. The ordinary members of the organization should not be near this area at this time. In the end, not only did the footsteps pass outside the meeting room, but they also stopped in front of the door. In the next moment, a figure pushed the door open from the outside and entered, as if this was his study. Someone in the meeting room was about to say something to stop him, but when he saw the newcomer, his expression froze. The newcomer was actually the president of the Light Arc Guild, February Siege, who had been assassinated a while ago and was said to be on the verge of death. Before players' information was leaked on a large scale, the true identity of February Siege was a secret that ordinary players had no way of knowing. However, to the members of the Light Arc Guild, this was especially true for the members of the middle level and above. As the guild leader of the Light Arc Guild, February Siege had made a few appearances in the guild. There were quite a few people who knew him. At least half of the people in the meeting room knew about February Siege. This was because the mysterious organization they had joined had always used Light Arc as a cover. Moreover, they had also used Light Arc to recruit new members. Of course, this sort of thing had always been done under the table without the knowledge of February Siege and his trusted aides. Now that the victim had appeared in front of them, many people's expressions became a little awkward. They felt as if they had been caught cheating. But compared to this, they were more concerned about why February Siege City had suddenly appeared here. February Siege City's gaze swept across the people in the conference room, and then he walked to the empty main seat at the back of the conference table. Someone seemed to have thought of something when he saw this, and his face revealed a look of nervousness and surprise. Then he saw February Siege City sit steadily in that seat, and said to the woman who looked like a secretary, "Continue." Upon hearing this, the latter bowed respectfully to the siege and said, "Yes, Mr. Roger." At this moment, the last trace of doubt in the hearts of everyone in the meeting room disappeared. However, many people were still in shock. The most mysterious organization Guardian's #1 character, Roger, was actually the guild leader of the Light Arc, February Siege. However, when they thought about it carefully, this seemed to be a reasonable explanation. How could there be so many outstanding leaders in this world? Among the three big guilds, the Light Arc was the latest to be established, but its strength was the strongest among the three big guilds. Speaking of Light Arc's advantages, many people would say that it had an efficient and streamlined management team, an extremely high execution ability for all its members, and an incomparable openness and inclusiveness. However, everyone present was clear that Light Arc's true rise was due to the man sitting on the main seat. Although Light Arc had been ceding power to the encirclement of February ever since it had stepped onto the right path, it had now half retreated behind the scenes. However, he had single-handedly laid the true foundation of this guild. Moreover, from the looks of it, he had not retreated behind the scenes to slack off. Instead, he had shifted more of his attention to the Guardian. Previously, many people in the meeting room had been extremely interested in recruiting the Siege of February into the Guardian. This was because the decision-making and leadership skills of the Siege of February would definitely allow the Guardian to rise to a higher level. However, this plan had never been carried out seriously since it had been proposed. This was because no one could more intuitively feel the power of the February Siege than the managers within the Light Arc. Moreover, strictly speaking, the Guardian had been poaching the Light Arc. If the recruitment failed, with the vigilance and boldness of the February Siege, it was very likely that a great purge would immediately be launched within the Light Arc. This price was something that they could not afford. However, now, the wonderful picture that they had once imagined had actually come true. Moreover, it was at this critical juncture of the survival of mankind. The appearance of the Siege of February had reduced the tension in the conference room a little. It was as if everyone had found a backbone, because past experience had proved that no matter what difficulties they encountered, the man in front of them had a way to lead everyone through the difficulties. However, the man sitting at the main seat, the Siege of February himself, did not have the posture of having everything under control. In fact, his appearance meant a lot of things, but he had always been in the position of the decision-maker. No one could see his true thoughts from his face. After receiving permission, the secretary-like woman continued to speak. "Our people also have hidden cameras on them. When we find their bodies, if the cameras are not destroyed, we should be able to find out what happened in the camp." February Fortress suddenly asked, "What about the gods? I heard that they sent quite a number of people tonight." "Yes, someone saw them fighting with someone. The initial guess is that the opponent should be Hydra. This is not surprising. Hydra is, after all, a follower of the Lord of Lalai." The secretary-like woman paused for a moment before continuing. "From the results, they should have won against Hydra. However, from a strategic point of view, Hydra is the real winner. This is because she bought enough time for Simon. This is probably the reason why her master was able to complete the god's descent. It is said that someone saw Ares leaving in a horse carriage after the incident. Combat Strength Assessment. February siege remained calm. I'm sorry, it hasn't been done yet. We don't know how strong Simon is now after Lord LaRue took over his body. However, we can deduce from the fact that Ares and the rest left in a hurry that they should not be a match for Simon now. They don't even have the courage to resist. This is possible. He is already in S-class. We don't know much about this field. The information we have is basically blank. Then how much damage do you think the Godslayer bullet can do to him? This. The secretary-like woman hesitated for a moment. According to the research ideas provided by ROX, we have been capturing supernatural creatures that can bring negative effects and extracting their blood to level up the Godslayer bullet. The effect is quite good. Now, the third generation of the Godslayer bullet is 60% more powerful than the first generation. Basically, all gods below grade B will not be able to withstand a single bullet. Even an A grade would not feel good if they were shot. But if it's an S grade, I don't know. There's too little information. As for the fourth generation Godslayer bullet, it's still in development. Originally, I wanted to obtain the most crucial material, Simon's blood, but I didn't succeed. I don't think I can count on it in the short term. Chapter 1396, A Qualified Father. The appearance of the siege in February allowed the originally leaderless Guardians to find their backbone. Everyone in the meeting room expressed their opinions and quickly decided on the next course of action. Looking at the calm figure on the main seat, everyone was not as nervous as they were when they first heard the news. The Guardian organization was like a sophisticated and efficient instrument, operating smoothly once again. Everyone knew what they needed to do next, so they immediately took action after the meeting ended. However, the secretary-like woman did not leave like the others. When only she and February besieged city were left in the meeting room, she hesitated for a moment before saying, I actually have a guess about rocks. I know. February besieged city did not look up. After the meeting ended, he took out his phone and looked at the WeChat message his wife sent him an hour ago. Rox is Simon's father. I actually had my suspicions for a long time. The main reason was that Simon went to Ireland during the holidays. Rox's recent IP location was also in Ireland. After suspecting him, I found someone to check his resume. Because he was a researcher, he kept changing places with the project. The places he went to were not too far away from the IP location of Rox's past. February Siege said. Then I can basically confirm that he's Rox. As expected, nothing can be hidden from you. The secretary-like woman said with admiration. I only found out about Rox and Zhang Heng's relationship after Rox stole 3 elite squads from US and sent me a secret message yesterday. The secretary-like woman asked. Do we need to do anything to him? Do what? February Siege asked. I've said a long time ago that Rox is just a researcher. He created the Guardian himself. At that time, he probably had the intention to protect his son, but he had no idea how to run and maintain an organization. Before I took over the Guardian, it was just a place for a bunch of incompetent people to vent their anger. Rox was neither capable nor willing to control the Guardian. February paused for a moment. However, I have to admit that he has a deep understanding of supernatural powers. If it weren't for him, things like God-slaying bullets wouldn't have appeared so quickly. Of course, over the years, we have provided him with a lot of help in his research. We will help him capture whichever god he wants and provide him with whatever materials he wants. Previously, I wanted to find him because I valued his research ability and hoped to completely absorb him into the Guardian. But now it seems that he is not on the same side as us. He doesn't care about the fate of humans at all. He is only doing it for his son. He is an extremely selfish person. However, he is a qualified father. February Fortress shook his head. He won't help us deal with the Lord of Lalia. Even if he knows that his son is already dead, as long as that body is still his son's, he won't do anything. What a pity. The secretary-like woman said regretfully. It is a pity, but he has already given us all the research ideas for the God-slaying bullets. As long as we continue to level up, it will be fine. Humans may not be able to live forever, but they can continue to study and learn. This is our most powerful weapon. When this matter is over, It won't be long before we can kill those gods. February Fortress said, I will always follow you until that day arrives. The secretary-like woman said respectfully. However, after she left, only Yue Chung was left in the meeting room. He no longer had the posture of having everything under control. Yue Chung sat in the empty room with his brows tightly knitted. His originally straight back seemed to have become a little hunched. Then, he picked up his phone on the table and opened the WeChat message that his wife had sent him. It was a picture of his daughter sleeping soundly in bed. Yue Chung looked at it for another half a minute before he typed a reply. I have some business to discuss here. I'm going on a business trip for a period of time. I'll try to come back as soon as possible. Shin Sisi followed the smell of blood all the way. First, she came to the small hill. However, the cruel scene before her eyes made her lose her focus. On the trees, on the ground, and on the rocks, everywhere she looked was filled with blood and minced meat. It was as if she had stepped into a slaughterhouse. There were no survivors left in the area covered by the red color. Even the plants had withered and withered. The abnormality here had even affected the nearby areas. On the way here, Shin Sisi and her group had seen animals behaving abnormally more than once. The rabbits, who were originally afraid of humans, acted as if they did not see them. They spun around on the ground askew as if they were drunk. Meanwhile, the two squirrels were fighting crazily. Their skin was bitten until it was a bloody mess. There was also a wild boar that was using its head to ram against the tree trunk in front of it. It was as if it had an irreconcilable feud with that tree. Oh my God! The rabbit was so scared that its face turned pale. She had experienced many big scenes with Shin Sisi, but none of them had left a deep impression on her like this. Previously, she had scoffed at the idea of a new apocalypse, but now, she felt a chill down her spine. Before Shin Sisi could say anything, they heard gunshots from afar. The three of them knew that the three major guilds had taken the lead to organize a team to deal with Zhang Heng. In fact, if it wasn't for Shin Sisi and Zhang Heng's relationship, she would have been invited anyway. If nothing went wrong, the gunshots should have come from the search party. The three of them exchanged a look before running toward the source of the gunshots. However, by the time they reached the pool, the gunshots had already thinned out. At first, the three of them thought that they were fighting Zhang Heng. However, when they arrived, they realized that there was no sign of Zhang Heng in the camp. To be more precise, there was no sign of anyone else. The players in the camp were fighting in the air, and each of them looked more terrified than the last. It was as if they were at a critical moment of life and death. Shin Sisi tried to stop a player who was closer. However, before she could reach him, she saw the man waving the dagger in his hand and stabbing wildly. What shocked the three of them even more was that the man did not hesitate to stab the dagger into his stomach. He cut open his lower abdomen. Then, he pulled out his own intestines. When Rabbit saw this scene, he could not hold it in any longer. He held onto a rock by the side and vomited wildly. Chapter 1397, Borrowing a Cigarette. Shin Sisi, Rabbit, and Li Bai watched as the rest of the people in the camp were killed one by one. Then, the valley regained its peace. The moonlight shone on the cliffs, and it was as bright as ever. Shin Sisi bit her lip. Her expression was very ugly now. Previously, when Fan Mainen asked her if she had considered the consequences of doing this, Shin Sisi thought that she had already thought about it very clearly. However, after seeing such a tragic scene, she realized that her heart was not as firm as she had imagined. Moreover, she knew very well that this was only the beginning. More victims would appear in the future. Perhaps the entire world would be pushed to the brink of destruction. If she was given another chance, Shin Sisi did not know if she would make the same choice. Just as Shin Sisi was thinking about how to prevent the worst from happening, she heard the sound of footsteps behind her. A figure wearing a black mask walked out from the forest. He had several wounds on his body. It was obvious that he had just experienced a great battle. His footsteps were a little unsteady, and one of his arms could no longer move. He hung limply on one side of his body. He had not taken 2 steps before he stopped and panted heavily. Shin Sisi and the other two became vigilant when they saw the situation. They had just seen the miserable state of the players in the camp. They were worried that the new person who had just appeared was not in his right mind and was extremely aggressive. Li Bai did not speak, but he had already made his stance clear with his actions. He blocked his body in front of Shin Sisi and Rabbit, and at the same time, he looked at the newcomer with vigilance. "Don't worry, I mean no harm," said the man with the hood. As he spoke, he removed the hood from his face, revealing a gentle-looking face. Shin Sisi heaved a sigh of relief. "Are you from the tracking team?" "No, I'm the same as you. I'm here to make things difficult for the people chasing Zhang Hong," the man said with a tired smile. "Unfortunately, I'm not as lucky as you guys. Most of my men are dead, and I'm pretty badly injured myself. As expected, it's not appropriate for researchers to get physical." The man then turned to Li Bai. "Hey, kid, do you have a cigarette?" Li Bai took out a bag of Hardgate from his pocket and reluctantly tossed it to the man opposite him. The man took the cigarette and was stunned. "Aren't you players supposed to be rich? Why are you still smoking this?" He sent all the money he earned home. Rabbit rolled his eyes. "Amazing." The man gave him a thumbs up. Then, he opened the cigarette box and took a cigarette from it and put it in his mouth. Li Bai was quite happy to be praised by others, and he no longer felt sorry for his pack of cigarettes. He even took the initiative to throw a lighter over to light the man's cigarette. Unfortunately, the man only took one puff before he choked and coughed. Then, he opened his mouth to explain. "Ever since I had a wife, I haven't smoked for a long time. Little brother, thank you for your cigarette. As someone who has been through this, let me give you a piece of advice. If a man can get married later, he should get married later." Hearing this, Rabbit pursed his lips in dissatisfaction. Shin Sisi also frowned. "Do you know us?" "No, but I know you," the man said. "Your name is Shin Sisi, right? I've heard about you from him. Unfortunately, although I've tried my best to probe, I still don't know who his favorite girl is." Shin Sisi also seemed to have thought of something and revealed a surprised expression. "You can't be Zhang Heng's father, right? He told me about the father of a researcher, but he seems to have been abroad all this time. Could it be that you're also a player? But according to what I know, there shouldn't be any foreign players." "I'm not a player, just an ordinary person," Father Zhang said. "With all due respect, an ordinary person wouldn't appear here with a gun." Rabbit pointed at Father Zhang's waist. "Oh, this gun is only for self-defense. In fact, I didn't use it during the battle just now. It looks like it's useless now," Father Zhang said as he threw the pistol into the pond beside him. "You're not a player? Then why don't you look surprised by what happened here?" Rabbit widened his eyes. "Not only players know about the existence of supernatural powers. 18 years ago, I personally experienced a supernatural event and even had a son," Father Zhang said. "Wait, are you saying?" "That's right. To be honest, our first meeting wasn't pleasant, but fortunately, we got along very well after that." Father Zhang's eyes flashed with reminiscence, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "I'm sorry." Shin Sisi lowered her head and said, "There's nothing to be sorry about. We've already done what we can do. The rest can only be left to fate." Father Zhang's mood was much calmer than the three of them had imagined. "Left to fate? Do you think there's still a chance?" Father Zhang had yet to speak when he saw Li Bai suddenly make a silent gesture. Then, Li Bai pointed at a huge ice cube that was about the height of two people on the shore. There was a vague figure in the ice cube. However, Li Bai was not referring to the unlucky person who was sealed in the ice cube. He exchanged a look with Rabbit. Then, the two of them tacitly circled around the ice cube. Li Bai even picked up a rifle on the road. However, after seeing the person behind the ice cube, Li Bai immediately put down the weapon in his hand. It was a little girl. It seemed that she was a villager who had lived in this mountain before. The four of them did not know why she would appear here. More importantly, compared to the players who had completely lost their minds in the camp. Although her mental state was not very good because of the day's torment, she was clearly not as crazy as the others. This was simply a miracle. When Li Bai brought her out, she did not resist. Shin Sisi saw the little girl's tightly clenched left hand. She came to the front of the ladder, squatted down, and said gently, "Can you let Big Sister take a look?" The little girl gradually loosened her grip. Shin Sisi saw the piece of crystal in her palm. She had already recognized it as the D-class item, immune crystal, that had been lost by Fu Lu earlier. However, her heart suddenly felt a sharp pain. At this moment, She finally understood why both Fan Meinan and Father Zhang had not lost their confidence in Zhang Heng until now. Just from the fact that Zhang Heng had not forgotten to give the immunity crystal to the little girl before him while he was on the run, one could tell that he did not intend to destroy this world, even if the entire world chose to be his enemy. Father Zhang seemed to have read Shen Xixi's mind as well, and he shook his head. I don't know what he intends to do, but I know that he will not surrender to fate so easily. He will fight until the very end, and I have always believed that. Chapter 1398, Rat Excrement. Recently, the well-known technology group Fukong has experienced another incident of its employees jumping off a building. This is already the 16th incident of an employee falling off a building in the past month, and it has caused widespread public discussion. Our reporter has specially interviewed the president of Fukong Group, Mr. Guo Zimin, for this. The reporter, who looked pure and innocent like the little sister next door, raised the microphone in front of a middle-aged man who was wearing a suit, had a green water ghost, and exuded the aura of a successful person. Nice to meet you, President Guo. May I ask what you think about the recent series of incidents of Fukong jumping off a building? Guo Ziming looked at the microphone in front of him with a pained expression on his face. The emergence of such incidents is always a pity and has already attracted the attention of the group. The management of the group has invited social and psychological experts to conduct research on related issues, hoping to find out the reason as soon as possible so as to reduce the possibility of related incidents happening. Just when the female reporter thought that President Guo was going to use cliches to deal with this interview, she did not expect Guo Zimin to suddenly change the topic and continue. Of course, as the president, I can't get away with this kind of incident. However, I feel that we can't look at the problem from a single point of view. There has been a lot of news about suicides recently, and it's not just our Fukong family. As far as I know, there are also many young people who commit suicide in Japan. By the way, what is the suicide rate in Japan? Of course, the female reporter wouldn't know about this, so she could only smile awkwardly. Meanwhile, Guo Ziming was still speaking with confidence. I've also consulted the relevant psychological experts. Although we have 16 employees who committed suicide, compared to the total number of nearly 500,000 employees in the company, this suicide rate is actually not considered high. The experts told me that it's below the normal line. The female reporter opened her small mouth in a daze, as if she was deeply shocked by President Guo's brazen self-righteousness. She wanted to say something else, but she saw that the staff members in the same industry were already gesturing to her to end the interview and cut the scene back to the live broadcast room. However, in the next moment, something that no one could have imagined suddenly happened. A black shadow jumped down from the roof of the headquarters of the Fukong Group behind Guo Ziming. It was as if he had no attachment to the world. In the end, it didn't matter if he wanted to die, but this jump landed on the head of Guo Ziming, who was complaining about social problems. Guo Ziming felt as if his head was suddenly covered by a black shadow. Before he could figure out what had happened, he was hit on the head by a huge force and died on the spot. The female reporter who was interviewing at the side was covered in blood. When she saw the two bodies on the ground that had become a bloody mess, she finally couldn't bear it anymore and let out a scream. Fortunately, just as she was about to help the people of the country test the loudest volume of the television speakers, the camera cut back to the live broadcast room ahead of time. Search RN, WN0, L. RG, however, the two anchors who were supposed to save the situation also looked at each other at this time. There was a brief silence. Shen Cixi turned off the television. It had been a month and a half since that night in the valley. Just as she had feared, the Lord of Lalaya had left his cage. The gods and players who had gone after Zhang Heng were not the only ones to suffer. In fact, the negative impact of the incident had already begun to show. The most obvious thing was that the suicide rate had started to rise sharply recently. The majority of the dead were people with high mental acuity, mainly artists and creators, but also ordinary people with autistic personalities. Their deaths were varied. Shen Cixi, Rabbit, and the others had collected similar news reports, and there had been more than 200 of them so far. Of course, this number might not be too exaggerated in the eyes of the whole country, but it had indeed begun to attract heated public discussion. However, at this moment, Whether it was ordinary people or experts and scholars, their focus was on the fast-paced life and the stress of modern people. The experts suggested that everyone should do more exercise and learn to reduce their stress. However, it seemed that this suggestion was of no use at the moment. The suicide rate in society continued to rise. At the same time, some mysterious societies began to quietly emerge. They disguised themselves as social clubs or fan clubs, but once someone really joined them, they would soon be instilled with some strange things. For example, glorious completion or great awakening. However, these mysterious clubs with suspicious appearances did not charge any membership fees. Instead, they would give out some things from time to time, for example, strange statue products or some jewelry that glittered like gold. This caused some people who liked to take advantage of others to sign up. The police immediately noticed these strange clubs and organized a large-scale investigation operation in the middle of this month. Hoping to strike hard before these clubs failed, they killed them one by one in the cradle. However, the operation unexpectedly fell into a mire. These clubs themselves were not difficult to clean up, but the problem was that once one group was killed, another group would soon appear, like a sprouting bamboo shoot after a rain. Moreover, after capturing the main brain and backbone of the societies, how to deal with it had become a headache. Under the current legal provisions, it was very difficult to give them severe punishments. After all, at this stage, they had not done anything too excessive. They had only absorbed members and distributed small gifts. Moreover, what made people even more speechless was that once they were imprisoned, the entire prison would soon become a place for them to absorb members. It was simply like a rat's feces. No matter where they were thrown, they could quickly contaminate a pot of porridge. Moreover, there was more bad news recently than this. Both the players and the gods decisively took action when they realized that the situation was heading in an uncontrollable direction. They took the initiative to unite together. Even the mysterious organization that specialized in assassinating gods chose to temporarily reconcile with the gods at this time. They even offered up the god-slaying bullets in their hands. The gods were all furious when they saw the god-slaying bullets. However, in the end, they maintained their restraint. This was not the right time for internal strife, regardless of whether it was the humans or the gods. Both sides had a common enemy, and they needed to work together to deal with it. Even if they wanted to settle the score, that would be after they dealt with Zhang Heng. However, the gods, who had the god-slaying bullets and the allies of the humans, took the initiative to fight Zhang Heng several times with confidence. In the end, the result was not ideal. In the beginning, both sides were still at odds with each other. The gods even managed to suppress Zhang Heng for a time. With Zeus, Odin, and the god of science, Signs, as the leaders, the god's strongest force successfully dealt a heavy blow to Zhang Heng in an ambush. The latter was heavily injured, but in the end, it was all for naught, and Zhang Heng managed to escape. From then on, Zhang Heng only operated on the sea. After Poseidon, who was in charge of scouting, was killed by Zhang Heng, the gods completely lost track of Zhang Heng. What was worse was that everyone knew that, as time went on, Zhang Heng would only become more and more difficult to deal with. Chapter 1399. The knocking on the door interrupted Shun Cici's recollection. She got up and looked at the door cautiously through the peephole before pulling out the door pin. Li Bai walked in from outside. He picked up the bottle of mineral water on the table and gulped down half of it. Then he said, "We've checked it out. That group of people is in the neighborhood across the street." "How many people are there?" Shun Cici asked. "This is a small club that has just appeared. There are less than 20 people in total, and most of them were dragged into it in a muddle. They shouldn't have been affected much. The ones who have been affected more deeply are probably only 3 or 5 people." Shun Cici sighed in relief. "Thank you for your hard work. Let's get rid of this trouble. We won't be leaving today. We'll rest here for a night before we set off tomorrow." Li Bai seemed to be hesitant to speak. However, Shun Cici was thinking about what she should do next. She did not notice the expression on Li Bai's face. Then, she took out an earpiece from her pocket and put it on. Rabbit's voice came from the other end of the earpiece. "Where are you guys now?" "We're about to set off. We'll be there in about 10 minutes. Shun Cici said after looking at the watch on her wrist. "Okay, don't worry. They're still setting up the venue. It looks like they're not here yet. They won't be able to organize anything in 10 minutes. Rabbit licked its lips and pressed the flush button on the toilet. However, after hearing her words, Shin Sisi quickened her pace and left the hotel with Li Bai, carrying a suitcase. Then, the two of them found a public toilet by the side of the road and went in with the suitcase. When they came out 2 minutes later, they were already 2 police officers. They had police hats, uniforms, law enforcement recorders, and even police identification cards. In other words, as long as they did not go to the police system to check, it was almost impossible for them to be seen through. After changing, Shin Sisi and Li Bai rushed to the target community without stopping. With the police uniforms on them, the security guards did not stop them. They even took the initiative to ask if they needed help. Shin Sisi asked him to open the door of Building 1. Then, they took the elevator to the 11th floor. They did not even need to knock on the door, because the door of room 1104 was wide open. There was a strange-looking ornament hanging on the door. For some reason, the security guard felt a chill in his heart when he saw the ornament. He felt uncomfortable, but it was difficult for him to look away. He was about to take a closer look when the female police officer suddenly stepped forward and blocked his way. At the same time, she pulled the ornament down and put it into a document bag. Then, she did not stop and walked straight in. There were already 7 people in the living room. 5 of them were on the sofa, and 2 of them were standing in front of the window, smoking and talking about something. Seeing Shin Sisi and Li Bai come in from the outside, everyone in the room, except for Rabbit, who pretended to be attracted to join the club, was stunned. Shin Sisi turned on the law enforcement recorder and then took out her police officer badge. "Police officer, who is the owner of this place?" The people in the room looked at each other, and then a man who was smoking by the window coughed dryly and said, "This house belongs to Uncle He. He is in the back room. Do you want me to call him?" "No need. I'll go by myself," Shin Sisi said. Then, she gave Li Bai a look and asked him to stay here to look after the people in the living room while she continued to walk inside. This was a 3-bedroom house with a living room. In addition to the living room, there were 3 other rooms. There was a bathroom and a kitchen. The kitchen could be seen from the living room. There was no one inside. The bathroom was on Shin Sisi's left. The door was closed, as if someone was using the toilet. In the study room, the door was open, but there was no one there either. After that, there were only 2 rooms, the master bedroom and the second bedroom. Shin Sisi pushed open the door of the second bedroom first and found that it was a children's room. There was a child about 11 or 12 years old inside. He must have just come home from school and was lying on the table doing his homework. Shin Sisi saw the little boy turn his head and tried to force a smile on his face. "It's okay, you can continue studying." With that, he exited the second bedroom, closed the door, and reached out to push the door of the master bedroom next door. But this time, he did not push it open. Shin Sisi knocked on the door. After about 3 seconds, a voice came from inside. "Wait a minute. The activity still needs to be prepared before it can begin." However, Shin Sisi continued to knock on the door as if she had not heard anything. After a few seconds, the master bedroom door was finally opened. However, it was only opened at a very small angle. The person inside stuck his head out and saw Shin Sisi. It was a man with a shapely build. He had very deep dark circles under his eyes. It seemed that he had not been sleeping well. When he saw Shin Sisi, a hint of panic flashed across his eyes. However, he quickly calmed down. However, the change in his eyes could not escape Shin Sisi's eyes. "Officer, what's the matter?" the man asked. "We've received a report that someone has formed an illegal association here. Come with us." "An illegal association?" No. We're not doing that kind of thing. It's just a small gathering between friends, and it doesn't involve any cash or belongings. I bought the drinks and food at the gathering with my own money," the man hurriedly explained. However, the female police officer in front of him was unmoved. She only said 2 words indifferently. "Open the door." Now is not a good time," the man stammered. However, in the next moment, Shin Sisi had already kicked the door open. Not only was the door kicked open, but the man behind the door was also pushed aside by the force and fell to the ground. He looked a little confused. He probably did not expect to meet such a rough police officer. Under such circumstances, shouldn't they have warned him first? They would only choose to break down the door after a few times. However, The female police officer in front of him directly jumped to the last step. In the room, other than the man lying on the door, there were two other people. One of them seemed to be his wife. The other one, who was slightly older, might be his uncle. They were busy creating an extremely strange and abstract mural on the wall. The mural depicted a guy with an octopus head wreaking havoc in the human world. Just like before, Shin Cece wanted to move her eyes away with just one look. However, in the next moment, she felt her gaze being attracted by something. The thing on the mural seemed to come to life, and tentacles stretched out from the wall. Shin Cece felt a strong sense of dizziness in her head. Her body swayed, and before she could make the next move, she actually fell to the ground. The last image in her mind was the woman among the three opposite her. She frantically pulled out a fruit knife from under the bed. Chapter 1400. Shin Cece opened her eyes and found herself lying on a bed in a small clinic. The rabbit was lying next to her bed and had fallen asleep. However, her eyes were red. It was obvious that she had just cried not long ago. Meanwhile, Li Bai was reading novels on his phone. When he heard the movement from the hospital bed, he raised his head and saw Shin Cece trying to prop herself up. He was pleasantly surprised. "Sister Cece, you're awake." Shin Cece nodded slightly and lowered her head to check where she had been stabbed, but she did not find any wounds on her body. Li Bai seemed to know what she was thinking and said, "After you fainted, Rabbit and I rushed to the master bedroom immediately. The situation at that time was too dangerous. We saw that crazy woman riding on you, but before she could do anything, Rabbit and I subdued her. What about the needle in my hand? You didn't wake up, so the doctor gave you an 4-drip. Rabbit was also woken up by the voices of the two people. She rubbed her eyes and saw that Shin Cece could not help but cry again. Then, she plunged into Shin Cece's arms. Shin Cece stroked her hair and said, "Sorry to make you worry. By the way, that group of people. I did as you taught me. I asked the 3 people in the room to tell me what they had done. Then, I threw them and the video at the entrance of the police station. As for the others, I used the identity of a police officer to educate them. I didn't allow them to participate in similar activities and clubs. After that, I let them go home." "Well done," Shin Cece praised. Then, she pulled out the needle in her hand and pressed the eye of the needle with her other hand. "Let's go. After all, we are impersonating the police. Maybe the police are already looking for us. Don't stay in this city any longer." "Where are we going?" "Shenzhen. There have been continuous deaths of employees in the Fukong group. I suspect that there are similar clubs there," Shin Cece said as she put on her sports shoes. However, when she stood up, she realized that Rabbit and Li Bai had not moved. "Why? Do you have any questions?" Shin Cece asked. Rabbit and Li Bai looked at each other, then finally mustered up the courage to say, "Sister Cece, in fact, we have wanted to talk to you for a long time." "You have something you want to talk to me about? Okay, then let's go back to the car and talk while we're on the road." Shin Cece did not seem to take Rabbit's request to heart. She had always played the role of a leader in the team, and the decisions she made, whether it was Rabbit or Li Bai, had never been questioned. Sometimes when the 3 of them were together, it did not seem like a player's team, but more like an older sister with a younger sister and younger brother. However, what she did not expect was that the usually obedient Rabbit actually raised an objection for the first time. "No, we don't want to talk in the car." Shin Cece was stunned when she heard that. She turned around and looked at Rabbit and Li Bai again. She finally realized that the 2 of them were serious this time. She nodded and said, "I understand, but this is not a place to talk. Let's go out first." "No problem." Rabbit and Li Bai were relieved when they saw that Shin Cece finally agreed. Because it was already very late, most of the cafes and restaurants had already closed. The 3 of them finally found an internet cafe that was open 24 hours a day and asked for a private room. The receptionist also gave them an extra fruit plate. When the waiter left the card room, Rabbit said again, "Sister Cece, Li Bai and I feel that we can't go on like this." "What do you mean by going on like this?" "I mean continuing to pursue these things related to that guy. We know that you've been feeling guilty because of your decision that day, but no matter how hard you try to make up for it, you can't change what happened." "So, should I just pretend that nothing happened?" Shin Cece asked. "No, that's not what I mean. I want to say. For the first time, the rabbit seemed a little nervous when he questioned Shinsisi, and he stuttered when he was ready to say something. We want to say that what you're doing now is useless except for torturing yourself. Li Bai suddenly continued. There's no end to these clubs. Even the police can't do anything about it. The three of us have been running back and forth for more than a month. We've only killed a dozen of them during the day and at night. Compared to the total number, it's not even worth mentioning. Besides, you know that these believers can't stay in the police station for more than a few days. They can even go home swaggeringly after writing a pledge a few hours later. As for the ordinary people you let go, they may be fine now, but as time goes by, they will eventually become like the people who were caught. With your intelligence, it's impossible for you to ignore these things. However, up until now, you haven't even mentioned it. Is it because you can't solve it? Shinsisi opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but was stopped by Li Bai. Let me finish. Sister Sisi, usually you point east, and I never go west. Didn't you always wish that I could think more? It's rare that I've thought so much this time. Then continue. You must think that we don't want to continue because we can't see hope and are afraid of suffering. But that's not the case. The reason why we really feel that we can't continue like this is because of you. Me? That's right. We all know the characteristics of the Lord of Lely. The more things you come into contact with that are related to him, the greater the pollution on your mind. Using the more popular board game concept from before, it's that, the faster the value drops. Sand value. Rabbit added softly. Yes, SI value. We were all there when he landed in that small valley that night. We have been tracking the clubs that worship him for more than a month, especially you. As the leader of the team and the brain, you have been collecting and studying relevant information. Your spirit has reached its limit. This is also the reason why you suddenly fainted in your bedroom this afternoon. Tell us honestly, Sister Sisi, have you been having nightmares recently? No. Shinsisi answered quickly, as if she hadn't thought about it at all. Li Bai stared into Shinsisi's eyes, trying to figure out what was going on. However, this was not something he was good at, so he had to give up in the end and continue to persuade her. Stop, Sister Sisi, before it's too late. But it's already too late. Shinsisi said. You're right about one thing. If this goes on, everyone will soon become that guy's follower.